Chapter 151, Turning the Leisure Dungeon into a Horror Dungeon. Tang San hid in Slaughter City, but the god of destruction did not want him to have such an easy time. However, Slaughter City was the territory of the Asura god. If he caused trouble for Tang San there and the Asura god found out, just thinking about it was exciting. The god of destruction was no longer a lone wolf, the goddess of kindness and the god of evil were both his allies. As long as he did not act too directly and was a bit more subtle, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness would certainly stand on his side. When in doubt, ask Su Chen first. Slaughter City. Senior Destruction. You said Tang San ran to Slaughter City to improve himself in peace, then why not turn this place, which he considers a leisure dungeon, into a horror dungeon? Turn it into a horror dungeon. How? Although the god of destruction had never heard of the term dungeon, he understood the meaning upon reflection. He was very interested in the concept of terror, especially making Tang San feel fear. In Slaughter City, Tang San even found the blood-scented air to be sweet. As for small matters like drinking blood, he no longer found it disgusting. Instead, he felt it was a form of enjoyment and relaxation. He wanted to fight a war of attrition in Slaughter City, but the elders clearly did not have that intention. Although Tang Hao said that even if they won 100 consecutive matches in the Hell Slaughter Arena, it would be very difficult to become any sort of slaughter god. But how would they know without trying? As for the question of whether participating in the slaughter arena would be dangerous, as titled Douluo, they naturally had no such worries. Moreover, they did not have the confidence to pin their hopes on Tang San successfully passing 100 slaughter battles. They had all seen Tang San's talent, but talent did not equate to compatibility. If Tang San died in some battle, would they just stay here forever? Therefore, the elders, including even Tang Xiao, were prepared to participate in the Hell Slaughter Arena themselves. Of course, they had to plan it out so they would not run into each other. Otherwise, were they really going to kill each other? The fifth elder was the first person to engage in a battle in the Hell Slaughter Arena. On the day he began his first battle, the rest of the Clear Sky sect went to the scene to observe. Including the fifth elder, everyone was calm and composed, without the slightest bit of tension. What a joke! Their Clear Sky sect's combat style was primarily based on their own hammer techniques. Spirit abilities were used more for amplifying and strengthening the power of the Clear Sky hammer. Although being unable to use spirit abilities had a significant impact on combat effectiveness, compared to other spirit masters, this impact was relatively small. They mostly wanted to see what changes would occur after engaging in the Hell Slaughter Arena battles, and whether their strength would affect these changes. Standing in the slaughter arena, the fifth elder coldly glanced at the other 9 people. This was his first time in a slaughter battle. 3 out of 10 people could survive, but the fifth elder did not think so. He did not intend to let anyone leave alive except for himself. The Clear Sky sect was not actually just Tang Hao who was overbearing and violent, he was just the most obvious one. The other elders were not masters of restraint either. The reason they had been hiding in the Clear Sky sect for so many years was because they had been beaten into submission by Spirit Hall, not because they liked it that way. Having held back for so many years, the fifth elder had long wanted to let loose. Since he could finally kill to his heart's content this time without worrying about Spirit Hall, he naturally wanted to release some pressure. No need for a melee, all 9 of you, come at me together. Before the battle had even been declared started, the fifth elder said to the other 9 people. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 9 people including himself, he would have loved to shout, I want to fight 10. Old geezer, you don't want to live anymore, right? Bah, old thing, Grandpa will send you on your way in a moment. Those who could survive in Slaughter City naturally did not have good tempers. One by one, they snarled, expressing their intent to twist off his head. Only one person, shrouded in a gray robe with a gaunt face, did not shout. He curled his lips, a strange smile hanging on his face. His expression was not abrupt. Many people in Slaughter City were already perverted both psychologically and physiologically, so his behavior was actually considered subtle. However, his smile was not because of psychological distortion, but because of excitement. This guy's blood is just right for me to complete my blood god divine trial. This person was the enforcement team captain of Slaughter City, and besides the Slaughter King, he was the other titled Douluo in Slaughter City, with a spirit power of level 93. As for the blood god divine trial he had obtained, it was naturally a generous reward from the god of destruction. Although his strength was decent, it was still lacking if he wanted to make the people of the Clear Sky sect tremble in fear. Since he was a disposable tool anyway, the god of destruction did not mind being a bit generous. Once the battle began, the other 8 immediately attacked the 5th elder together. The 5th elder's arrogance aroused their anger. Of course, they also felt that anyone who dared to be this arrogant must have extraordinary strength. Naturally, they had to join forces to eliminate such a major threat first. Bring it on. This was the situation the 5th elder had hoped to see, so he was naturally unafraid. The clear sky hammer smashed down, and 3 fallen spirit masters died on the spot. Moreover, the 3 people smashed to death by the 5th elder had almost completely exploded, blood mist scattering everywhere, making the Hell Slaughter Arena even more true to its name. The others saw this scene and were so scared their blood ran cold. Their strength was completely not on the same level, they couldn't even react to that hammer strike. These fallen spirit masters were not people who did not fear death. Entering Slaughter City meant they did not want to die. Spare my life, boss. 3 people can survive this slaughter, I will give you. You deserve to live. The 5th elder, who had just started his killing spree, was excited. He even felt that 9 people were not enough for an appetizer. With another swing of the hammer, the guy who spoke also exploded. This time, only he was sent on his way. After the 5th elder's first hammer strike, the others scattered. Even if they were going to die, they could not allow themselves to be smashed to death several at a time by one hammer. However, this could only delay things by a little bit. Clouds of blood mist exploded. These fallen spirit masters had no ability to fight back. Just when only the last 2 people remained, Tang San, who was watching the battle, suddenly shouted, "5th elder, look out." Unfortunately, the 5th elder did not have time to hear his shout. Just as the 5th elder was preparing to choose the lucky one among the last 2, the blood-scented air became a little thicker. However, this change was completely unnoticeable in the already pungent slaughter arena. The moment the 5th elder swung his clear sky hammer again, a streak of blood-red light suddenly appeared. The enforcement team captain's spirit was the blood-drinking tapir, a bloodthirsty spirit beast that was despised by all other spirit beasts. The god of destruction was truly the most meticulous god king. Even when improving the strength of this pure tool, he chose the divine trial that was most compatible with him. The environment of blood mist everywhere created by the 5th elder was also the most suitable environment for the blood-drinking tapir to carry out an ambush. This was also the moment when the 5th elder's vigilance was at its lowest, feeling that this battle, which was purely for releasing pressure, was about to end. When Tang San's shout reached the 5th elder's ears, that streak of blood-red light had already pierced through his throat. Blood mist flew up once again. But this time, it was the 5th elder's own. Chapter 152, Cautious Tang Hao, Orders from Slaughter City. 5th elder. 5th elder. The members of the Clear Sky sect watched the bloody scene in the arena, some even doubting if their eyes were playing tricks on them. The 5th elder was a true titled Douluo. Even though he could not use his spirit ability and had been ambushed, it was not just anyone who could successfully ambush him. Not to mention that the 5th elder had been killed outright. Below the level of a titled Douluo, absolutely no one could accomplish this. In the Hell Slaughter Arena, the corner of the enforcement team captain's mouth was still stained with the 5th elder's blood. The blood of a titled Douluo, it tastes quite good. He had entered Slaughter City before he even became a titled Douluo. This was the first time he had tasted the blood of a titled Douluo. Kill him. The remaining 2 elders of the Clear Sky sect were furious, their eyes splitting with rage. The 7th elder, who remained outside, was missing, and now the 5th elder had died right before their eyes. Apart from the time they went to war with Spirit Hall, when had their Clear Sky sect ever suffered such a great loss? Holding their clear sky hammers, the group prepared to rush into the Hell Slaughter Arena to execute the guy who had killed the 5th elder and was now smugly savoring the 5th elder's blood. But just then, a large group of law enforcement team members from Slaughter City appeared, surrounding the outside of the Hell Slaughter Arena. These law enforcement team members were all at the spirit Douluo cultivation level, each releasing their spirit, their auras merging into one. If they were in the outside world, the Clear Sky sect naturally wouldn't fear them. But this was Slaughter City, where they could not use their spirit abilities, while these law enforcement team members could freely release their spirit abilities, and even had the home field advantage. Not to mention that the person who killed the fifth elder was certainly a titled Douluo, though it was unknown if he could also use his spirit ability. That person is the enforcement team captain. Tang San suddenly remembered this enforcement team captain, whom he had never interacted with even in his past life. In his past life, it was Juliana who told him that the enforcement team captain of Slaughter City was a titled Douluo. Yet, even until he broke out of Slaughter City, he had never interacted with this person. When he left Slaughter City, he threw down a snowy swan kiss, destroying this gathering place of fallen spirit masters. Later, apart from his great-grandfather Tang Chen, who had been controlled and escaped, everyone else should have been buried in Slaughter City. Tang San did not understand why this enforcement team captain, who could be considered a high-ranking official in Slaughter City, would actually participate in the slaughter battles that only ordinary fallen spirit masters would engage in. This was undoubtedly beyond Tang San's expectations. He had originally thought that Slaughter City might be safer than the outside world. But they had only just arrived, and they had already lost a titled Douluo elder. Could it be because the elders were too strong that they had attracted his attention? From the enforcement team captain's action of sucking the fifth elder's blood, Tang San guessed that he might have a peculiar fondness for the blood of the strong. Damn it, why has another bad turn of events occurred? Tang San even felt that since his rebirth, it seemed like the heavens were working against him, as he kept encountering such unpleasant incidents. What, do you want to challenge the authority of Slaughter City? The enforcement team captain walked out of the Hell Slaughter Arena, his face still stained with blood, revealing a strange smile. And his 9 spirit rings flickered slightly, demonstrating his ability to use spirit abilities. Cough, you are the enforcement team captain. Aren't you the one who is breaking the rules of Slaughter City by participating in other people's slaughter battles? Are you not worried about the Slaughter King's punishment? It was Tang Hao who spoke. He was not a person who liked to convince others with reason. If it were before his arm was severed, his spirit rings were shattered, and his realm had fallen, he would have already acted. Even if he couldn't use his spirit rings, he still believed he could defeat this person. But now, his strength was not what it used to be, and his injuries had yet to fully heal, so his confidence in speaking was much weaker. Rules. The rules of Slaughter City do not restrict the law enforcement team from participating in slaughter battles. Death is normal in Slaughter City. If you are afraid, just hand over Yellow Springs due to avoid the battle. If they were afraid of death, they didn't have to fight in Slaughter City. However, they had to hand over 2 cups of blood every month. This was the currency of Slaughter City, and also a resource for cultivate. After speaking, the enforcement team captain looked around and said to the other onlookers, the fallen spirit masters, do you think I am right? Right. Lord Enforcer is absolutely right. These fallen spirit masters immediately howled, one after another expressing their support for the enforcement team captain. This was not because they loved the law enforcement team. In fact, they feared the law enforcement team like tigers. But they could also see that these newcomers were all very powerful. If it weren't for the law enforcement team interfering, they didn't know how many of them would have been killed in all the subsequent slaughter battles, and these people were all winners. Now that the law enforcement team had stepped in to deter these newcomers, they saw it and were happy about it. Even for fallen spirit masters who dared to participate in slaughter battles, it didn't mean they liked to throw their lives away. What they craved was victory and rewards. How about it? Do you intend to challenge the authority of Slaughter City now, or will you obediently follow the rules? After the howling around them subsided, the enforcement team captain coldly asked the people from the Clear Sky sect. The Clear Sky sect members were wary, especially since the enforcement team captain was a titled Douluo who could use spirit abilities, which made them feel a great threat. But if they didn't kill this person now, they would very likely encounter him in their future slaughter battles. At that time, if they had to fight this person one-on-one, the trouble would be even greater. Just when Tang Xiao was considering whether to just start the war and fight with violence, Tang Hao suddenly saw several figures. Big brother, don't be impulsive for now. What Tang Hao discovered was the messenger of the Slaughter King, the black-veiled girl. Tang Chen was old but still had a young heart. Even after being controlled, he still had a fondness for women. From the fact that he was old, had children and grandchildren, and still pursued Bo Saishi, one could tell that his emotions were still abundant. Even after being controlled by the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, he still indulged in debauchery. It was unknown whether the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King's aesthetic had become like a human's, or if it was just following the desires of his body. The fact that the black-veiled girl appeared here meant that the Slaughter King most likely had also noticed what was happening here. Tang Hao also knew that Tang San was not yet confident in awakening his grandfather's consciousness. If they provoked Slaughter City now, the situation they would face would be much worse than it was currently. How? Tang Xiao was a bit surprised. In the past, if they encountered such a thing, Tang Hao would surely be the first one to rush out. Now, he had actually become so conservative. Wait for now. The black-veiled girl that Tang San saw was indeed not just looking, she walked straight over. The Slaughter King has ordered that the Hell Slaughter Arena will continue. Anyone who dares to disrupt it will be killed without mercy. But at the same time, the black-veiled girl said to the enforcement team captain, the Slaughter King also has an order. You may participate in the slaughter battles, but like everyone else, you cannot use spirit abilities. Chapter 153. He can be replaced, Yin and the Blue-Silver King. As you command. The enforcement team captain bowed slightly. But within his lowered eyes, there was not a trace of awe for the Slaughter King. Previously, to everyone in Slaughter City, the Slaughter King was an existence equal to a god. Including the enforcement team captain, everyone both respected and feared the Slaughter King. But now that he had received the divine trial for the blood god, he suddenly felt that the Slaughter King was nothing special. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than a god? Do you have a god position legacy? The enforcement team captain felt that he could replace him. Of course, before his strength was sufficient, he still needed to show superficial respect. As for the members of the Clear Sky sect, they appeared somewhat excited after hearing the message from the Slaughter King. However, their excitement was not a reaction to the Slaughter King's orders, but rather because of the Slaughter King himself. As long as they completed 100 slaughter battles, they would be able to see the old sect master and bring him out. They chose to suppress their hatred for the time being. In any case, the Slaughter King was also their old sect master. Listening to the old sect master was not shameful. Of course, a large part of the reason was also that the Slaughter King had ordered the enforcement team captain not to use spirit ability. They felt that the reason this guy was able to kill the Fifth Elder so smoothly, besides the sneak attack, was also related to his ability to seemingly merge into the blood mist and move at extreme speeds. That must have been some kind of spirit ability. In a situation where neither could use spirit ability, they did not believe they would lose to this person. Tang Xiao even stated directly, "Let me handle the next slaughter battle. I will use this person's head to pay tribute to the Fifth Elder." Tang Hao had suffered heavy injuries, so Tang Xiao was the strongest expert in the Clear Sky sect. He felt he had the obligation and responsibility to eliminate this threat. Watching the departing figures of the Clear Sky sect members, the enforcement team captain waved his hand at the other law enforcement team members. At this moment, another lucky person walked out of the slaughter arena. Just when the Fifth Elder of the Clear Sky sect was about to take action against him, he had been killed by the enforcement team captain. The enforcement team captain had ignored him afterward, so he had stayed trembling in the slaughter arena until the Clear Sky sect people left, and only then did he come out. Thank you, Honorable Enforcer, for upholding justice. This person thanked the enforcement team captain tremblingly. It was true that he had been frightened by the Fifth Elder's bloody slaughter, but he felt equally terrified of the law enforcement team. Hey, this battle allowed 3 people to survive, you have good luck. I won't kill you, Scram. For such a small character, the law enforcement team couldn't be bothered to look at him more. This person hurriedly left with profuse thanks. Being able to survive this time, he already felt incredibly lucky. He decided that for the next period of time, he would not continue to participate in slaughter battles. It was too terrifying. The enforcers were personally entering the arena. Losing a little blood is fine, it's better than losing one's life. After Su Chen left the Star Do Great Forest, he did not immediately return to the Heaven Human sect. He brought Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo with him and arrived at a place where a battle was taking place. Spirit tools. Sect Master, did you also sell spirit tools in batches to the Heaven Do Empire? The two sides fighting were the armies of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. As time developed, with Emperor Shui Yi's orders becoming larger and larger, and the intensity of the probing becoming stronger, the Star Luo Empire also confronted them tit for tat. The conflict between the two empires had already changed from small-scale battles between 10 or 20 scouts at the beginning to battles involving hundreds or thousands of people today. And as the scale of the conflict expanded, the advantage of spirit tools became even more indisputable. For example, in this conflict, the Heaven Do Empire's army had fewer people, but the situation was overwhelmingly in their favor. Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help but look in the direction of Spirit City. If this were normal times, even if Bibi Dong were a bit slow to react, she shouldn't have turned a blind eye to the fierce conflict between the two great empires. Even if she didn't send the Spirit Hall's Spirit Master legions to stop it, she would have issued Spirit Hall's demands to the emperors of the two empires. After all, the complete unification of the two empires was not a good thing for Spirit Hall. But now, the conflict between the two empires had developed to this extent, yet Spirit Hall seemed to have made no move at all. However, Chrysanthemum Douluo was only slightly worried. Having stayed in the Heaven Human sect for over a year, his thoughts about returning to Spirit Hall had faded a lot. If Bibi Dong didn't care, then so be it, his life now was much easier than before. To say that Bibi Dong was completely unaware of the conflict between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire was not the case either. However, she had only learned a little about it and did not continue to pay attention. What two great empires, they were merely a minor skin disease. Qian Runshui staying in Spirit City was the real heart trouble. Qian Runshui opening the divine trial early gave Bibi Dong a sense of urgency. To repel foreign aggression, one must first secure the internal. Bibi Dong devoted herself entirely to the Rakshasa God divine trial, striving to complete all divine trials before Qian Runshui. Moreover, the so-called ambition and aspirations of someone like Bibi Dong were merely a disguise for her madness. She did not sincerely want Spirit Hall to suppress the world and exist forever. With Qian Runshui diverting her attention, she didn't care much about these matters anymore. After watching this overwhelming battle, Su Chen had a more intuitive experience of the battlefield performance of this family's mechanized spirit tools. This was even when the number of spirit masters in the Heaven Do Empire's army was insufficient, and the effect of the armament spirit tools was weakened a lot, yet they had already achieved such results. Shui Yi's ambition is probably going to inflate even more now. On one side was continuous victory, and on the other was Spirit Hall's silence. To Emperor Shui Yi, didn't this mean that Spirit Hall tacitly approved of the Heaven Do Empire's actions? Now that the Heaven Do Empire had the advantage of spirit tools, if they didn't weaken the Star Luo Empire as much as possible, annex more land and cities, or even destroy them, then when would they? Especially when thinking about his withering descendants and the incapable Shui Bang. Emperor Shui Yi felt that this task of unifying the Douluo continent and going down in history should be left to him. As for Shui Bang, he could just be a ruler who maintains the status quo. Let's go. The battle below ended, and Su Chen said to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo. At this moment, Snake Lance Douluo keenly noticed that the silver-blue-silver grass pattern on Su Chen's sleeve was gone. Snake Lance Douluo knew that the pattern was formed by the unique spirit tool that Su Chen had created. It couldn't have been lost, could it? Sect Master, your blue-silver grass spirit tool. She went to another place to complete her mission. A spirit tool that could independently execute missions. Upon hearing this, Snakeland's Douluo could only secretly sigh that Su Chen's methods were not something ordinary people could understand. The place Yin went to was none other than the blue-silver forest where she was born and raised, and what she was looking for was none other than that blue-silver king. Yin returned to her loyal blue-silver forest, but the blue-silver king almost failed to recognize her. The emperor's changes were too great. The blue-silver king had sensed it when Yin died, and when Yin was made into a spirit tool, he had faintly had a perception of it again. But that feeling was very different from when Yin was still alive. This made the blue-silver king a bit confused, until Yin returned in person. The blue-silver king was even more confused. Chapter 154, Yin's order. Tang Yuehua is numb. Is it really you who has returned? Blue-silver king still found it hard to believe that the person before it was truly Yin. The change was too great. Even it, a spirit beast that was also a blue-silver grass, found it very difficult to recognize her. It is me. Yin no longer had her previous memories, and coming here was purely because of Su Chen's order. However, she did not need to prove anything. Even if the essence of her life had changed, as long as she said she was Yin, Blue-Silver King would believe her. That's great, you have finally returned. The Emperor of the Blue-Silver Forest has returned. Yin did not understand why the spirit beast before her was so excited. She did not care about these things, nor was she concerned. I have something to instruct you. Please speak. Yin's words were an imperial decree to Blue-Silver King, and it would definitely obey. In the future, there may be a human spirit master who possesses the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor coming here. Yin did not stay in the Blue-Silver Forest for long. Amidst the repeated pleas of Blue-Silver King, she left expressionlessly. The Blue-Silver Forest was not Yin's home now. She needed to return to the side of her true master. Yin could also fly. However, she did not fly in human form like other titled Douluo, nor did she have a flight soul tool installed. After transforming into the form of a blue-silver grass spirit tool, her leaves gathered together, forming a shuttle shape as she pierced through the air and left. Heaven Do City. A little fatty ran by impatiently, but when he saw a stall on the road, he braked to a halt. Oscar, how is business today? How many gold coins did you earn? Lend some to your brother first, and I'll pay you back tomorrow. Oscar rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun. You pay back money. I'd sooner believe a dog can stop eating excrement than believe you can save up money to pay me back. Whenever you have any money, don't you just use it to vent your evil fire? If you won't lend it, then don't. Why say such strange things? You aren't as generous as Boss Dai at all. When they first arrived in Heaven Do City, the teachers and students of Shrek Academy were all very nervous, fearing that the people from Spirit Hall would break in at any moment. But over a year had passed, and no one from Spirit Hall had ever come to the door. Their hearts gradually returned to peace. Sure enough, as long as they were separated from the entanglement of that father-son pair, Tang Hao and Tang San, Spirit Hall would not trouble small characters like them. Ma Hongjun coming to Heaven Do City was like coming to a den of pleasure. After staying in that godforsaken valley for so long, he had long been unable to endure it. In this colorful world of Heaven Do City, there were simply too many places to vent his evil fire. But Ma Hongjun was limited by his own financial strength. Relying solely on the gold coins he received from Spirit Hall every month was far from enough to cover his expenses. That's right, the students of Shrek, who were once hateful and afraid of Spirit Hall, had gone to collect the gold coins again. Ma Hongjun was the most enthusiastic one. Every month he would go early to collect the gold coins, and then not be able to keep them for even a day. Afterwards, he could only pester Flender and Dai Mubai for some support, but living in Heaven Do was not easy. Even in places with average conditions, the expenses were very high. How can you have so much evil fire that you need to vent it so frequently? Haven't you seen the spirit tools that those spirit masters use? If you have money, you should save it up to buy a spirit tool. The reason Oscar returned to his old profession and opened his sausage stall in Heaven Do City was to save money to buy a spirit tool. Storage spirit tools, which were hard to see for ordinary spirit masters in the past. could be purchased as long as one had enough gold coins. Not to mention those spirit tools that could attack, defend, and fly. Oscar had long been dazzled by them. But helplessly, his pockets were empty. Flender couldn't possibly pay for such things, so he had to find a way himself. Come to think of it, his business in Heaven-Do City was not bad. A food system spirit master, and it was meat like a sausage. To many spirit masters, this was very novel, and quite a few would try it for the novelty. Of course, this was because Oscar didn't chant the incantations in front of them, otherwise, his business wouldn't be much better than it was at Shrek. After listening to Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun waved his hand indifferently. Buddy is an authentic spirit master. I rely on my own abilities in battle. Spirit tools and such are just minor paths. Ma Hongjun was just being stubborn. If he had money, he would wish to wear a spirit tool ring on every finger. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to spend money to vent his evil fire. But didn't he have no money? Compared to saving money, venting his evil fire was more important. If you won't lend money, giving me a few sausages is fine, right? Taking advantage of Oscar's inattention, Ma Hongjun snatched a few sausages and ran. At any rate, they were sausages made by a spirit master. Even if he didn't like to eat them himself, and even found them a bit disgusting, they were considered good things for ordinary people. Maybe if he gave them to a girl, she might be happy and give him a discount. Oscar still had to serve other customers, otherwise, he would definitely have cursed loudly. It was true that he could create these sausages out of thin air, but it also required consuming spirit power. This was all time and money. Those spirit tools were expensive to begin with. When would he ever save up enough money? As a food system support spirit master, he also had a yearning for battle. Meanwhile, inside the former Lanpa Academy, now Shrek Academy, Sect Master Tang, why have you come again? We really don't know where His Excellency Clear Sky and Tang San have gone. This was not the first time Tang Yuehua had come to Shrek Academy. After arriving in Heaven-Do City, neither Flender nor Yu Shaogang had gone to Moon Pavilion to see Tang Yuehua. Flender was afraid of the Tang clan. Unless necessary, he absolutely did not want to deal with them again. But Tang Yuehua still learned the news about Shrek Academy and came looking for it herself. When Tang San left Heaven-Do City, she was still expecting Tang Hao to come see her soon. She had also written a few letters to Tang San afterwards. But after Tang Hao and Tang San moved Shrek to that remote valley, she completely lost contact with Tang San. And Tang San had almost forgotten that he even had this aunt, and even less had he mentioned this matter to Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua had finally obtained news of her second brother, only for it to be suddenly cut off. She was anxious and burning with impatience. She had even gone to the old site of Shrek later, but it was already empty. It wasn't until 5 months ago that she accidentally learned that Lanpa Academy in Heaven-Do City had been renamed Shrek Academy. After finding it, and asking repeatedly, she finally found out what had happened back then. Knowing that her second brother had been hunted down by Spirit Hall once again, Tang Yuehua was even more anxious. But what could she, a trash spirit master whose spirit power couldn't even break through level 10, do? She could only come to Shrek Academy from time to time to inquire about news. She had also thought about asking the sect for help. But she also knew that the people of the Clear Sky sect were dissatisfied with her second brother, and back then they had been beaten by Spirit Hall into signing a humiliating treaty. Now, they would be even less likely to risk helping Tang Hao. Just a few days ago, she finally couldn't help it and tried to send a letter back to the Clear Sky sect, wanting to ask her eldest brother, Tang Xiao, for help. Then, she learned that the Clear Sky sect, from the sect master down to the elders, had all left, and no one knew when they would return. Chapter 155, The God of Destruction. Second choice, Unknown Terror. Tang Yuehua had come this time to inquire about news of Tang Hao. Compared to before, she was even more anxious this time. From the news sent back from the Clear Sky sect, she learned that Tang Hao had lost an arm, and his condition was extremely poor. Tang Hao then left with Tang Xiao and the others, and no one knew exactly where they had gone. The matter of welcoming back the old sect master Tang Chen was of great importance. Apart from Tang Xiao and the elders who had left, none of the other Clear Sky sect disciples knew about it. They thought they would return soon, but they never expected that before they even saw Tang Chen, they would have already lost two titled Douluo. Tang Yuehua was burning with anxiety. She thought that since her second brother and Tang San both valued Shrek so highly and had stayed at Shrek for so long, they might have told Shrek some information. Upon hearing of Tang Hao's miserable state, Flender and Yu Shaogang looked at each other, both feeling a wave of trepidation. They both assumed that Tang Hao had been severely injured by people from Spirit Hall. The dignified Clear Sky Douluo, who had escaped the pursuit of the previous Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff, had he still failed to escape the pursuit of the current Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff? Flender felt a lingering fear. If even the Clear Sky Douluo could not withstand Spirit Hall's pursuit and lost an arm, if Spirit Hall were to make a move against their Shrek, they feared they would not even be able to resist. Fortunately, it seemed Spirit Hall had treated them like a fart and let them go. As for Yu Shaogang, he was mostly worried. He had pinned all his hopes of proving himself on Tang San. If Tang Hao had suffered such a serious injury, then what about little San? Would he also be in danger? Donger, oh Donger, do you still have any feelings for me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to exhaust everything to destroy Spirit Hall? Having not obtained any useful information from Shrek Academy, Tang Yuehua left, filled with worry. Walking out of Shrek Academy, a trace of determination flashed in Tang Yuehua's eyes. For my second brother, I agree. At the same time, a bewitching dark purple appeared in Tang Yuehua's eyes. Following Sword Douluo, the god of destruction had selected a second, blessed, object. Tang Hao had taken the Clear Sky sect's titled Douluo to Slaughter City, and they would not be returning anytime soon. This was the perfect opportunity for Tang Yuehua to return to the Clear Sky sect and stir up trouble while they were away. After they returned, having endured great hardships and suffered heavy losses, Tang Yuehua would give them a surprise. The god position legacy that the god of destruction had selected for Tang Yuehua came from a genuine evil god. It was not the god of evil, but rather an evil god, the kind despised by both humans and dogs, similar to the Rakshasa god. Compared to how he treated Sword Douluo, who was already a titled Douluo, the god of destruction was much more generous toward Tang Yuehua, no longer so stingy. If Tang Yuehua's strength was insufficient, it would be difficult for her to accomplish anything major back at the Clear Sky sect. Her first divine trial required the blood of 10 Clear Sky sect disciples to activate. Originally, Tang Yuehua would never have agreed to do such a thing. Like Tang Hao, she also had a very strong sense of belonging to and deep feelings for the Clear Sky sect. For these years, she had been alone in Heaven Do City, scouting for information for the Clear Sky sect, while also using most of the money she earned to support the Clear Sky sect, which had closed its doors to the world. But now, she had no choice but to do it. For her second brother, she was willing to fall and become a devil. Between the Clear Sky sect and Tang Hao, Tang Yuehua chose Tang Hao. Second brother, I will never again be forced to watch helplessly as you are bullied. I will definitely possess powerful strength, be able to stand by your side, and even protect you. Yes, I want to protect you. You will forgive me for what I am about to do, right? The moment she chose to accept the divine trial, her sea of consciousness was polluted by that evil god, and her sanity was gradually being lost. As a useless spirit master with only level 9 spirit power, it took her several days to walk back to the Clear Sky sect from Heaven Do City. Young miss, why have you returned? The people of the Clear Sky sect were all very surprised to see Tang Yuehua return. Although Tang Yuehua was no longer young, she had never married, so the elders of the Clear Sky sect still addressed her as young miss. Big brother and second brother are not at the Clear Sky sect, and the elders have also left, so I am a bit worried. The Clear Sky sect disciples who had remained behind were equally filled with worry. The sect master and the elders had left very mysteriously without specifying a return date, which left them feeling very insecure. Although the Clear Sky sect had previously closed its doors to the world, they had those titled Douluo guarding the place, so they never had to worry too much. Although Tang Yuehua was not even a spirit master, her status was here, and she had contributed to the Clear Sky sect, so the Clear Sky sect disciples would not say anything about her returning. It is good that you have returned. Young Miss has worked hard outside all these years, you can rest now that you are back. The sect master and the elders will surely return soon. But as the days passed, and another 10 days went by, Tang Xiao and the others still had not returned. Now, the Clear Sky sect disciples were even more panicked. Under these circumstances, another event occurred that made them even more terrified. Young Miss, something major has happened down the mountain. An old man hurried over to find Tang Yuehua. What is the matter? Tang Yuehua's voice was calm. Last night, 3 children of the Clear Sky sect who had not yet undergone awakening went missing down the mountain. The wrinkles on the old man's face bunched up, filled with worry. After Tang Xiao and the others left, the rest of the Clear Sky sect was actually more cautious than usual, and the guard and patrol forces had been strengthened significantly. Although the Clear Sky sect did not have any titled Douluo guarding it now, there were still some spirit Douluo. But even so, someone had still managed to sneak in silently and take a few people away. How could they not be nervous? Many people were worried about whether Spirit Hall was taking the opportunity to target the Clear Sky sect. The old man did not expect Tang Yuehua to be able to do anything, he was mostly trying to warn Tang Yuehua to be careful. Losing a few ordinary disciples was not a huge problem, but Tang Yuehua's status was different. If something happened to her, it would be hard to answer to the sect master when he returned. I understand. Have the Clear Sky sect disciples raise their vigilance, and have the Spirit Saint and Spirit Douluo guard the critical areas on the periphery of the sect to prevent this from happening again. Yes. Regardless of whether he would obey or not, the old man's attitude was at least not a problem. Moreover, after such an incident, the personnel remaining at the Clear Sky sect would be doubly vigilant even without Tang Yuehua telling them. Just after the old man left, a purple-black luster flashed in Tang Yuehua's eyes again, which seemed to be interspersed with a few threads. Is this the feeling of power? I can finally stop feeling helpless when my second brother is in danger. Although she had not yet completed the first divine trial, to facilitate her actions, she was already able to borrow some of the evil god's power. However, everything has a price. Her sea of consciousness was becoming more severely polluted. Beneath her room, the 3 missing Clear Sky sect disciples stood in the darkness with pale faces. The entire Clear Sky sect was on edge, with everyone mobilized and in a state of high tension. But even so, that night, another 3 Clear Sky sect disciples went missing. Panic spread within the Clear Sky sect. Everyone prayed for the sect master and the elders to return soon. Tang Xiao and the others in Slaughter City were facing known threats. But what the Clear Sky sect was facing was truly an unknown terror. Chapter 156, 3 years of time, Emperor Shuiyi has become somewhat arrogant. Sect Master, the Heaven Do Empire's army has already advanced to the outskirts of Douluo City. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 3 years, Su Chen's cultivation speed did not decrease but instead increased. He had already broken through from Spirit King to Spirit Saint. And the situation on the Douluo continent had also undergone significant changes. With Spirit Hall not intervening, Emperor Shuiyi's boldness grew larger and larger. The Heaven Do Empire evolved from intentionally provoking conflicts with the Douluo Empire at the beginning to later engaging in large-scale warfare. At first, the Douluo Empire was still quite spirited and wanted to teach the Heaven Do Empire a lesson. However, in the face of the Heaven Do Empire's systematic spirit tools, the counterattack brewed by the Douluo Empire not only failed to have any effect but instead caused itself to suffer great damage to its origin chi. Over these 3 years, the Heaven Do Empire gradually encroached upon its territory, occupying nearly half of the Douluo Empire, and the Heaven Do Empire's army was even pressing directly toward the capital of the Douluo Empire. After suffering losses, the Douluo Emperor naturally figured out why the gap between the two sides had become so large. Upon learning that it was the Heaven-Human sect spirit tools that had played a role, the Douluo Emperor also wanted to purchase spirit tools from the Heaven-Human sect to arm the Douluo army. However, on one hand, the Heaven Dou Empire was guarding strictly under Emperor Shui Yi's orders, and on the other hand, Su Chen did not want to do the Star Luo Empire this favor. Shui Yi's actions are already considered slow. Now that he has achieved such success, are there any other changes? Su Chen was not letting Shui Yi do as he pleased but understood him very well. Yes, Shui Yi wants to invite you to the Heaven Dou Imperial Palace for a meeting, saying he wants to thank the Heaven Human sect for its help to the Heaven Dou Empire. Oh, is that so? At least 3 years ago, Shui Yi would not have made Su Chen go to see him, rather than coming to the Heaven Human sect in person. It seems the progress made by the Heaven Dou army had caused this once rational and steady Emperor Shui Yi to become somewhat arrogant. Since he has extended an invitation, let's go see just how confident this smug emperor has become. Snake Lance, come with me. Yes. In 3 years, the strength of the Heaven Human sect's elders had also made remarkable progress. Others had not received the 9 tests of the gods, although their progress was great, it was gradually stabilizing. As for Poison Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo, their strength had improved the fastest. Snake Lance Douluo's spirit power had already reached level 98, a realm he once dared not even hope to achieve. And Douluo Bo was even better, having ascended to the pinnacle of spirit masters, becoming the 4th super Douluo on the Douluo continent today. By proving his path through poison to become a super Douluo, Douluo Bo felt he had no regrets in this life. Of course, he now had a higher goal. That was to complete the 9 tests of the Poison God and become the true Poison God. However, this time Su Chen did not bring Douluo Bo. Besides his longtime guard Snake Lance Douluo, only Yi Lingling and Douluo Yan followed him. Their strength improvement was also much faster than in the original timeline. They were both veteran spirit kings, and it was not long before they would become spirit emperors. Sect Master, where does Shui Yi get the face to make you go see him in person? Yi Lingling and Douluo Yan had fully matured, beginning to show some charms of adulthood. Yi Lingling no longer wore a veil, her clear and gentle face remained cold toward outsiders, but in front of Su Chen, she was only gentle and considerate. Of course, Shui Yi does not have that face. Isn't that exactly why we are going to see just how smug he has become? With the opening of the God position trials for the God of Evil and the Goddess of Kindness, Su Chen also had a preliminary understanding of the laws contained within these 2 God King positions. Not to mention anything else, his sense of twisted humor had increased compared to before. Emperor Shui Yi probably thought the Heaven Dou Empire would soon swallow the Star Luo Empire, and he was about to become an eternal emperor who would go down in history, right? He probably did not know the saying, the first to initiate will surely be condemned, the one who finishes with prosperity will have fortune. After seeing Su Chen in the Imperial Palace, especially seeing that Su Chen did not bring Douluo Bo, the smile on Emperor Shui Yi's face became much brighter. Although 3 years had passed, Emperor Shui Yi looked radiant, as if he were even younger than 3 years ago. Naturally, he would be smug. For thousands of years, the cause of unifying the Douluo continent, which countless monarchs of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dou Empire had dreamed of, was about to be completed in his hands. The great achievement of ruling the world was within reach. Emperor Shui Yi was being steady as it was. It was precisely because of this that he had the confidence to invite Su Chen to see him, rather than going to pay his respects to Su Chen. He even felt that Spirit Hall's unwillingness to accept the Heaven Dou Empire's attack on the Star Luo Empire was due to their fear of the Heaven Dou Empire's powerful army. Although the Heaven Human sect spirit tool manufacturing was quite good, in terms of strength, it was certainly much weaker than Spirit Hall. Of course, Emperor Shui Yi was still very wary of Douluo Bo. Therefore, when he saw that Su Chen did not bring Douluo Bo, Emperor Shui Yi felt that this might also be an attitude Su Chen was expressing toward him. Sect Master Su, your willingness to grace us with your presence is truly my honor, grant him a seat. Although Emperor Shui Yi spoke relatively humble words, from his aura to his demeanor, he still maintained the bearing of a supreme ruler. This was almost like a different person compared to when he first met Douluo Bo. Back then, he personally escorted Douluo Bo in and out of the Imperial Palace, but today his buttocks had not even moved an inch from the throne. However, Su Chen did not care about these things. The moment he was about to reach the peak of glory was also the time he would fall into the abyss. For a character whose ending was already doomed, Su Chen only had the interest of examining and observing. He would not have any other emotional fluctuations regarding his every word and action. Your Majesty, Shui Yi invited me here. I wonder what the purpose is. Haha, the Heaven-Human Sect spirit tools have been of great help to my army. I invited the sect master here primarily to express my gratitude. Although this was not the first time seeing Su Chen, and he had personally visited the Heaven-Human Sect twice in these 3 years, he was still amazed by Su Chen's youth. If the facts were not right before his eyes, he would find it hard to believe that such a young man was actually the sect master of such a large sect as the Heaven-Human Sect. Of course, besides that, I would also like to ask the sect master to provide another batch of spirit tool armaments for 50,000 men for the Heaven Do Empire as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, before Su Chen could speak, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan were already glancing sideways frequently. Even Snake Lance Douluo, who did not know much about the Heaven-Human Sect spirit tool production, felt it was somewhat inconceivable. Except for the spirit tool equipment for 10,000 men that the Heaven-Human Sect provided to the Heaven Do Empire at the beginning, over the past year, they had provided a batch of spirit tool armaments for about 10,000 men to the Heaven Do Empire each year. Adding it up, it was only 40,000, yet Emperor Shui Yi opened his mouth this time and wanted 50,000 spirit tool armaments provided in a short period. Emperor Shui Yi perhaps also felt he might have said too much and tried to make up for it. Sect Master Su, it is not that I am greedy, nor do I want to make things difficult for the Heaven-Human Sect, it is just that the war between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire has entered the most critical moment. The Heaven-Human Sect spirit tool armaments concern the success or failure of this war, so I implore Sect Master Su to please extend a helping hand. Chapter 157. How can a tiger daughter match a dog son? Of course, I also know that the Heaven-Human Sect might be short on manpower. Sect Master Su, rest assured, as long as you say how many people you need, and what kind of talents, I will provide them for you with all my might. If you are short on materials, Sect Master Su, just give me a number, and I will do my utmost to procure them. Emperor Shui Yi was certainly thoughtful. It was just unknown whether he had any other motives besides wanting to ensure victory in the decisive battle against the Star Luo Empire. Your Majesty is thoughtful, but creating spirit tools is not something that can be learned in a year or two. As for spirit tool armaments, the production capacity of the Heaven-Human Sect is limited, and I fear we cannot provide an excess. Su Chen's attitude was very good. One must be polite when treating a dying man. If he were to collapse prematurely, Su Chen wouldn't be able to enjoy the sight of him falling from the clouds. Of course, Su Chen wouldn't cooperate either. It was purely the mindset of someone looking for entertainment, just wanting to watch Emperor Shui Yi perform. The smile on Emperor Shui Yi's face stiffened. Before making the request, he had considered that Su Chen might offer a discount, but he hadn't expected that Su Chen wouldn't even negotiate, but rather refuse completely. No matter how limited the manpower of the Heaven-Human Sect was, they were still selling other spirit tools. Compared to the spirit tools used by spirit masters, were the mass-producible armament-type spirit tools actually harder to make. In Emperor Shui Yi's view, this was simply Su Chen not giving him face. However, Emperor Shui Yi was not arrogant enough to flip the table yet, and his stiff expression quickly recovered. That is truly a pity. The Heaven-Human Sect has indeed been bothered for these past few years. Only the Heaven-Human Sect knew how to make spirit tools, and Emperor Shui Yi still needed to rely on them, so even if he was angry inside, he wouldn't let it out. However, with the Great War imminent, I ask Sect Master Su to please extend a helping hand as much as possible. I will definitely be eternally grateful. As for the price, I am willing to pay double the previous price. Shui Yi had previously hoped to get a discount from Su Chen, but now he was even offering double the price. I understand Your Majesty's difficulties. How about this? I will go back and urge the disciples who craft spirit tools to provide as many armaments for Your Majesty as possible. Many thanks, Sect Master Su. Even if the Heaven-Human sect could only provide a few spirit tool armaments, they could still play a significant role in the upcoming Great War. It was just that the feeling of having the vital necessities of the state controlled by others made Emperor Shui Yi feel quite uncomfortable. Wanting to become a true emperor for the ages, without solving this matter, it would inevitably feel somewhat undeserved. Over the years, he had invested quite a lot of resources, wanting to let the spirit masters and craftsmen of the Heaven Do Empire attempt to replicate these spirit tool armaments. Unfortunately, all attempts ended in failure. They had not succeeded in replicating even a single piece that could barely be considered a first-grade spirit tool. During this period, they even lost quite a few people. The spirit masters and craftsmen were researching, but for some reason, the replicated spirit tools would explode, causing them to not dare to try again. After the matter of the armaments was discussed, Emperor Shui Yi could not be considered satisfied. He looked at Su Chen and suddenly had a new idea. Sect Master Su, the Heaven-Human sect and the Heaven Do Empire can be considered to have deep ties. After I unify the Douluo continent, I and my successors will help the Heaven-Human sect grow and develop until it surpasses the Spirit Hall. Facing Emperor Shui Yi, who had suddenly started making empty promises, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, I shall thank your majesty in advance. Sigh, this is what I should do. I feel that the relationship between our two sides can be further enhanced and consolidated. Oh, what does your majesty mean? Before even truly destroying the Star Luo Empire and unifying the Douluo continent, Shui Yi had already started playing the game of empty promises with Su Chen. I currently have only one son, and I often worry that he will struggle to inherit the throne. He is not young anymore, and it is time for him to start a family and establish his career. I wonder if there are any women of appropriate age in the Heaven-Human sect. Perhaps our two families could form a marital alliance. Wouldn't that be making our relationship even closer? An alliance with the Heaven-Human sect certainly carried the hidden danger of being controlled by the Heaven-Human sect. But Shui Yi felt that the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. A sect wouldn't know anything about governing a country, and they would be completely clueless about court intrigue. No matter how foolish Shui Bang was, he was of royal birth, and he had the perseverance to pretend to be a playboy for so long just to protect himself. He surely had at least that much cunning. The crown prince's consort candidate that Shui Yi most favored was actually either Yi Lingling or Du Guyan. The two of them, one was the granddaughter of Poison Douluo, and the other was the descendant of the Begonia Yi family's nine-heart Begonia spirit, had elders who were influential figures in the Heaven-Human sect. But Emperor Shui Yi was also clear that this was likely just wishful thinking. Whether it was the Yi family or Dugu Bo, they likely wouldn't agree. These spirit masters, even when it came to marital alliances, valued the other party's spirit master talent. Let alone Shui Bang, for so many years in the Heaven Do Empire, the spirit master talent within the royal family could only be considered average, and few were known for their spirit master abilities. Then he could only settle for the next best thing. Just maintaining the relationship would suffice. This was also fine. If the crown prince's consort was too strong, Shui Bang really wouldn't be able to handle her. Sect Master Su, what do you think? How about I have Shui Bang come over now so you can take a look? No rush. Su Chen raised his hand and said, there is no need to rush this matter. Wait until your majesty Shui Yi has completely swallowed the Star Luo Empire, and then we can talk about it slowly. Su Chen suddenly felt some resonance with Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms period. A tiger's daughter would never marry a dog's son. Although the Heaven-Human sect had many disciples, and the disciples from the Sparrow Bee sect were all women, was someone of Shui Bang's caliber even worthy of coveting the female disciples of the Heaven-Human sect? Let Shui Yi believe there was still hope, so he would go all out against the Star Luo Empire. By then, he probably wouldn't have the chance to make this request again. That is fine, I was a bit too impatient. Shui Yi also felt that once the Heaven Do Empire became the only country on the Douluo continent, no matter how incompetent Shui Bang was, there would be plenty of candidates for Crown Prince's consort to choose from. By then, perhaps there would be no need to form a marital alliance with the Heaven-Human sect. Perhaps he could directly form an alliance with the Spirit Hall. By then, it would be too late for the heaven-human sect to try to climb the social ladder, and who knows if they would regret it. After leaving the imperial palace, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling couldn't help but laugh. Shui Yi is really interesting. He doesn't actually think that once the Heaven Do Empire destroys the Star Luo Empire, he will be able to command the world, right? If he knew the current strength of our heaven-human sect, he would probably be so scared he'd fall off the dragon throne. The heaven-human sect was powerful, but they hadn't had the opportunity to flex their muscles in recent years, so Shui Yi probably still thought the heaven-human sect only had Dugu Bo as a titled Douluo. In the imperial palace, after Su Chen and the others left, the crown prince Shui Beng arrived right behind them. "Father, is it necessary to be so respectful toward that guy Su Chen?" As the Heaven Do Empire won victory after victory, Shui Beng's ego expanded faster than Emperor Shui Yi's. In his view, Su Chen was just lucky enough to gain the favor of Dugu Bo and had the dumb luck to obtain the method for crafting spirit tools. For such a hastily established sect, the fact that the Heaven Do Empire was willing to cooperate with them was already giving them face. Emperor Shui Yi glared at Shui Beng. Destroying the Star Luo Empire was something he, as the emperor, had orchestrated single-handedly, yet this good-for-nothing son couldn't help at all, while his arrogance grew by the day. "Shut up. The empire still needs to rely on the spirit tools of the heaven-human sect. If you go around saying such things, I will break your legs." Shui Beng was frightened by Shui Yi. Shui Yi's prestige was also growing by the day. This prestige did not come from his own strength, but from his increasing power. "This son will remember it. I will definitely not say these things outside. Bring me the domestic government affairs I entrusted to you, let me have a look." Yes. After seeing the level at which Shui Beng handled government affairs, Emperor Shui Yi's blood pressure rose. Sigh, if Shui Beng had half the ability of Qing, I wouldn't be suffering such a headache. Chapter 158, 3 years later, finally seeing the Slaughter King. 3 years, 3 whole years. We've actually been dragged out in this Slaughter City for 3 whole years. In Slaughter City, the state of the Clear Sky sect members had become significantly more violent compared to 3 years ago. Anyone who spent 3 years in a hellhole like Slaughter City, having experienced countless slaughters, would inevitably have their mindset altered to some degree. Tang Hao and his son, Tang San, were the most composed. Tang Hao had visited Slaughter City in his youth, and he had successfully traversed the Hell Road, becoming a slaughter god. As for Tang San, although this was his first time in this life, he had trained here in his previous life and, like Tang Hao, had successfully left. Besides those two, the only remaining titled Douluo from the Clear Sky sect were Tang Xiao and the second elder. That's right, following the fifth elder, the third elder and fourth elder had also fallen. They had likewise died at the hands of the enforcement team captain. 3 years ago, after the fifth elder died, Tang Xiao was the first to participate in the Hell Slaughter Arena Spirit Battle, hoping to kill the enforcement team captain and avenge the fifth elder. But the enforcement team captain was no fool, nor did he intend to participate in every single Hell Slaughter Arena Spirit Battle involving the Clear Sky sect. Thus, Tang Xiao's attempt came to nothing. Furthermore, the enforcement team captain did not show his face during the subsequent Hell Slaughter Arena Spirit battles involving the Clear Sky sect. Just when Tang Xiao and the others thought the guy was afraid because he couldn't use his spirit ability due to the Slaughter King's orders, the enforcement team captain descended once more. That time, without even using a spirit ability, the enforcement team captain had drained the Clear Sky sect's fourth elder of all his blood, causing him to die. After that, the people of the Clear Sky sect became even more anxious and uneasy. The fact that the enforcement team captain could kill a Clear Sky sect elder, who was also a titled Douluo, without using a spirit ability far exceeded their estimations of his strength. Afterward, whenever the Clear Sky sect members participated in the slaughter spirit battles, they were always trembling with fear. Their frequency of participating in the Hell Slaughter Arena decreased significantly. And for a long time afterward, the enforcement team captain did not appear again. Until a year ago, when the third elder also lost his life at his hands. When the third elder died, Tang Xiao and the second elder were on the verge of exploding, but the black-veiled girl appeared again, and with the other law enforcement team members looking on like tigers eyeing their prey, Tang Xiao managed to hold back. In the immediately following slaughter spirit battle for Tang Xiao, the enforcement team captain appeared again. This time, Tang Xiao used the Great Sumeru Hammer, which Tang Hao had taught him over the past 2 years in violation of their grandfather's rules, and successfully killed the enforcement team captain. Although the enforcement team captain was dead, the lost elders could not be resurrected. After the gratification of avenging their great enemy, they instead became even more irritable. At the same time, they accelerated the pace of the Hell Slaughter Spirit battles that had been delayed due to the enforcement team captain, and the second elder and Tang Xiao successively completed their 100 slaughters. Unfortunately, just as Tang Hao had predicted, they failed to obtain the Slaughter God domain. This could not be made up for by the number of slaughters, their strength was too great, which conversely restricted them from obtaining the Slaughter God domain. Therefore, their hope could only be placed on Tang San. Tang San did not disappoint, spending 3 years to finally complete his 100 slaughters and once again obtain the Slaughter God domain. In reality, Tang San had deliberately slowed his pace, otherwise, he could have finished even faster. In fact, if it were possible, Tang San would not want to awaken the Slaughter God domain again. Because this would very likely mean the Asura god would notice him and choose him as his successor. If it were anyone else, they would likely be over the moon to obtain a god position, especially the god position of the Asura god. But Tang San's goal was the god positions of the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Being noticed by the Asura god could potentially ruin his future. However, since Tang Xiao and the second elder failed to obtain the Slaughter God domain, Tang San had no choice but to do it himself. Little San, are you confident that you can awaken grandfather's consciousness? Unlike the excitement of Tang Xiao and the second elder, Tang Hao asked Tang San privately. I can only say I will do my best, there is no 100% certainty. The contingency left behind by a deity was not so easily broken, especially since Tang San lacked sufficient strength and resources were extremely scarce. But having dragged it out for so long, he had to try, regardless of success or failure. Soon, Tang San and the others met the Slaughter King. Tang Xiao and the second elder widened their eyes, wanting to see the shadow of Tang Chen in the Slaughter King. But no matter how much their eyes ached, they could not see a shred of familiar aura or shadow from the Slaughter King. If it weren't for Tang Hao's absolute certainty, they would have thought that coming to Slaughter City was a scam from beginning to end. However, even if they couldn't tell whether the Slaughter King was indeed Tang Chen, the Slaughter King's strength was definitely above theirs. There weren't many people in the Douluo continent with this kind of strength. Thinking about it this way, the possibility that the Slaughter King was Tang Chen increased significantly. The Slaughter King swept his gaze over Tang San and the others, lingering a bit longer on Tang Hao. When Tang Hao had entered Slaughter City, he had recognized him as the Slaughter God, who had traversed the Hell Road back then. Immediately after, he discovered Tang Hao's condition. He was missing an arm and suffered from internal injuries, his strength had regressed instead of advancing. However, the other titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect made the Slaughter King wary. Most importantly, after the Clear Sky sect members arrived, the Slaughter King felt that a certain consciousness suppressed deep within had actually begun to struggle once again. This was also the reason he had tacitly allowed the enforcement team captain to participate in the Slaughter Spirit battles to target these people from the Clear Sky sect. Every time the enforcement team captain killed a person from the Clear Sky sect, it was a good thing for the Slaughter King. And after these people passed the slaughter trials, the only one to obtain the Slaughter God domain was actually a youth. Do you choose to stay and serve this king, or do you wish to leave Slaughter City? If it were anyone else, the Slaughter King wouldn't even have offered this choice. But Tang San was not alone. Behind him were the two titled Douluo, Tang Xiao and the second elder, as well as his father, Tang Hao, who, despite his greatly diminished strength, was still a Slaughter God. If these people were all to stay, the Slaughter King felt it would likely be more harmful than beneficial to Slaughter City. If they wanted to leave, the Slaughter King felt it wouldn't hurt to waste some resources. I intend to leave via the Hell Road. Not just me, but also my father, my uncle, the second elder, and The Slaughter King had long anticipated that Tang Hao and the others would want to leave, but he hadn't expected there was someone else Tang San wanted to take away. Hadn't everyone else who came with them died? Could there be an acquaintance of theirs in Slaughter City? That's right, and you, Slaughter King. Do you know what you are saying? The Slaughter King's cold face was filled with killing intent. Endless killing intent permeated the air, enveloping the surroundings like a tsunami. Tang Xiao and the second elder immediately joined forces, blocking this killing intent from reaching Tang San. Of course I know what I am saying. Great-grandfather, come home with us. What nonsense are you spouting? Your crimes are unforgivable. When Tang San called out, Great-grandfather, and the Clear Sky sect members all manifested their Clear Sky hammers, the Slaughter King felt that the consciousness deep within his sea of consciousness began to struggle with unprecedented intensity. That consciousness, which had been on the verge of collapse and would have been completely crushed after some more time, seemed to suddenly recover the tenacity Tang Chen had when he was first parasited, struggling desperately to reclaim his own body. Chapter 159, Clear Sky Sect Civil War, Tang Xiao's ring explosion. Quick, dodge, Tang San suddenly shouted. Tang San had sensed a familiar aura beforehand. Sure enough, the next moment, a blood-colored longsword appeared in the Slaughter King's hand. It was none other than the Asura sword. In his previous life, Tang San was the Asura god, so he was incredibly familiar with the aura of the Asura sword, and his wife, Xiao Wu, was even the scabbard of the Asura sword. However, the Asura sword currently in Tang Chen's hand was not the complete version of the Asura sword. Tang Chen had failed to become the Asura god, and it could even be said that the Asura god never intended to pass the god position to him. Therefore, the Asura sword that Tang Chen had condensed himself, while possessing a portion of the Asura sword's power, was nowhere near the level of the true divine artifact, the Asura sword. Fortunately, however, that was the case. If Tang Chen had been holding the true Asura sword, with its invincible edge, they would very likely have been killed in a single exchange. Tang Hao, have you been lying to us from the very beginning? Even if the old sect master is controlled, how could his spirit be tampered with? The second elder believed that the Asura sword in Tang Chen's hand was his spirit. He had never heard of a spirit master's spirit undergoing such a massive change. This wasn't a minor alteration. Changing from a hammer to a sword was clearly a completely different spirit. Thinking of the seventh elder, whose life or death was unknown, and the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder who had died right before his eyes, the second elder's heart was bleeding. Having paid such a high price, if the old sect master successfully returned, he could at least barely console himself that it was all worth it. But if this entire matter was a lie from Tang Hao from start to finish, then what was the point of them suffering such a great loss? Second elder, didn't I tell you that grandfather came to Slaughter City for the god position? This Asura sword is the token of the Asura god's legacy. The Asura god. The second elder reluctantly believed him. The aura of that giant blood-colored sword was truly extraordinary. It really didn't seem like an ordinary spirit. Besides, things had reached this point, and he could only trust Tang Hao, regardless of whether what he said was a lie. The Slaughter King is moving. Hao, do you have any other preparations? After condensing the Asura sword, the Slaughter King had barely managed to forcibly suppress Tang Chen's restless consciousness. However, without eliminating these people from the Clear Sky sect, he could never be completely at ease. What preparations could Tang Hao have? All the preparations had been completed by Tang San. Of course, his preparations were not his own strength, but some external items. Long before the Slaughter King appeared, colorless and odorless poisonous gas had already been laid out by Tang San. To use poison against a titled Douluo, especially a super Douluo who had been subjected to a parasite, would be very difficult, even if Tang San had looted the ice and fire yin-yang well clean. Not to mention that in this life, he had absolutely no opportunity to take even a grain of sand from the ice and fire yin-yang well. The poisonous gas he had laid out was not aimed at Tang Chen's body, but at the nine-headed bloody crimson Bat King. Those poisonous gases were specifically prepared by Tang San for the nine-headed bloody crimson Bat King, prepared long before entering Slaughter City. In addition, these poisonous gases were mixed with some drugs capable of stimulating and invigorating a spirit master's spirit. He wanted to use this to restore some vitality to Tang Chen's consciousness. If Tang Chen could reclaim his body on his own, that would be for the best. But the age and effects of the medicinal herbs he could obtain were not that good. If he could go to the ice and fire yin-yang well to harvest a batch, he would have had greater certainty. But unfortunately, the conditions were just as they were. Tang San could only do his best, hoping it would have some effect. The effect had actually already manifested. The fact that Tang Chen could suddenly recover some strength and compete with the nine-headed bloody crimson bat king for the body was the result of these drugs. But it was still far from enough to settle the matter in one stroke and directly expel the nine-headed bloody crimson bat king from Tang Chen's body. Kill. The Slaughter King unleashed his full killing intent, no longer having any reservations, wanting to kill these guys as quickly as possible. Tang Xiao and the second elder maneuvered against the Slaughter King, and Tang Hao, who only had one arm left, also forcibly raised his spirit power and joined in. Seeing the empty space where the ninth spirit ring should have been on the clear sky hammer, Tang Hao still felt a pang of pain in his heart. Even though Tang San said he would help Tang Hao make up for it in the future, Tang Hao still felt extremely heartbroken. He believed that once the original spirit ring was shattered, even if it could be replaced with a better one later, it would still not be as good as the original spirit ring. Is this really the old sect master? Why does he seem not as strong as imagined? The second elder had doubts again. Before Tang Chen disappeared, he was already a super Douluo, his strength terrifying. Not to mention that according to Tang Hao, the old sect master had not only obtained a divine legacy but also held a divine artifact. The second elder had been prepared to be severely injured in a single exchange, yet the three of them had gone all out and actually managed to barely block the Slaughter King's attack. Of course, they were still struggling to block, and it was hard to hold on for long. But this was already incredible. Was this really the old sect master? Although being able to barely parry was a good thing, the second elder could not help but doubt again whether the Slaughter King was the old sect master. Grandfather has been subjected to a parasite, and can only unleash a small portion of his strength. This is also our opportunity. Tang Hao's expression was grave. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody taste surged up his throat. His body was riddled with holes. Once he fought intensely, his old injuries tended to spiral out of control. But in order to awaken Tang Chen, he was even willing to perform a ring explosion again. Even if the first 8 spirit rings disappeared this time, he had to bring his grandfather back. Tang Xiao had the same thought. He was the sect master of the Clear Sky sect. The Clear Sky sect had suffered such huge losses on this trip, and as the sect master, he could not shirk the responsibility. Even killing the enforcement team captain could not make up for his mistakes. If he couldn't bring his grandfather back even like this, it would be a complete failure on his part as sect master. Recalling the ring explosion technique Tang Hao had described in his mind, Tang Xiao still did not have much confidence. He had not had the opportunity to try it before, and he did not know if he would succeed. Moreover, Tang Hao had told him about the dangers of the ring explosion. Even Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring had been destroyed. If he succeeded in the ring explosion, what would the result be? Tang San could not participate in a battle of this level, and the hidden weapons on his body were also almost useless against the Slaughter King. In addition to continuing to release those poisonous gases and drugs, Tang San also activated the Slaughter God domain. He tried to see if he could use the Slaughter God domain to conversely influence the Asura sword in Tang Chen's hand. Being able to gain a little more chance of winning would be good. But the battle situation quickly took a turn for the worse. First, Tang Hao's old injuries flared up, and a mouthful of blood sprayed into the sky. Subsequently, the second elder and Tang Xiao were injured one after another. Quick, hurry! Tang San vaguely felt that he had established some connection with the Asura sword in Tang Chen's hand. But this connection was far from enough. He needed more. At this moment, a cracking sound rang out. Tang Xiao finally used the ring explosion, but he could not control it skillfully, and 9 spirit rings exploded all at once. However, he didn't care anymore. If he didn't risk his life now, he would really be dead. And it was at this very moment that a blurry blood-colored shadow arrived silently, approaching the second elder's back. Chapter 160. Another elder falls, infighting in Slaughter City. Watch out. Ever since the battle began, Tang San had kept his purple demon eye active. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to track the movements of both sides in the fight. That blood shadow did not catch the attention of Tang Xiao and the others, who were fully focused on dealing with Tang Chen, but Tang San had spotted it. Moreover, Tang San was very familiar with this bloody shadow. In the Hell Slaughter Arena, this bloody shadow had killed 3 titled Douluo elders of the Clear Sky sect in succession. How could he not have a deep impression of it? But wasn't this enforcement team captain killed by his uncle? And he had been beaten to death right in front of him, so how could he still be alive? If he hadn't died, why would he fake his death? Could it be just to wait for this current situation? Although Tang San had issued a warning, in the short time between his purple demon eye capturing the shadow of the enforcement team captain and him calling out the alert, the blood shadow had already arrived behind the second elder. Just as Tang San's voice rang out, that blood shadow had already pierced through the second elder's chest. Tang San, of course, didn't just shout, he also continuously threw his hidden weapons toward the blood shadow. But the speed of that blood shadow was too fast. With Tang San's current strength, let alone injuring him, he couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Only then did Tang Xiao and Tang Hao notice the enforcement team captain who had launched the sneak attack. Second elder. Tang Xiao rushed over in a hurry. But a hole larger than the mouth of a bowl had already appeared in the second elder's chest. Inside the hole, the second elder's heart appeared withered, and not a single drop of blood seeped out. The moment the blood shadow pierced through his chest, all of the second elder's blood had already vanished. Even Tang San became anxious. Tang Xiao and the others were already finding it extremely difficult to deal with grandfather Tang Chen, and now that the second elder was dead and the opponent had gained a powerful reinforcement, could they still leave Slaughter City? Well done, you have performed a meritorious service. The Slaughter King looked at the suddenly appearing enforcement team captain and said expressionlessly. Not even the Slaughter King had discovered the enforcement team captain's fake death in advance. It wasn't the most important thing that the enforcement team captain hadn't told him. The key was that the Slaughter King had actually failed to discover that he was still alive in Slaughter City. Slaughter City was his territory, and he knew every move made within it like the back of his hand. Yet the enforcement team captain, a living person and a titled Douluo at that, had faked his death and lived in Slaughter City for a year, and he, the Slaughter King, hadn't noticed it at all. The Slaughter King was wary of the people from the Clear Sky sect, and he was equally wary of the enforcement team captain. This is all what a subordinate should do. The enforcement team captain's face was even gaunter than before. It was hard to imagine where all that blood he had drained had gone. Tang Hao also felt desperate. Before the enforcement team captain appeared and killed the second elder, he felt that if he gave everything he had, even at the cost of becoming completely crippled, there was a certain chance of achieving their goal. But now it was almost a foregone conclusion. Even if they fought to the death, it was almost impossible to turn the tables. While in despair, Tang Hao was also considering what to do. The hope of bringing his grandfather back was slim, and if they persisted, the titled Douluo of their Clear Sky sect would all be buried in this Slaughter City. And his son, who could have become a god king, was also highly likely to fail to even reach his past achievements and die prematurely right here. However, just at this moment, Tang San suddenly felt his connection to the Asura sword become much stronger. A flash of blood light streaked across. This time it wasn't the figure of the enforcement team captain flickering, but the Asura sword slashing from the Slaughter King's hand toward the enforcement team captain. Great Slaughter King, what is the meaning of this? At the critical moment, the enforcement team captain dodged the Slaughter King's attack. He was no longer loyal to the Slaughter King to begin with and hadn't even told the Slaughter King about faking his death. Appearing now was only to drain the second elder's blood, and he remained vigilant against the Slaughter King. Kill. The Slaughter King's firepower seemed to have shifted entirely onto the enforcement team captain, with each slash of the Asura sword faster than the last. Even though the enforcement team captain pushed his speed to the limit, he was still in a precarious situation. How is this possible? How can your strength be so strong? In the heart of the enforcement team captain, the Slaughter King had once been the most powerful and terrifying existence. But after he received the Blood God position trial and his strength rapidly improved, he felt that the gap in strength between himself and the Slaughter King shouldn't be that large anymore. And before, while observing from the shadows, the Slaughter King's combat power was indeed as he had expected. Although powerful, it was no longer enough to completely crush him. But at this moment, the Slaughter King had actually erupted with power several times stronger than before. Both his strength and speed had suddenly increased by a large margin. Could it be that the Slaughter King had long since discovered I was faking my death? The enforcement team captain suspected that the reason the Slaughter King had entangled with these few titled Douluo for so long was to conserve strength to deal with him. But how could that be possible? He did not believe that the secret technique he had obtained from the divine trial would be so easily seen through by the Slaughter King. How? Who should we help? Tang Xiao was actually a bit confused. The second elder's death instantly triggered the anger and killing intent he had built up before. Especially since the enforcement team captain, whom he had clearly killed, had appeared again, and seemingly without a single injury, which gave him a sense of humiliation at being outsmarted. He desperately wanted to kill the enforcement team captain regardless of the cost. But all of a sudden, the Slaughter King and the enforcement team captain had turned on each other, and they were fighting fiercely. This immediately caused the killing intent that Tang Xiao had accumulated to its peak to pause abruptly. His spirit ring had already exploded, and he didn't even know if he could recover. He had already pushed himself to this point, only to find the two powerful enemies fighting each other first. He could already feel that the power accumulated to its peak was showing signs of receding, and if he delayed any longer, he would enter his weakest state. Regardless of whether the Slaughter King or the enforcement team captain won, it would be a disaster for them. Tang Hao was also unable to make a decision for a moment. If they helped the enforcement team captain, that guy already had the lives of 4 Clear Sky sect elders on his hands, and both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao wished they could tear him to shreds. What's more, the Slaughter King was still their grandfather. There was no logic in helping an enemy fight one's grandfather. But if they helped the Slaughter King, he already had the upper hand, and now that they finally had the enforcement team captain blocking him, if they helped the Slaughter King kill him quickly, the three of them might very well follow in his footsteps immediately. Tang Hao looked in Tang San's direction. Upon looking, he discovered that Tang San was watching the fighting Slaughter King and the enforcement team captain with a grave expression, and a faint red glow was appearing on his body. Little San, was it you who made a move? Although he didn't know how Tang San had done it, Tang Hao was absolutely certain that the Slaughter King turning his target was definitely due to Little San's intervention. Since Little San could control the Slaughter King to deal with the enforcement team captain, did that mean he could also restore his grandfather's sanity? Dad, you and Uncle, do not make a move yet, leave everything to me. The Asura sword suddenly attacking the enforcement team captain was indeed Tang San's doing. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing. But Tang San's heart felt heavy. Chapter 161, The Calculations Between God Kings, the Cautious God of Evil. Smooth, it was too smooth. Tang San had only intended to influence the Asura sword with his own slaughter god domain as a test. Although he had been the Asura god in his past life, he was still just a spirit master now. The real Asura god was still in the god realm, and both the god position and the divine artifact belonged to him. Being able to exert even a little influence on the Asura sword and help Tang Hao and the others at the most critical moment was already quite difficult. But now, not only had he easily controlled the Asura sword, he had even caused the Slaughter King to abandon Tang Xiao and the others, focusing solely on attacking the enforcement team captain. Tang San did not believe this was due to his own power. There was only one possibility for things to go so smoothly. The Asura god had intervened. The Asura sword belonged to the Asura god, and his great-grandfather was still considered the Asura god's successor. Only the Asura god could control it with such ease. The Asura god taking action was undoubtedly a good thing for Tang San, who was currently facing a desperate situation. However, in the long run, it was not so good. The Asura god had noticed him and was even willing to help. This was not because the Asura god was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see a genius spirit master die prematurely. Once the Asura god had set his sights on him, it wouldn't be easy to shake him off. The key point was that Tang San was still eyeing the god positions of the goddess of life and the god of destruction. These two god kings might allow each other to share a successor, but that didn't mean they would share one with other deities. If the god of destruction and the goddess of life discovered that he had actually become the Asura god's successor, they would either fight the Asura god for him or simply give up on him. Given that the god of destruction had remained in the god realm 10,000 years later in his past life, their urgency to pass down their god positions wasn't very high. They weren't urgent, but Tang San was extremely urgent. The sea god position was likely hopeless, and having only the Asura god position meant he was doing even worse than in his past life. Various troubling thoughts flashed through his mind one by one, and Tang San forced himself to calm down first. He would consider what to do later. He had to trust in the wisdom of his future self. For now, he needed to seize the time to kill the enforcement team captain and then thoroughly awaken his great-grandfather's consciousness. God Realm. As Tang San had expected, it was indeed the Asura god who had taken action. When Tang San obtained the Slaughter God domain, the Asura god had sensed it. Discovering that Tang San was in Slaughter City and was trapped in a desperate situation, the Asura god had intervened slightly to ensure Tang San didn't just die like that. However, he soon noticed another matter. The traces he had once left on Tang San had been worn away for the most part, with only a few remnants remaining. This was not something Tang San could have erased with his own power or by any accident, it could only be the intervention of another deity. Who exactly is it? Having his own property coveted by others, the Asura god was naturally very angry. It seems I cannot wait for Tang San to grow to a certain level before naturally letting him inherit the god position. Since other deities had their eyes on Tang San and might want him as their successor, the Asura god naturally could not agree to that. No matter who it was, he would stake his claim first and occupy the position. It would be too late for anyone else to make a move. The Asura god wanted to see if that fellow who wanted to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth would be so angry that they would stomp their feet. When the enforcement team captain was killed by the Slaughter King, the god of destruction felt no emotional fluctuation at all. In any case, he was just a tool he had casually picked out. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a disposable item, so if he died, he died. However, although the traces of the Asura god's intervention with the Slaughter King were slight, the god of destruction still captured them. Did he discover something? The god of destruction remained calm and composed. In any case, snatching Tang San from the Asura god was the task of the god of evil and the god of destruction. If there was to be a fight, it would be the three of them fighting, and the god of destruction could sit firmly on the fishing platform. Is this the feeling of being the mastermind behind the scenes? It was truly quite good. The god of destruction was in a great mood. In his past life, he had been plotted against, framed, and betrayed enough. This feeling of becoming the biggest mastermind behind the scenes made him very satisfied. The god of destruction was not the only one who discovered the Asura god's little actions. The god of evil was equally attentive to Tang San, especially when he noticed that Tang San had actually run to the inheritance site left by the Asura god on the Douluo continent. The god of evil became even more vigilant, keeping a constant eye on Tang San. Could Asura have discovered something? The god of evil thought about it from the perspective of the Asura god and figured out what he would do if his own mark were erased. The hints and stimuli given before were enough. When facing a choice, Tang San should be able to make the right decision, right? The power of illusion and the power of bewitchment he used to assist in disguising the divine force of the god of destruction and the goddess of life could be used for more than just disguise. They could also subtly influence Tang San's feelings and thoughts, making him yearn for the goddess of life, inheritance space, maximizing its attraction to Tang San. The god of evil naturally had to consider things properly when doing them. Even if it was just for a mere human spirit master, he had considered everything very thoroughly in advance. And Tang San was no ordinary person. He knew about the goddess of life and the god of destruction, and he also knew what the inheritance of a god position was all about. However, this actually strengthened his desire for the god position of the goddess of life and the god position of the god of destruction. Unlike that kind of simple attraction, Tang San's desire came from his heart and was completely sincere. The power of illusion and the power of bewitchment merely strengthened Tang San's own inner thoughts. Although he had already taken so many measures, the god of evil still did not intend to relax. He went directly to find the goddess of kindness and, together with her, paid attention to every move Tang San made. Whenever the Asura god wanted to do something, the two of them could react in time to ensure that Tang San made the correct choice. How. Lower Realm, Slaughter City. Tang San watched with worry as the Slaughter King killed the enforcement team captain. Afterward, he attempted to remove the parasite of the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, and as expected, he succeeded smoothly again. The nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King let out a sharp shriek and fled without a trace. This further confirmed the fact for Tang San that the Asura god had noticed him. When the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King left Tang Chen's body, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, who were full of vigilance, discovered that the Slaughter King's figure and appearance had changed. However, this change was not as fast as the change under the influence of the sea god's light. It would likely last for a period of time. But it was already enough for Tang Xiao and Tang Hao to discover that the Slaughter King had acquired some of the traits of their grandfather. When Tang Chen opened his eyes again and called out, "Ah Hao, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao," these two grown men, were almost moved to tears. Having paid such a high price and lost more than half of the Clear Sky sect's foundation just to exchange for their grandfather's return, the price was perhaps too high. "Grandfather." Tang Xiao and Tang Hao rushed in front of Tang Chen with teary eyes. "Grandfather, you have finally woken up." Tang Chen, who had just regained his consciousness, was still a bit confused. However, he still noticed Tang Hao's current state. "Ah Hao, where is your left hand? What happened to your left hand? And your body, why is it so frail?" Seeing that Tang Hao was missing an arm, Tang Chen's consciousness became much clearer. Tang Hao looked desolate, and Tang Xiao also felt very bad inside. Their grandfather had only noticed Ah Hao's situation upon waking up, but his own condition was also quite terrible. Chapter 162, Is This Still the Slaughter Town? There were 3 people from the Clear Sky sect. Tang Hao was half crippled, Tang Xiao was in a state of extreme weakness, and Tang Chen had just regained his consciousness, though he was still somewhat muddled. Fortunately, Tang Chen's deterrent power remained, and there were no accidents during the process of opening the Hell Road to leave Slaughter City. Neither the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King nor the 10-headed fierce Young Serpent appeared. It was unreasonably smooth. But Tang San's heart still felt heavy. He was feeling a bit suspicious now. There had been too many things that hadn't gone smoothly before, and now that things had suddenly become smooth, he couldn't help but feel that perhaps the Asura god was helping him. After arriving outside Slaughter City, Tang Chen's consciousness became clearer, and his appearance had also recovered quite a bit. Along the way, he also learned from Tang Xiao and Tang Hao why they had become like this, as well as the current situation of the Clear Sky sect. Confused. Your father was confused, and you are also confused. In the conflict between Ah Hao and Spirit Hall, the reasoning was entirely on the side of our Clear Sky sect. Yet, you actually compromised and admitted defeat, losing face for me. Tang Xiao, with his pale face, could only repeatedly agree, but he felt a bit bitter inside. It was easy for Tang Chen to say, but he hadn't been there, and the strength of the Clear Sky sect was far inferior to Spirit Hall. If they hadn't compromised, it would be a question of whether the Clear Sky sect would even exist now, let alone coming to rescue Tang Chen. Sigh, for the sake of rescuing me, you have caused the Clear Sky sect such great losses. Tang Chen was not just blindly blaming them. Knowing that all the elders of the Clear Sky sect had perished, Tang Chen didn't feel good inside either. He knew his own situation well. Although he had now broken free from the control of the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, after all these years, his origin chi had already been mostly exhausted. They were counting on him to lead the Clear Sky sect back to its peak after his return. But given his physical condition, it was hard to say if he could even live for a few more years. If he were to fight with full strength, his body would likely collapse even faster. He had originally been yearning for Bo Saishi, he had gone to Slaughter City all for the sake of Bo Saishi. So many years had passed, and he really wanted to see how Bo Saishi was doing. However, the Clear Sky sect was currently in a precarious situation. If he were to leave now to find Bo Saishi, it would be too unfair to the sacrifices made by these descendants. After first finding a relatively quiet place to stay, Tang Chen asked in detail about what had happened over these years and also explained why he had been controlled by a bat. Tang Hao also briefly mentioned that besides Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had also once besieged him. The reason he didn't mention that his arm was severed because of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was simply because the Clear Sky sect had already suffered too many losses. Although the elders were gone, if Tang Xiao knew that he had been lying from the beginning, he would likely be furious, no matter how good his temper was. Tang Xiao was already so weak. For the sake of his health and to maintain their brotherly bond, Tang Hao could not tell him everything truthfully. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang Chen's eyes were ice cold. When he was still at the Clear Sky sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could only lie dormant beneath the Clear Sky sect. A thing that, in Tang Chen's eyes, didn't even deserve to be considered an opponent, actually dared to kick him while he was down and attack his precious grandson. There is no need for this sect to continue existing. Tang Chen knew his remaining lifespan was short. Since Tang Hao and the others had paid such a great price to rescue him, he had to use his remaining time to let the world know that the Clear Sky sect could not be insulted. Tang Xiao, lying on the ground, asked, "Ah Hao, I haven't heard you mention before that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had also targeted you." Although Tang Hao didn't tell the whole truth, Tang Xiao actually had some suspicions in his heart. When Tang Chen's consciousness awakened, he asked how Tang Hao's arm was severed, but according to what Tang Hao and Tang San had said at the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao had severed an arm just to rescue Tang Chen. After his grandfather regained his sanity, he indeed didn't have many memories of these years, but could his grandfather really have no impression at all of such a major event as Ah Hao's arm being severed? But Tang Xiao was only suspicious, and the Slaughter King was indeed his grandfather, and they had successfully rescued him. This made Tang Xiao feel that perhaps his suspicions were just overthinking. Tang Hao said, "The Clear Sky sect already has enough trouble because of me. Telling you about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would only add to your worries." Tang Hao was already very natural at lying to Tang Xiao, and it came to him completely effortlessly. This actually made the slightly worried Tang San look at him with new eyes. Dad was truly reassuring. "All right, you are already so weak, stop asking about these things. Your talent is not as good as Ah Hao's. It was correct of me not to pass the Great Sumeru Hammer technique to you back then. If you had mastered the Great Sumeru Hammer technique back then, you might have died from ring explosion long ago." Tang Chen's attitude towards Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had a certain gap, but despite what he said, he still helped examine Tang Xiao. "Your physical condition and spirit condition are both not very good. If you recuperate well this time, you can still recover, but you must not use ring explosion in the future. Otherwise, you will at best become a cripple, and at worst, lose your life." "I will remember that." Tang Xiao was somewhat unwilling. The effect of the ring explosion secret technique was indeed powerful. If he could use it freely, his strength would increase by a large margin. More importantly, he could only use ring explosion once, and after he finished, he just watched his grandfather fight that enforcement team captain, without any sense of participation. It meant that his only opportunity to burst forth had been wasted in vain, without producing any actual effect. This made Tang Xiao very depressed. He could only use it once. It would have been better if he had used it when fighting Spirit Hall. After recuperating for 10 days or so, although Tang Xiao was still a long way from fully recovering, he was at least not as weak as before. The 4 from the Clear Sky sect set off again, but they did not return directly to the Clear Sky sect. Instead, they went to the entrance of Slaughter City to check the situation. For some reason, the 7th Elder had not been able to enter Slaughter City. Something must have gone wrong. The 2nd Elder and the others were all dead, only the 7th Elder's life or death was still unknown. If the seventh elder was still alive, it could be considered a slight compensation for their losses. But when they arrived at the location of the slaughter town, they were all dumbfounded. Tang Chen had been in Slaughter City for a very long time, so his impression of the town at the entrance to Slaughter City wasn't deep, and he thought they hadn't arrived yet. "Why have you stopped? Grandfather, this is where the slaughter town used to be." The original town had now merged with the surrounding forest. That big fire from Sword Douluo had completely buried this town, and after burning, perhaps because the ashes of those fallen spirit masters were quite nutritious, the trees had grown very rapidly. In just 3 years, the density of the trees here had even exceeded the surrounding areas. Since the town had turned into this, naturally, it was impossible for there to be any clues left. They wandered around for a bit, but there wasn't even a single thing proving that a town had existed here before. "I hope the seventh elder has already returned to the Clear Sky sect." Tang Xiao's heart sank again. This situation was even worse than if the seventh elder had fallen into the hands of the fallen spirit masters. If the seventh elder had been fine, he would only have gone to Slaughter City to rendezvous with them, rather than returning to the Clear Sky sect alone. Tang Xiao saying this was just holding on to a last glimmer of hope. Chapter 163, Leading the Expedition Personally, a Great Surprise for the Clear Sky Sect. "I will lead the expedition personally." Heaven Do Empire. After learning that the Heaven Do army had completely surrounded Star Luo City, cutting off its connection with the remaining areas of the Star Luo Empire, Emperor Shui Yi was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Finally, the great achievement of destroying the Star Luo Empire was about to be completed by his own hands. Emperor Shui Yi did not feel at ease entrusting such a feat of destroying a nation to anyone else. Whoever led the destruction of the Star Luo Empire would surely gain supreme prestige. Even if it were his most trusted minister, he could not allow them to obtain such prestige. "Father, you are the monarch of a nation, how can you risk yourself? Let me go in your stead." Shui Beng was equally excited. Moreover, he needed this prestige even more than Emperor Shui Yi. Emperor Shui Yi was the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. As long as the Star Luo Empire was destroyed, he would naturally gain supreme prestige. On the contrary, as the crown prince, although he had held the position for several years, his reputation in both the imperial court and among the people was still quite mediocre. To the commoners of Heaven Do City and many court officials, Shui Beng was still that same playboy from before. It was said that many commoners in Heaven Do City still privately worshipped and offered sacrifices to the former crown prince Shui Qing, which infuriated Shui Beng to no end. Could a dead man really be more worthy of support than him? Those lowly commoners really had no discernment. A hypocritical Shui Qing was enough to keep them longing for him. "You, forget it, just stay honestly in Heaven Do City." Shui Beng, who was just fantasizing about riding a horse and brandishing a whip while his soldiers surged toward Star Luo City like a tide, suddenly heard his father's words, which even carried a hint of mockery. "Father, you don't need to say anything else, my mind is made up. Let Shui Beng command the army to destroy the Star Luo Empire." Emperor Shui Yi did not have the guts for that, nor was he blind to that extent. He understood his ambitious yet incompetent son very well, especially after the tests and trials of these past few years. If he were sent, and the Star Luo Empire managed a desperate comeback, it would become a joke. Emperor Shui Yi didn't even dare to grant Shui Beng too much power while leaving him in Heaven Do City. With the army away, unrest in the rear was also a great danger. Shui Beng was instantly devastated. He couldn't understand why his father still didn't trust him after he had been the crown prince for so many years. All those years of being a playboy were just an act. Did his father not believe it? But with no other choice, Shui Beng could only obey obediently. Being this crown prince is truly boring. When will father finally? Watching Emperor Shui Yi leave Heaven Do City with the new army of 5,000 spirit-guided weapons and tens of thousands of regular troops, Shui Beng wished he could take his place. No sooner had Shui Yi left Heaven Do City than Su Chen received the message. "Sect Master, can you please send someone else to carry out the mission? Hu Chengxing just wants to stay in the Heaven Human sect and follow by your side." Hu Chengxing felt like hugging Su Chen's legs and begging, Hu Chengxing's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds over the years. Among the founding elders of the Heaven-Human sect, his cultivation was only below Dugu Bo and Snake Lance Douluo, and his spirit power had already reached level 95. Hu Chengxing was full of a sense of belonging to the Heaven-Human sect and full of loyalty to Su Chen. The Heaven-Human sect was his home. How could he leave it, especially when he might not be able to return for a long time? Just do the task I gave you properly. You're not happy about being made an emperor. That's right, the task Su Chen had given Hu Chengxing was to become the emperor. Of course, this throne wasn't just sitting there for him to take, he still had to put in a little effort. Shui Yi taking the army away from the Heaven Dou Empire was the perfect time for Hu Chengxing to act. By the time Shui Yi destroyed the Star Luo Empire, the Heaven Dou Empire would practically have a new master. Hu Chengxing was both loyal and quite capable, making him very suitable for this mission. Then Sect Master, after I complete this mission, will I be able to return to the Heaven-Human sect? Hu Chengxing really didn't care about the so-called throne, even being the only emperor of the Douluo continent held little appeal. It was far less appealing than following Su Chen. He had not been able to obtain a true legacy divine trial. Although his strength had increased rapidly, there was almost no possibility of becoming a god. But what if he could always cling to the sect master's legs? Over the years, the elders had countless guesses about how powerful Su Chen's background truly was, even suspecting that he might have created the god realm. As long as he could follow the sect master's steps closely, perhaps there was a chance that when one person attains the Tao, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. A lousy throne was nowhere near as tempting as becoming a god. Look at your lack of ambition. Finish the mission first. Yes. This subordinate will definitely complete the task you assigned. As long as becoming this so-called emperor didn't mean he couldn't return to the Heaven-Human sect, it would be fine. If he could perform a great service, perhaps the sect master would have other rewards. When the time really came to sit on the throne, even if Su Chen didn't let him come back, he would shamelessly continue to cling to Su Chen's legs and would absolutely not let go. Can Hu Chengxing do it? He doesn't really look like a monarch. Dugu Bo now carried an air of majestic composure, looking every bit like a grandmaster. The gloomy and treacherous aura from the past was basically gone. Hu Chengxing was indeed a capable figure, but after watching him over these years, Dugu Bo always felt that this burly and imposing-looking guy was too sycophantic toward Su Chen, a waste of such a big build. Your standards have just gotten higher. It's not that difficult of a task, can't Hu Chengxing handle even this? Su Chen was not sending Hu Chengxing to conquer the world empty-handed. Even in the worst-case scenario, others started with just a bull, but Hu Chengxing's conditions were much better. Apart from his own strength, over these years, the Heaven-Human sect had also cultivated another army of spirit-guided weapons in several kingdoms of the Heaven Dou Empire. As long as Hu Chengxing didn't go crazy and commit suicide, seizing the throne would be a matter of course. That's true. Dugu Bo now only had the ultimate goal of becoming a god. His standards had indeed become much higher, let alone Hu Chengxing. Apart from Su Chen, there were truly few people worthy of being treated seriously by Dugu Bo. Even Qian Daoliu of the Spirit Hall was, to Dugu Bo, nothing more than a corpse in a grave. Qian Daoliu, you were so powerful before, but can you become a god? Sect Master, do you not plan on becoming the emperor yourself? Dugu Bo did not understand why Su Chen wanted to unify the Douluo continent but didn't want to be the emperor himself. Was it just for fun? He had guessed whether it was related to Su Chen's divine trial. But surely the divine trial of the God of Thunder wouldn't be about destroying a nation or unifying the Douluo continent, right? Emperor, do you want to be one? This subordinate certainly does not want to. Sect Master, you had better let Hu Chengxing do it. If one can become a god, who cares about being an emperor? Senior God of Destruction, how is that Tang Yuehua you selected doing in the Clear Sky sect? You said you could. Give Tang San a big surprise, it should be ready, right? Su Chen asked this after hearing from the God of Destruction that Tang San had already left Slaughter City. He hadn't paid much attention to what the God of Destruction had done to Tang Yuehua before. But one could imagine that, given the god of destruction's feelings toward Tang San, if it were called a surprise, the shock would definitely not be small. Chapter 164, The Incongruous Clear Sky Sect. Is this the new sect base you found after throwing away the foundation built by the ancestors of the Clear Sky Sect? After the battle with Spirit Hall, the Clear Sky Sect had abandoned its original sect and hidden away in this remote place. Tang Chen, the old sect master of the Clear Sky Sect, had returned, but the sect had changed so much that it was unrecognizable, so he naturally was not very happy. This grandson is unfilial and has disappointed you, grandfather. Although the battle with Spirit Hall was because of Tang Hao, and losing it didn't have much to do with Tang Xiao, who could blame him for being the sect master? He had no choice but to endure Tang Chen's dissatisfaction. However, when he saw the village at the foot of the mountain where the sect was located, Tang Xiao was still quite surprised. The village was still the same village, but it was now covered in flowers all around. These flowers spread from outside the village all the way up the mountain, making it look like a kingdom of flowers. Previously, there were never this many flowers around the Clear Sky Sect. They had only been gone for 3 years, and instead of being anxious about them not returning, the disciples of the Clear Sky Sect actually had the mood to plant flowers. Tang Xiao felt it was unlikely. The disciples of the Clear Sky Sect were all thinking about how to cultivate diligently so they could wash away their shame in the future. No one was interested in planting flowers and trees. Uncle, could it be that the Clear Sky Sect has been occupied by enemies? This wasn't Tang San and Tang Hao's first time here, and such a big change also surprised them. Tang San couldn't help but wonder if Spirit Hall had been here. Although if Spirit Hall had attacked, it would likely be a mess or even razed to the ground. It was unlikely they would cultivate sentiments and turn the Clear Sky Sect into a garden. But Spirit Hall's chrysanthemum Douluo seemed very interested in flowers and plants, so Tang San felt his suspicion might be correct. HMPH, let's go. Tang Chen took the lead and walked toward the village. The Clear Sky Sect had been forced to this point. If Spirit Hall had really done something to the Clear Sky Sect during these 3 years, he would have to slaughter Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao hurriedly followed. On this trip, the Clear Sky Sect had suffered such huge losses. If their home had been stolen too, he, the current sect master, might as well just bash his head and die to apologize to the ancestors of the Clear Sky Sect. When he saw the first person in the village, Tang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It's a disciple of our Clear Sky Sect, not an enemy. The Clear Sky Sect only had so many people, and Tang Xiao, as the sect master, was familiar with every face. What is going on with you? Why plant so many flowers in the sect? Who told you to do this? Since the disciples were still there, Tang Xiao questioned why such a change had occurred in the sect. It was, Big Brother, it was I who told them to do it. At this moment, Tang Yuehua walked over. As soon as Tang Hao and the others returned, Tang Yuehua sensed it and immediately ran over. Yuehua, why have you returned to the sect? Seeing Tang Yuehua, Tang Xiao's mood relaxed a little more. Although he was still puzzled as to why Tang Yuehua had returned to the sect, Tang Xiao trusted his younger sister absolutely and did not believe she would do anything detrimental to the sect. As for Tang Yuehua, her eyes barely looked at Tang Xiao. She didn't even spare a second glance at her grandfather, who had been missing for many years and had returned from the dead. Her entire attention was focused on Tang Hao. Second brother, you have finally returned. Tang Yuehua rushed over, and then she saw Tang Hao's empty left arm. Second brother, your arm, who exactly hurt you? Tang Yuehua's face was cold, and her killing intent was so strong that even the father-son duo, Tang Hao and Tang San, were surprised. However, thinking about Tang Yuehua's feelings for Tang Hao, Tang San felt this was reasonable. You were Yuehua, have you grown this much already? Tang Chen was a complete pragmatist, and also a utilitarian. Among his grandchildren, he only valued Tang Hao highly. He paid much less attention to Tang Xiao, his grandson who was not much less talented, let alone Tang Yuehua, his granddaughter with a useless spirit. If he hadn't seen Tang Yuehua, he wouldn't even have thought of this granddaughter. Yuehua, grandfather is calling you. Tang Hao patted Tang Yuehua's shoulder. He did not really want to recall the process of losing his arm, nor did he want to lie in front of his grandfather, older brother, and younger sister again. "Grandfather, it is me, I am Yuehua." Only then did Tang Yuehua look at Tang Chen for the first time. Although she was also surprised as to why Tang Chen had suddenly returned, as long as Tang Hao could return, other things were not that important. Tang Chen kept his brows furrowed. "Has the Clear Sky sect been managed by you all these years?" For the dignified Clear Sky sect to be managed by someone who wasn't even a spirit master, Tang Chen even felt it was absurd. Tang Yuehua said in a low voice. "Big brother and second brother had not returned for a long time, and I was worried." She was also answering Tang Xiao's previous question. "Yuehua, have you seen the seventh elder? Has he returned?" Tang Xiao still held onto a final shred of fantasy. "No, didn't the seventh elder leave the Clear Sky sect with you, big brother? Did something happen? Also, where are the other elders?" Tang Xiao coughed violently a few times, and his face turned much paler. He had not fully recovered, and with Tang Yuehua mentioning such a heartbreaking matter, there was even a trend of his injuries relapsing. "It's a long story, let's go back up the mountain and talk." "Right, second brother, you all just returned, you must be very tired, you should rest." Tang Yuehua was still most concerned about Tang Hao. Before going up the mountain, Tang San looked back at the village. Clearly, the people in the village were still the same as before they left, and apart from the flowers all around, there wasn't much other change. Yet, Tang San vaguely felt that something was wrong. He always felt a sense of incongruity. Shaking his head, Tang San followed with doubts. After Tang San and the others went up the mountain, the Clear Sky sect disciples in the village mechanically returned to the places they were before. Those who were chopping wood chopped wood, and those who were farming farmed. But all of this seemed a bit deliberate, even rigid. If Tang San had watched for a while longer, he would have been able to see where that sense of incongruity came from. Although these Clear Sky sect disciples looked busy and were all doing what they were supposed to do, there was surprisingly no communication between them. This was undoubtedly very abnormal. Even if they were busy, the atmosphere shouldn't have been this rigid. Even during the most depressed days of the Clear Sky sect, it hadn't been like this. They arrived on the mountain. Recalling that the Clear Sky sect previously had so many titled Douluo elders, Tang Xiao felt a heavy weight in his heart. Since the seventh elder had not returned, he was likely the same as the second elder and the others. He would never return. "Grandfather, this grandson truly has no face to continue being this sect master. Please remove this grandson from the position of sect master." Having personally consumed more than half of the Clear Sky sect's foundation, although it was to rescue Tang Chen, Tang Xiao already felt that he had failed the Clear Sky sect. Furthermore, now that grandfather had returned, this Clear Sky sect master position could completely be taken over by him. Even if grandfather was unwilling, he valued Ahao so much, handing the sect master position to Ahao would also be fine. "Big brother, you must not be like this." Tang Xiao expressing this made Tang Hao feel a bit self-blame. Tricking them into the slaughter city was entirely a scheme concocted by Tang Hao and Tang San. Tang Hao had deeper feelings for the Clear Sky sect, and the Clear Sky sect suffering such a huge loss was definitely not something he wanted to see. "Big brother, the Clear Sky sect master can only be you." Chapter 165, Midnight Terror, Tang San's Fear. Late at night, a figure swept down from the mountain towards the village below. Tang San had tossed and turned for a long time that night, feeling that the signs of incongruity he had sensed when returning to the Clear Sky sect during the day were strange. Since his rebirth, having experienced repeated beatings, Tang San dared not take any bad premonition lightly. Perhaps a conspiracy by Spirit Hall against him was hidden somewhere. By late at night, he truly could not set his mind at ease, so he decided to go down the mountain himself to see what was going on. Upon arriving at the village at the foot of the mountain, Tang San had only one impression. Quiet. Too quiet. Although it was already late at night, it was normal for it to be a bit quiet. But Tang San did not believe that in the entire village, there wouldn't be a single person snoring, grinding their teeth, coughing, or getting up to use the restroom or drink water. Even at the foot of the mountain, except for those children under 6 years old, most of the remaining Clear Sky sect disciples were spirit masters, and their reliance on sleep was significantly reduced. Given the diligence of many of them, they should be cultivating spirit power at night. But as Tang San looked at them one by one, he discovered that everyone was lying quietly in bed, their quilts tucked in meticulously, without a single person tossing and turning in their sleep. Tang San's heart was on high alert, his scalp tingling, and his back felt as if insects were crawling over it. This situation, which was normal to the extreme yet appeared extremely abnormal, caused Tang San to feel a sense of fear and unease. Even if an enemy had infiltrated, he wouldn't be this afraid. When he reached the next house, Tang San used his purple demon eye to carefully scan the Clear Sky sect disciple inside the room. The person was still the same person, with no signs of disguise. But upon closer observation, Tang San was shocked to discover an incredible situation. That was, the Clear Sky sect disciple sleeping soundly on the bed actually showed no signs of breathing, their chest was not rising and falling, and there was no airflow between their mouth and nose. Even spirit masters needed to breathe, at most, they could hold their breath for a longer period than ordinary people. But in the middle of the night, and while sleeping, who would hold their breath for no reason? Tang San sensed carefully again and found that besides breathing, this person's heart was not beating either, the whole person was simply like a piece of wood. But what was eerie was that there was still spirit power inside this person, and this spirit power was still slowly maintaining them. A terrifying guess emerged in Tang San's mind. This Clear Sky sect disciple was not a living person, but a living dead person maintained entirely by spirit power. Was it just this one person, or were all Clear Sky sect disciples like this? Tang San really wanted to refute this guess himself, but this hypothesis seemed to have taken root in his mind. He crept towards other houses again. Every time he inspected a house, his heart sank a little further. The situation in all the houses was the same as the previous one. All Clear Sky sect disciples had no breathing or pulse, and none of them seemed like living people. Clear Sky sect has been exterminated. Even if he had seen the Clear Sky sect reduced to a barren wasteland upon his return, with not a single Clear Sky sect disciple left, Tang San wouldn't have been this surprised. It was just that the situation of these Clear Sky sect disciples was too eerie. They were clearly normal people during the day, so how could they all be dead at night? If they had always been living dead, then what was the ability that maintained them alive after death? Tang San was full of confusion. If the disciples at the foot of the mountain were all like this, what about those on the mountain? Tang San recalled Tang Yuehua's behavior when he returned. It was perfectly normal, and they had spent quite some time together, yet Tang San had not detected the same sense of dissonance as he had with the disciples at the foot of the mountain. If Tang Yuehua were also a living dead, he definitely would not have failed to notice it at all. But with such a huge change happening at the foot of the mountain, could it be that Tang Yuehua on the mountain was the only one spared? As and truly without any problems. Standing in the middle of the village, Tang San even suspected whether he was in a dream, in the midst of a terrifying nightmare. But the very next moment, a layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. "Little San, you really are a smart child, you are worthy of being second brother's son." This familiar voice was none other than Tang Yuehua, whom Tang San had just been thinking about in his mind. Aunt. Tang San turned around abruptly. In the dark night, Tang Yuehua's face even seemed to be glowing slightly. Tang San had suspected that Tang Yuehua was completely unaware of the situation at the foot of the mountain. He had also suspected that Tang Yuehua was actually the same as the people at the foot of the mountain, just that the situation was more covert, so even he hadn't noticed anything wrong. But the only thing he hadn't suspected was that all of this was done by Tang Yuehua. Whether in his previous life or after his rebirth, in Tang San's eyes, Tang Yuehua was always a loving aunt, full of reverence and affection for his father. More importantly, Tang Yuehua's spirit power didn't even reach level 10, she shouldn't possess such terrifying abilities. Yet Tang Yuehua appeared silently. If she hadn't spoken, Tang San would have found it difficult to even notice she had arrived. This kind of ability was something a normal Tang Yuehua definitely shouldn't possess. And these Clear Sky sect disciples were All done by you. Tang San really didn't want to believe it, but this guess was the most likely one now. Tang Yuehua did not answer Tang San's question, but instead said to Tang San in a gentle voice. Little San, good child, your talent and wisdom are exactly the same as second brothers. Be good and promise Aunt to stay in the Clear Sky sect with your father, and we will stay together forever, okay? While speaking, Tang Yuehua walked gracefully towards Tang San. Her right hand, which was unnaturally pale, slowly reached towards Tang San's head. Tang San was terrified inside, every cell in his body was warning him of danger. Yet, facing the hand Tang Yuehua gently extended, he simply couldn't muster the strength to dodge, he could only watch helplessly. He wanted to speak, wanted to question Tang Yuehua why she was doing this, why she wanted to kill the disciples of their own sect. He wanted to ask where she got such eerie methods. He wanted even more to make her stop, wanted to use Tang Hao's name to make Tang Yuehua desist. But his throat felt as if it were blocked, he just couldn't shout out. Tang San couldn't help but feel some regret. Why did he have to come down alone to inspect the situation? Even if his grandfather had returned, he only had a vague feeling before, he hadn't expected to encounter danger in his own sect, but he shouldn't have acted alone. Good child, just pretend it was a nightmare, Aunt won't hurt you. Tang Yuehua's voice was very gentle, as soft as a mother coaxing a child to sleep. Tang San's eyelids became a bit heavy, although he kept reminding himself to struggle and resist, sleepiness still washed over him like a tidal wave. Just as he was about to close his eyes, it was as if he had been doused with a basin of ice water, and he suddenly became incomparably clear-headed. At the same time, the slaughter god domain automatically expanded. Having regained consciousness, Tang San immediately let out a long howl. He couldn't see exactly what Tang Yuehua's strength was, or whether she had other abilities besides these eerie methods. Coming down the mountain alone was already a mistake. He did not want to continue facing Tang Yuehua by himself. Upon hearing his howl, his grandfather and father would definitely rush over at full speed. Chapter 166, All Are Puppets, the Near Extinction of the Clear Sky Sect. Yuehua. In fact, Tang Hao had known when Tang San went down the mountain. However, he knew that Tang San had experienced a rebirth and had a strong sense of independence. He must have had his own reasons for going down the mountain, so he hadn't paid too much attention to it. Yet, as Tang San had not returned for a long time, Tang Hao felt a sense of unease in his heart. Even before Tang San let out his whistle, Tang Hao had actually already started down the mountain to look for him. Upon hearing Tang San's whistle, he immediately realized that Tang San was in danger and rushed over at once. But when he arrived at the village at the foot of the mountain, what he saw was not Tang San being pursued by enemies but only Tang Yuehua walking towards Tang San. Second brother, you've come. Tang Yuehua turned back and smiled brightly. Yet, to Tang Hao, her smile seemed so unfamiliar. Even after not seeing her for many years, it shouldn't have been so strange that he could barely recognize her. This sense of unfamiliarity did not stem from her appearance or figure, but was entirely a feeling. Furthermore, if there was nothing wrong with Tang Yuehua, why would Tang San have let out a sharp whistle? In the middle of the night, for Tang Yuehua to leave the mountaintop alone was also highly abnormal. Little San, what is going on? Tang Hao was filled with confusion and could only ask Tang San. Dad. Tang San's face was pale, and he still felt lingering fear. He absolutely did not want to experience that feeling again, the sensation of being unable to control even a single finger. He even had a feeling as if he would turn into a puppet in the next moment, becoming a walking corpse, completely at the mercy of others. Dad, Aunt is not right. Something is seriously wrong with her. The Clear Sky Sect disciples in the village are not alive. What? Although Tang Hao had guessed that something was wrong with Tang Yuehua, hearing that the Clear Sky Sect disciples were all dead still made it hard for him to conceal the shock in his heart. When he returned during the day, he had still seen those lively disciples. How could they not be alive? He would rather believe that Tang San was mistaken than dare to imagine what the future of the Clear Sky Sect would be like if this were truly the case. But how could little San lie to him? Up until now, not a single Clear Sky sect disciple had come out of their rooms, which spoke volumes. Yuehua, is what Little San said true? Tang Hao asked with trembling lips. After Tang Hao arrived, Tang Yuehua's gaze remained fixed solely on him, her eyes as gentle as water, showing no signs of violence or panic. Second brother, everyone is not dead. How could they be dead? Just as Tang Hao was about to say something, he heard the sound of one door after another opening, followed by footsteps. The Clear Sky sect disciples who had been peacefully asleep all emerged from their rooms. Second brother, look, everyone has come out to see you. We can stay in the Clear Sky sect forever, and nothing will ever change. Tang Yuehua's voice was filled with joy and yearning. Yet, Tang Hao's heart turned cold. Although he had sensed many things were wrong earlier, he still harbored a final shred of doubt about what Tang San had said. But when these Clear Sky sect disciples walked out, alive, Tang Hao could no longer hold on to any unrealistic hopes. Although these Clear Sky sect disciples who walked out moved and acted just as usual, and even their facial expressions were rich, there was a feeling that made one's scalp tingle. The expressions and even the movements of these people seemed like pre-programmed routines, filled with a sense of being puppets. Hao, Yuehua, what on earth is going on here? Tang Chen and Tang Xiao had also arrived, and they hadn't just arrived either. Just like Tang Hao, watching the Clear Sky sect disciples gathering silently. Under the moonlight, even Tang Chen felt as if this were a nightmare. Even in Slaughter City, a place filled with fallen spirit masters where bloody slaughter was ubiquitous, such a bizarre scene had never occurred. Tang Xiao's body, which had not yet fully recovered, became unsteady at this moment. Having gone out once, the elders of the Clear Sky sect were wiped out, and he already felt it was difficult to atone for his sins. But if the Clear Sky sect disciples were also gone, then he, as the sect master, would be the greatest sinner in the history of the Clear Sky sect, the kind for whom even 100 deaths would not be enough to atone for his crimes. Tang Hao said in a strained voice. It is Yuehua. Impossible. Yuehua's spirit power is clearly only at level 9, how could she possibly accomplish this? Like Tang Hao, Tang Xiao was unwilling to believe it. He was not only unwilling to believe that the Clear Sky sect was already on the verge of extinction, but even less willing to believe that the one who caused all of this was his own younger sister. Tang Chen, however, did not think about these things. Never mind Tang Yuehua, a granddaughter for whom he had little affection, even if it were his own son, if he dared to slaughter his own sect, Tang Chen would absolutely not let him off. He stretched out his large hand and reached towards Tang Yuehua. Having finally broken free from the control of the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King and left Slaughter City, only to have bad news arrive one after another, Tang Chen's fury had accumulated to its peak. Grandfather. Just as Tang Xiao wanted to call out to Tang Chen to be careful and not to crush Yuehua to death, he was horrified to discover that his sister, who had no power to truss a chicken, had actually dodged Tang Chen's hand. No, rather than dodging, it was more like they had swapped positions. Right where Tang Yuehua had been a moment ago, a Clear Sky sect disciple suddenly appeared there and was grabbed by Tang Chen. Grabbing this disciple, Tang Chen confirmed once and for all that this was a dead person, and one who had been dead for quite some time. Yet, this dead person could actually speak and move, almost indistinguishable from a normal person. Second brother, we are just a little bit away from being able to stay in the most perfect Clear Sky sect forever. Even though Tang Chen and Tang Xiao had already arrived and had even attacked her, Tang Yuehua remained full of yearning and joy. Is this the perfect Clear Sky sect you speak of, everyone turning into dead people? Tang Hao's voice also turned cold. In Tang Hao's eyes, the person before him was no longer his younger sister. Second brother, do you not understand me either? But it doesn't matter, whether you understand or not, you are still my best second brother. Yuehua, how did you become like this? Tang Xiao roared this out. As soon as he finished speaking, blood gushed from his mouth. After the reinforcements arrived, Tang San had been observing Tang Yuehua. He could not figure out how Tang Yuehua, a useless spirit master with spirit power not even at level 10, could possess such incredible power. All of this was too irrational. Even if he had influenced many things after his rebirth, it shouldn't have caused such a massive change, right? Tang Chen crushed the body of the Clear Sky sect disciple in his hand, without even a single drop of blood falling. This disciple was like wood. After being crushed, only a pile of rotten, cotton-like material remained. Grandfather. Tang Xiao still struggled to remind him, do not destroy the bodies of these disciples yet. Since Yuehua was able to make them like this, perhaps there is still a chance to save them. Although he knew it was unlikely, it was easy to kill a person, but resurrecting the dead was too difficult. Yet, Tang Xiao still wanted to fight for that last glimmer of hope. Tang Chen did not speak, and it was unknown if he had heard him or not. Endless killing intent surged from within his body. At this moment, Tang Chen seemed to have transformed back into that Slaughter King from Slaughter City. Chapter 167, Is the Noble Ring Really This Strong? This time, Tang Yuehua finally stopped just dodging. A ring rose from her body, but the gentle aura that could soothe killing intent in the past was completely gone, replaced by a dark and evil sensation. But what was most surprising was not just that, it was that this ring was surrounded by 9 other rings. Spirit Ring. 9 spirit rings. A spirit that had been useless for years being able to attach spirit rings was already shocking enough, let alone 9 of them. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao couldn't figure out, even if they racked their brains, how Tang Yuehua had achieved this. Tang San's attention was focused on Tang Yuehua's 9 spirit rings. Unlike ordinary people's spirit rings, Tang Yuehua's spirit rings were not any of the conventional spirit rings ranging from white to black. These 9 spirit rings looked like twisted human figures, making one feel intimidated. Facing Tang Chen's heavy and powerful clear sky hammer, Tang Yuehua's ring actually took the initiative to meet it. After recovering his sanity, Tang Chen still preferred to use his own clear sky sect spirit. But there was no violent collision between the two. Tang Yuehua's spirit just hovered over Tang Chen's clear sky hammer like that. Get lost. Tang Chen let out a sudden, angry shout. When Tang Yuehua's noble ring performed binding onto the clear sky hammer, Tang Chen once again felt some of the sensations of being controlled back in Slaughter City. Having been parasitized by a bat for so many years, the frustration in Tang Chen's heart could be imagined. Any feeling even slightly similar to that time was enough to make Tang Chen fly into a rage. Yet no matter how Tang Chen used his spirit power to impact it or used brute force to control it, his clear sky hammer spirit seemed as uncontrollable as if it had entered a rebellious phase. Before Tang Yuehua's spirit had spirit rings, it had no offensive capability, and even with 9 spirit rings, its function remained unrelated to powerful attack power. However, this strange ability was no weaker than powerful attack power. Being able to restrict a super Douluo like Tang Chen showed just how strong its ability was. Tang Yuehua, stop it now. Tang Hao could no longer hold back either. Although his condition was not good, it was still better than Tang Xiao, the sect master whose body and mind were both burned out. He had also heard Tang San say that his grandfather's origin chi was running low, and if not necessary, it was best not to let him take action. Tang Yuehua's tenacity exceeded Tang Hao's expectations. Whether out of anger or concern for Tang Chen, Tang Hao could not just stand by and watch. Just then, those clear sky sect disciples all swarmed toward Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Tang San's purple demon eye clearly saw that deep within the pupils of these clear sky sect disciples, there was also a ring similar to Tang Yuehua's spirit. Controlling living people like puppets, isn't this ability too heaven-defying? Tang San did not know if Tang Yuehua's ability had an upper limit, but these clear sky sect disciples added up to over 200 people, including several experts at the Spirit Douluo realm. But even Spirit Douluo had turned into puppets. Moreover, although these puppets were not living people, they still possessed most of their strength from when they were alive. A heavily crippled Tang Xiao and a half-crippled Tang Hao could only retreat repeatedly for a time, let alone helping Tang Chen. Even protecting themselves was difficult. Why must you resist? Isn't it good to just stay in the perfect clear sky sect I have built? The way Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao was full of tenderness and sorrow, as if she were not a mad demon slaughtering her own sect members, but a poor person misunderstood by her loved ones. Tang Hao also gradually realized that these controlled Clear Sky sect disciples only wanted to subdue him, not harm him. Having made this discovery, Tang Hao immediately stopped being timid. He completely abandoned defense and kept smashing toward the vital points of these Clear Sky sect disciples. Don't know where the vital points of these puppets are? Then just smash them to smithereens. As for Tang Xiao's previous shouts not to damage the bodies of these disciples, at this point, these people were surely beyond saving, so destroying them was fine. Seeing this, Tang Xiao also wanted to do the same. Who knew that as soon as he abandoned his defense, he took a hammer to his chest. Fortunately, the Clear Sky sect disciple who hit him was not very strong. Otherwise, given his current state, he might have lost his combat effectiveness from that single blow. Yuehua. Tang Xiao was deeply hurt, both physically and mentally. For Tang Yuehua to become like this and still discriminate between him, the eldest brother, and Tang Hao, the second brother. Was he not Yuehua's own brother? Great-grandfather, try using the Asura sword. Tang San used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step to weave among these Clear Sky sect disciples. He had basically already guessed it. Being able to make Tang Yuehua go from a useless person who wasn't even a spirit master to a titled Douluo in such a short time, and also possess such powerful strength, was definitely not something that could be achieved by any ordinary opportunity. It could only be that a deity had intervened. And judging by Tang Yuehua's abilities and changes in thinking, this deity was most likely an evil god. Just like how the Rakshasa god set a trap for the Asura god's legacy, Bibi Dong, who obtained the Rakshasa god position, was also mentally unstable. To deal with a deity, it was best to borrow the power of another deity. And the Asura god's power would surely be very effective against such evil gods. However, it depended on whether the Asura god was willing to help with this favor. If the Asura god didn't want to get involved, then like Tang Chen, who had been tricked by the Rakshasa god for so many years, one could only endure it, with no other way out. Tang Chen had already gone from having difficulty controlling his Clear Sky hammer to gradually finding it difficult to even control his own spirit power. Tang Yuehua's ring seemed to have spread to his body through his Clear Sky hammer spirit. Hearing Tang San's reminder, he immediately tried to condense the Asura sword. Actually, it wasn't that Tang Chen hadn't thought about using the Asura sword, but he had been controlled by the nine-headed Bloody Crimson Bat King for so many years, and when he was the Slaughter King, he had used the Asura sword. So Tang Chen actually trusted the Asura sword less than his own spirit, always feeling that the Asura sword seemed to treat him as a passerby, and it didn't matter if he lived or died. But this time, he not only successfully condensed the Asura sword, but also got rid of the feeling of being controlled in one go. Die. Tang Chen no longer held back, and was no longer careless. The Asura sword, carrying a fierce blood-red glow, slashed straight at Tang Yuehua's head. It shouldn't be like this. Tang Yuehua tried again to use the noble ring to bind and control the Asura sword, but before it even made contact, the ring was split in two. With her spirit damaged, Tang Yuehua was instantly struck as if by lightning. Her ability was indeed very strong, but its limitations were also great. At least for now, she had no way to block Tang Chen's Asura sword. Second brother. At this moment, a glimmer of clarity seemed to appear in Tang Yuehua's eyes. She took one last look at Tang Hao, and the next moment, the Asura sword fell. Yuehua. Compared to the second brother, whom Tang Yuehua favored, Tang Xiao, the eldest brother, felt somewhat unable to bear it, and it seemed he had discovered that Tang Yuehua had regained her clarity. The blood-splattered scene he had imagined did not appear. Tang Yuehua's body, like withered grass, after being burned, turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind after the Asura sword fell. Those controlled Clear Sky sect disciples also, like puppets that had lost their strings, instantly collapsed to the ground in a heap. Chapter 168, Attacking the Heaven Human Sect, Retaliating Against Spirit Hall. Yuehua, is Yuehua really dead? Tang Xiao wore a look of sorrow. However, his question wasn't purely out of grief, it also carried skepticism. When they were in Slaughter City, he had personally killed the law enforcement team captain, only for the man to turn around and come back to life, eventually killing the second elder. Tang Xiao was now exceptionally sensitive to such tactics of faking death to escape. Tang Hao, however, was concerned with another issue. Grandfather, Yuehua was clearly not even a spirit master, so how could she have suddenly become a titled Douluo, and possess such bizarre methods? Tang Chen's expression was very grim. If I am not mistaken, she was most likely bewitched by some evil god. Tang Chen himself had been plotted against by the Rakshasa god. Judging by Tang Yuehua's performance, Tang Chen deduced that it was highly likely she had also encountered an evil god similar to the Rakshasa god. Do you mean that Yuehua, just like you, was plotted against by some evil god? Tang Hao looked at Tang San in surprise. If such a thing had happened in Tang San's past life, he surely would have warned him. Tang Hao even felt a sliver of doubt as to whether Tang San had truly experienced rebirth, or if he had encountered an evil god just like Yuehua. I knew it, everything she did was not Yuehua's own intention. As a weak woman who wasn't even a spirit master, how could she resist the schemes of an evil god? Tang Xiao was still making excuses for Tang Yuehua. What he found hardest to accept was that Tang Yuehua had slaughtered her own sect of her own volition. Tang Chen's already grim expression darkened further. Who is this grandson insinuating? To Tang Chen, the words Tang Xiao spoke were practically no different than talking about him. Wasn't he also controlled by the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King? It was only because the law enforcement team captain appeared early, otherwise, the one who killed the second elder might very well have been himself. Tang Yuehua was gone. The formerly #1 sect under heaven now only had 4 people left, from Tang Chen, the great-grandfather, to Tang San, the great-grandson. They looked around, the night wind howled and chaotic crows shrieked, filling the air with a sense of ruin and desolation. It was at this moment that Tang Xiao felt a pain in his heart, his vision went black, and he fainted. The successive blows left Tang Xiao physically and mentally exhausted. Fainting was actually a relief for him. Tang Chen did not spare a glance at the collapsed Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao blamed himself, but Tang Chen also blamed this grandson of his. If one lacks the virtue for the position but still becomes the sect master of the Clear Sky sect, then one must bear the responsibility for the Clear Sky sect's decline. Sai, Hao, you and Little San should bury these disciples. Without Tang Yuehua's control, these disciples, who had been lively before, all began to rot rapidly. If they delayed any longer, they would become unrecognizable. After Tang Hao and Tang San had placed all the disciples into a large pit smashed out by the Clear Sky hammer and buried them, Tang Xiao finally slowly regained consciousness. I want to pay my respects to these disciples. Enough. The disciples are already dead, what is the use of kneeling for so long? Tang Xiao, who had just knelt before the disciples' graves, felt too ashamed to face anyone and stood up. Grandfather, this grandson is unfilial. Seeing that Tang Xiao was about to start a new round of self-reproach, Tang San immediately said to Tang Chen, "Great-grandfather, what are your plans for the future?" In truth, from Tang San's perspective, the best course of action now was to hide in a place where no one could find them, allowing him to properly digest his gains from Slaughter City and then continue to improve his strength. As long as he could quickly obtain the god positions of the goddess of life and the god of destruction, everything they were facing now could be easily resolved. But Tang Chen clearly had his own plans. The reason the Clear Sky sect ended up in such a state today was all because of Spirit Hall. All the disciples had perished, and the Clear Sky sect was nearly wiped out. Spirit Hall must pay the price. All this hatred needed an object to vent upon. Tang Chen, of course, could not be like Tang Xiao and blame everything on himself for being careless and plotted against, unable to return to the sect. And resenting Tang Yuehua, the granddaughter he had already killed with his own hands, was clearly not enough to extinguish the endless rage in Tang Chen's heart. That left only Spirit Hall. They bullied the Clear Sky sect while he was away, causing the Clear Sky sect to suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, whether it was going to welcome him back or dealing with Tang Yuehua who had been bewitched by an evil god, it would not have resulted in such heavy casualties. Regardless of whether this logic was entirely sound, that was what Tang Chen thought. Great-grandfather. Tang San wanted to persuade him otherwise. The current spirit hall, even to Tang San, was like being shrouded in a layer of mist, difficult to see clearly. Although Tang Chen's strength was powerful, Spirit Hall had Qian Douluo, a super Douluo, as well as Bibi Dong, the successor of the Rakshasa god, and Qian Runshui, the successor of the angel god who most likely had undergone rebirth. Furthermore, the current Spirit Hall seemed to have gained some brains. Tang San was very pessimistic about the prospect of Tang Chen attacking Spirit Hall alone. They had paid such a huge price to rescue Tang Chen. If he were to just throw his life away in one go, Spirit Hall would probably laugh their teeth off. "Grandfather, you should listen to Little San's opinion." Tang Hao spoke up at this moment. "Little San." Tang Chen looked at Tang San. After recovering his sanity, the thing that made him happiest was having a great-grandson like Tang San. Little San had first-class talent and was mature beyond his years. Perhaps in the future, he could be even more outstanding than Tang Hao. But he was still very confused as to why Tang Hao told him to listen to Tang San's opinion. For such a major event, should he really listen to the opinion of such a child? "Grandfather, the Clear Sky sect cannot just perish like this. I know you are in pain, but for the sake of the Clear Sky sect's revival, please endure this for now." Tang Hao continued to persuade him. Although Tang Chen still had doubts about what Tang Hao had said earlier, he looked at Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang San. These three were injured, crippled, or young. If he insisted on attacking Spirit Hall, and they lost his protection, whether they could continue the heritage of the Clear Sky sect would be a problem. Tang San also added, "Great-grandfather, I trained in Slaughter City for 3 years. As long as I can cultivate peacefully for a short period, I can rapidly increase my spirit power. Once I grow stronger, heal Dad's injuries, and Uncle also recovers, it won't be too late for us to seek revenge on Spirit Hall then." Tang San desperately needed time. Fleeing everywhere and living in constant fear was too detrimental to his cultivation. Tang Chen heaved a long sigh. "What you say is very correct, but given my physical condition, if I don't take advantage of the power I still have to seek revenge on Spirit Hall, by the time my origin chi continues to deplete, even if I wanted to drag Spirit Hall down to the grave with me, I wouldn't be able to do it." The reason Tang Chen was so urgent was because he felt his remaining lifespan was running out. "Great-grandfather, there is one place that should have immortal-grade medicinal herbs capable of replenishing your lost origin chi." What Tang San spoke of was naturally the ice and fire yin-yang. Well, although it had been occupied by Spirit Hall, it was a question whether any of those immortal-grade herbs still remained. But at least there was still hope. Moreover, destroying the Heaven Human sect, this lackey affiliated with Spirit Hall, would also make them feel the pain. This would be far better than going to Spirit City, their base, to throw their lives away. If they could find a few immortal-grade herbs, it would be difficult for Tang Chen to recover all his lifespan, but it shouldn't be a big problem for him to hold on for a few more years. Thinking of the family heirloom, the ice and fire yin-yang well, falling into the hands of others, Tang San felt extremely distressed. Chapter 169, The World in Chaos, Everyone Rebels. The moment Tang San and the others prepared to come to the Heaven Human sect, Su Chen knew about it from the God of Destruction the very next second. No matter how much Tang San considered, unfortunately, his every move was under the observation of the God of Destruction's heavenly eye. However, soon after, the God of Destruction added, "Wait, it seems they are going to the 7 treasure glazed tile school first." Although Tang Chen had agreed not to go to Spirit City for the time being, his anger still needed a place to be vented. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was neither too big nor too small. Its strength was not considered strong, but it was not so weak that it would be wiped out by a single sneeze. It was the perfect place to vent his anger. Tang Hao and Tang San were also full of hatred for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, especially Tang Hao. The hatred for his severed arm could not coexist under the same sky. In Tang Hao's view, the strength of the 7 treasure glazed tile school was just so, they were definitely no match for his grandfather. If nothing else, at the very least, they had to slaughter Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to vent the hatred in their hearts. Senior God of Destruction, can Chen Xin withstand Tang Chen now? If he had inherited a god position normally, Sword Douluo would have started at level 96, and it would be very possible for him to have become a super Douluo by now. But his divine trial was a slicing deal version specially processed by the god of destruction, so his growth in strength was limited. Other than helping him break through the final hurdle and promoting him from level 96 to level 97, there wasn't much improvement in terms of strength. Purely based on his own strength, Chen Xin is certainly no match for Tang Chen. However, among the divine trial rewards I gave him, quite a few are about sacrificing himself to exchange for greater power. If he fights until he's half dead, he should still be able to repel Tang Chen. The secret techniques the god of destruction rewarded Chen Xin with were actually similar to the Clear Sky sect's ring explosion, and there were even some that had better effects but also more severe backlash. As long as Chen Xin wasn't afraid of death, before he died, his combat power could certainly be elevated to an extremely high level. Killing Tang Chen was unlikely, and defeating Tang Chen was also quite a stretch. However, as long as Tang Chen didn't want to exhaust his remaining origin chi so quickly, he would likely not risk his life. With his great-grandfather as a backer, Tang San is starting to do well. That won't do. Although Tang Chen hadn't been able to bring much benefit to Tang San yet, the god of destruction already felt that Tang San was living too comfortably. Chen Xin was neither too big nor too small, he was the most suitable person to mess with Tang San. It wasn't just Tang San who was in a difficult situation. Su Chen's arrangements were already seeing results. Within the Star Luo Empire, Shui Yi had begun a vigorous war to annihilate the nation. And in the Heaven Do Empire, the situation suddenly became turbulent. To be precise, there was smoke of war everywhere, and the whole world was rebelling. Most of the kingdoms and provinces of the Heaven Do Empire rebelled in unison. Moreover, their reasons for rebelling were all the same, and this reason made Shui Beng in Heaven Do City so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How is this possible? Why would these rebellious subjects revolt all at once? Upon receiving the news that various kingdoms and provinces had rebelled and that it had already become a prairie fire, with the coalition army marching towards Heaven Do City, Shui Beng initially thought he had misheard. After all, the Heaven Do Empire was currently at the height of its power, and annihilating the Star Luo Empire and unifying the Douluo continent was within reach. These kingdoms and provinces could all get a share of the spoils in this war of annihilation. Even with Shui Beng's intelligence, he knew that at such a time, it was highly unreasonable for these people to rebel. It would be unbelievable if one or two rebelled, let alone almost all the provinces. Your Highness Crown Prince, the banner of rebellion raised by these treacherous subjects is. What is it? Speak quickly. These rebel armies honor the former Crown Prince Shui Qing as the virtuous Crown Prince, saying that the former Crown Prince was killed by you, and they also say that the other princes who died young were all killed by you. These rebels are shouting to purge the Emperor's side, and that they cannot let you become the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire and harm the world. Bullshit. Shui Beng kicked the person speaking to the ground. Although he was not a member of the Tang clan, he seemed to be suffering from Tang clan syndrome. Shui Beng felt aggrieved. During those years when he pretended to be a playboy to save his life, he had indeed done many bad things. But these rebels saying that Shui Qing was killed by him, wasn't this openly framing him? If he had that ability, would he have needed to be so afraid of Shui Qing, and go to the extent of pretending to be crazy and foolish, playing the playboy for so many years? Not to mention his other brothers. They were clearly killed by the ambitious Shui Qing. Bullshit, it's all bullshit. How much dirty water do these treacherous subjects want to pour on my head? Watching Shui Beng go crazy there, Prince Shui Qing said, "All right, Crown Prince, calm down first. The urgent priority now is to immediately ask Your Majesty to lead the army back to reinforce us, so that we can pacify these rebels in one fell swoop." The most elite army of the Heaven Do Empire had been taken away by Shui Yi. Now that the rebellion had become a prairie fire, apart from the army equipped with spirit tool armaments in the Star Luo Empire returning, there was basically no other way. Right. Uncle is right. Quickly, use the fastest speed to let Father Emperor return. Shui Beng believed that as long as Emperor Shui Yi returned to reinforce them, everything would be fine. He was already starting to worry about how he would explain things when his father emperor returned. Although he had never done the things the rebels were shouting about. But since all these treacherous subjects were saying so, even if Shui Beng wasn't worried that Emperor Shui Yi would believe these nonsensical rumors, he was worried that his father emperor would vent his anger on him. Especially since his father emperor had personally led the expedition just to annihilate the Douluo Empire in one fell swoop. As a result, such a big mess had happened in the rear. Even if it was just a little bit of anger vented on him, Shui Beng would lose a layer of skin. If his father emperor didn't only have him as a son left, Shui Beng even suspected that his father emperor would execute him to sacrifice to the flag. Uncle, after father emperor returns, you must speak up for me. Shui Xing had no time to comfort Shui Beng at this moment. He was not as simple as Shui Beng thought. So many treacherous subjects rebelling at the same time was clearly a long-planned conspiracy. There must be a huge plot behind it. Emperor Shui Yi was still in Douluo City. Even if he rushed back with all his might, whether he could make it in time was a question. And given the current defense situation of Heaven-Do City, if the rebel army was too strong, it would be difficult to hold out for long. Suddenly, Shui Xing thought of a reinforcement. Heaven Human Sect. The Heaven Human Sect has poisoned Douluo. If the Heaven Human Sect can help, we will definitely be able to hold out until your majesty returns. In the eyes of the outside world, poisoned Douluo was still not good at fighting against titled Douluo of the same level, but his ability to bully the weak was very strong. The Heaven-Do Empire's spirit tool armaments were all provided by the Heaven Human Sect. The Heaven Human Sect certainly wouldn't want to see their investment go down the drain, so they would definitely aid Heaven-Do City. That's right, so what are we waiting for? Hurry up and order the Heaven Human Sect to come and help. Shui Xing was choked up. Order them. Do you really think the Heaven Human Sect is a subordinate of the Heaven-Do Empire? At a time like this, one has to beg them. Your Highness Crown Prince, you must go to the Heaven Human Sect to seek help in person. Me. Emperor Shui Yi was not here, only the Crown Prince, Shui Beng. Going in person could show their sincerity. Shui Beng didn't have a good impression of the Heaven Human Sect, especially of Su Chen. Shui Beng, at this time, you must take responsibility. Don't wait until your majesty returns and you have made no contribution. Prince Shui Xing was also anxious. Ever since Shui Beng became the crown prince, this was the first time he had called him by his name directly. I'll go in person. Shui Beng was not that stupid. Even if it was just to salvage a little bit of his father emperor's opinion, Shui Beng had to do his best. Chapter 170, Attacking the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Commit Suicide. Boom tilde. With a deafening boom, the main gate of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School shattered. Who goes there? Enemy attack. The disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School gathered rapidly. Ever since confirming the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Ning Fengji had intensified training for the disciples to handle emergency situations. But now that an enemy had actually attacked the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, many disciples still found it somewhat unbelievable. Quick, dodge. It's the Clear Sky Hammer. At this moment, a disciple near the gate let out a shout. Immediately following, another loud boom echoed. Accompanying it were the screams of numerous 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples. For Tang Chen, a super Douluo, to kill ordinary 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples was no different than bullying children. Presumptuous. From the direction of the sect master's residence, the 7-kill sword shot out like lightning. I was waiting for you. Knowing that the 2 titled Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had once besieged Tang Hao, Tang Chen had long since considered Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo as dead men. He swung the Clear Sky Hammer heavily, colliding fiercely with the incoming 7-kill sword. Uncle Sword. Old Sword Man. Sword Douluo traded a blow with Tang Chen from afar, and an unnatural flush appeared on his face. It's nothing. The enemy is very strong, be careful. Sword Douluo's complexion gradually returned to normal, and he said to Bone Douluo with a grim face. The Clear Sky Sect still has such a strong titled Douluo. Bone Douluo asked in confusion. They had both heard from Sword Douluo about the group of titled Douluo from the Clear Sky Sect entering Slaughter City. 3 years had passed, and they both felt that the Clear Sky sect members must have met with some accident, otherwise, they wouldn't have failed to emerge for 3 years. Moreover, since the Clear Sky sect hadn't attacked the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School 3 years ago, they even thought the Clear Sky sect wouldn't come. As it turned out, it took a full 3 years for the Clear Sky sect people to arrive, and they gave them such a huge show of force right from the start. It's Tang Chen. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Ning Fengji and the others saw the attackers clearly. Besides Tang Hao and Tang San, whom they had seen 3 years ago, they were also familiar with Tang Xiao. Back when the Clear Sky sect had not yet closed its doors and sealed the mountain, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had interacted with him. However, as for Tang Chen, who had been missing for many years, neither Ning Fengji nor Ji Yu Rong could immediately identify him. Sword Douluo, having met Tang Chen while following his father, had a deep impression of him, which allowed him to recognize him quickly. What? Ning Fengji and Ji Yu Rong were both shocked. Although many years had passed, they still remembered Tang Chen's prestige vividly. When this former Clear Sky Douluo and sect master of the Clear Sky sect was in power, the Clear Sky sect could even rival Spirit Hall for a time. How could such a powerful expert, who had disappeared for so many years, appear again? Since you know it is this old man who has come, then stretch out your necks and await death. Boundless killing intent surged from Tang Chen, covering the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As a successor who had passed the first 8 of the Asura 9 trials, and having served as the Slaughter King for so many years, Tang Chen's killing intent was unimaginably surging. Those disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, upon slightly sensing this killing intent, began to tremble uncontrollably. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo immediately raised their own aura to resist Tang Chen's killing intent. If they let Tang Chen's killing intent run rampant, the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School might be scarred for life. With Tang Chen, this legendary figure, appearing again, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo felt heavy-hearted. What gave them some slight comfort was that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao both looked to be in poor condition, so they shouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to them. But Tang Chen alone possessed strength even greater than Tang Xiao and Tang Hao combined at their peak. Senior Clear Sky, having disappeared for many years and now returning, is a joyous and congratulatory occasion. Although Ning Fengji's mood was also very heavy, he appeared quite calm on the surface, not losing the demeanor of a sect master. If he, the sect master, panicked, it would go without saying for the other disciples. Your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has such great audacity to dare to lay hands on my, Tang Chen's, grandsons. Considering we are all part of the upper 3 sects, if you let these 2 things commit suicide, I might still be able to leave a spark of hope for your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Standing behind Tang Chen, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were both awed and full of admiration for their grandfather's demeanor and prestige. If their grandfather had always been in the Clear Sky sect, their Clear Sky sect would never have fallen to its current state. But the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School on the opposite side had a completely different mindset upon hearing this. Especially those disciples. They trembled under Tang Chen's killing intent, filled with worry about whether Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo could defeat Tang Chen. Hey, Senior is joking. Although our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not as strong as the Clear Sky sect, we are not something whose life and death can be decided by a single word from Senior. To say that Ning Fengji was not worried or regretful would be impossible. But now that things had come to this, and they were already at daggers drawn with the Clear Sky sect, they could only fight with all their might. It was absolutely impossible for him to let Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo commit suicide. Without these 2 titled Douluo holding the fort, there would be little difference between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and a destroyed sect. HMPH, stubborn and unyielding. Then prepare for the destruction of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo really committed suicide, Tang Chen would be spared from taking action and could reduce his expenditure of energy. However, it didn't matter if they didn't commit suicide. Tang Chen felt that dealing with these 2 juniors wouldn't take much effort. As it turned out, just as his voice fell, Sword Douluo attacked first. In the process of rapidly approaching, Sword Douluo used secret techniques one after another. Burning spirit, burning blood, burning bone. The power of his spirit power, blood, and bones was rapidly squeezed out, causing Sword Douluo's strength to surge significantly. At this moment, Ning Fengji's support light also caught up with Sword Douluo, adding fuel to the fire once again. To deal with Tang Chen, an enemy who was almost legendary, they dared not be the slightest bit careless and went all out from the start. Sword Douluo chose to strike first also to move the battlefield outside the 7 treasure-glazed tile school. If they fought within the sect, the damage to the sect went without saying, and many 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples would likely suffer heavy casualties from the aftermath of the battle. HMPH. Tang Chen's face was ice cold, the spirit ring on the clear sky hammer lit up, and he blasted towards Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo unleashed consecutive bursts, and Tang Chen was equally surprised. He could feel that Sword Douluo's strength, besides the support from Ning Fengji, had also increased significantly and abnormally. This couldn't help but make Tang Chen associate it with his own ring. Explosion secret technique. When did the 7 treasure-glazed tile school also master an ability similar to the Clear Sky sect's divine ring explosion technique? Now, Tang Chen's hatred for the 7 treasure-glazed tile school increased by another layer. Why had the Clear Sky sect fallen to this state, while the 7 treasure-glazed tile school was thriving instead? Without destroying the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, he could not quell the anger in his heart. This time, when the Clear Sky Hammer and the 7-kill sword met, Tang Chen's Clear Sky Hammer was no longer a crushing victory. The 7-kill sword and the Clear Sky Hammer were deadlocked, and for a moment, they were actually evenly matched. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were both shocked. How is this possible? How could a mere Chen Xin block grandfather? In their minds, Tang Chen was basically synonymous with invincibility, so it should have been a crushing victory. Get out of here. Chapter 171, Still able to improve. The Asura sword even ignores Tang San. Bone Douluo certainly would not watch Sword Douluo fight alone. Following Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo also followed closely behind. However, he was not teaming up with Sword Douluo to besiege Tang Chen, but rather aimed his target at Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang San. Just like Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo also wanted to shift the battlefield outside the sect. Bastard. Being blocked head-on by Chen Xin, a fellow who could be considered a junior, Tang Chen's anger, which had already accumulated to the extreme, escalated even further. Not to mention Bone Douluo targeting Tang Hao and the others right in front of him. Before coming to the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, Tang Chen had always believed he could easily end the battle and use the blood of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school to douse his own anger. Who knew that this anger would not only fail to be extinguished but would instead burn even more fiercely? Times really have changed. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry is standing tall now, while only the Clear Sky sect has declined. Tang Chen and Chen Xin's spirit power erupted once again, and the entrance of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, already in shambles, was blasted open into a deep pit. Sword Douluo was sent flying backward in some disarray, while Tang Chen was also forced out of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school by the impact. Before Sword Douluo could steady himself, he charged toward Tang Chen again. Having finally forced him back, he could not let him shift the battlefield back into the 7 treasure-glazed tile school. On the other side, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao fought while retreating, also leaving the 7 treasure-glazed tile school. Tang Hao was missing an arm and had dropped a major realm, a significant difference from when he last fought Bone Douluo. And as for Tang Xiao's 9 spirit rings, only 7 had recovered to this day. In terms of spirit power, Tang Xiao was a titled Douluo, but he could only use his first 7 spirit abilities, making his actual combat strength about the same as Tang Hao's. Ji Yurong was really standing tall this time. Suppressing the Clear Sky sect master and the current Clear Sky Douluo all by himself could be considered an achievement that none of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school's ancestors had ever accomplished. Tang Chen had wanted to come and support Tang Hao, to deal with Bone Douluo first. But Chen Xin seemed to fear neither life nor death, entangling him once again. Chen Xin was now completely enveloped in a faint blood-colored mist, and Tang Chen even felt a bit dazed, thinking that Chen Xin looked somewhat like himself when he was still the Slaughter King. You were courting death. Failing to crush Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo in one go, Tang Chen was already furious to the extreme. If he couldn't even deal with a mere 7 treasure glazed tile school, how could he talk about dealing with the Clear Sky sect? He didn't know if that old rival Dalu had improved his strength. If he had also mastered some secret technique to boost his strength like Chen Xin, then he might not necessarily be able to defeat Dalu again. Sword Douluo had gradually forgotten his worries and anxiety, his heart and eyes filled with nothing but battle intent. Not long after he became a titled Douluo back then, his father had chosen to challenge Dalu in order to climb to a higher peak, and in the end, had died from his injuries because of it. Now, facing Tang Chen, the Clear Sky Douluo who was as famous as Dalu, he faintly felt a resonance with his father, who had passed away many years ago. Father, the wish you failed to fulfill back then, I will definitely complete it. Even if one carried a god position legacy, as long as one could complete all the divine trials, one could become a deity. But at this moment, Sword Douluo had only the heart of a swordsman. At any cost, he had to defeat the powerful enemy before him. Tang San was pushed to a distance again by Tang Hao. However, this time he did not run away. Watching the two sides locked in battle, Tang San's expression was as gloomy as the coldest snowstorm in the far north. It's like this again. Why is it like this again? Time and time again, he never had things go smoothly. This time it was even more absurd. He had even brought his great-grandfather, yet dealing with a single 7 treasure glazed tile school was actually this difficult. Tang San even suspected that having too many rebirths came with a curse. It was as if the entire world was his enemy, restricting him at every turn, just to ensure he couldn't have it easy. Watching the intense battle in the distance, Tang San felt that this time, he would likely return empty-handed again. Not to mention the state of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, even for Tang Chen, if the battle lasted too long or if he used too much power, the impact on his own lifespan would be significant. Tang San gritted his teeth. He had to make a decision. Rather than paying a huge price to deal with a single 7 treasure glazed tile school, it would be better to preserve his strength and accumulate power to deal with Spirit Hall, his greatest enemy. But Tang Chen was clearly already in a state of rage. If he couldn't even deal with a single Chen Xin, what face would he, Tang Chen, have to appear before the world again? If Dalu found out, he would probably laugh himself to death. The Clear Sky hammer in Tang Chen's hand had already transformed into the Great Sumeru hammer, only he hadn't performed a ring explosion yet. If he had to use a ring explosion just to fight a Chen Xin, not to mention how it would severely cut into his already precarious lifespan and seriously affect his physical condition, Tang Chen couldn't even get past the mental hurdle. Having to risk his life to fight a junior, did he still want the face of the king of the land? Moreover, Tang Chen could also see that Sword Douluo's current state could not last long. This must be the same as ring explosion. While exchanging for powerful strength, this power could only be maintained for a very short time and had a significant negative impact on himself. As long as he dragged it out, he could drag it out until Chen Xin's secret technique for forcibly boosting his strength lost its effect. Tang Chen's prediction was not wrong either. 10+ minutes later, Chen Xin's state had a slight decline compared to before. Although the degree of decline was not great, for Tang Chen, it was undoubtedly good news. Using the method of wearing down a junior, although it wouldn't sound very good if spoken aloud. But winning is always better than losing. But in the next moment, a dense blood mist rose from Sword Douluo's body. Burning spirit. Having successively burned his spirit power, the power in his blood, and the power in his bones, this time Chen Xin was burning his mental force. The divine trials didn't provide much of a boost in strength, but there were plenty of desperate measures. He couldn't care less about what price he would pay after the battle ended. If he didn't drive Tang Chen back, considering anything else would be useless. Tang Chen's profanity was already at the tip of his tongue, just waiting to blurt out. Is there any reason left? It would be one thing if the 7 treasure glazed tile school had a secret technique to boost strength, but to have it one time after another, improving endlessly. After Chen Xin ignited even his mental force, Tang Chen felt immense pressure. Previously, he had still held the upper hand, but now he actually had to start defending. How could Tang Chen accept this situation? The slaughter god domain descended, and the clear sky hammer in Tang Chen's hand was switched to the Asura sword. Previously, when dealing with Tang Yuehua who had been bewitched by the evil god, the Asura sword had been of great help. Tang Chen guessed that after he got rid of the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, the Asura sword's affinity for him might have increased significantly. Perhaps using it to deal with Chen Xin could also have an unexpected effect. But just after his slaughter god domain descended, Chen Xin used a domain as well. This domain was also obtained during the divine trials and was named the slaughter domain. The strength of the slaughter god was a far cry from a god king, but the slaughter god domain was not the Asura domain, so the slaughter domain was sufficient to contend with it. After using the Asura sword, Tang Chen's heart sank. This time, the Asura sword provided him with no extra help at all, acting just like an ordinary spirit, and it was not even as handy to use as the clear sky hammer. What was going on? Tang Chen was completely confused as to why the Asura sword worked sometimes and not others. He could only attribute it to the fact that he had not completed all of the Asura god's divine trials, so the Asura sword had not recognized him as its master and was difficult to wield as one's own arm. Tang San, in the distance, was actually also trying to use his own domain to activate the power of the Asura sword. But this time, the Asura sword did not even respond to him. Tang San felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. When the Asura sword helped him, he worried that the Asura god would snatch him to be a successor. When it didn't respond to him, Tang San felt empty inside. Chapter 172, Did the rats of the Clear Sky sect run away again? The Asura god is not Doraemon, and he does not grant every single request made by Tang San. Helping Tang San the first few times had already made the Asura god somewhat irritable. As for a successor like Tang Chen, he could not even be bothered to look at him more than once. He wanted to find a successor, not a master to serve. Besides, it was not as if Tang San's life was hanging by a thread right now, there was no reason to help him again. Tang San, unable to bring any help to Tang Chen, had already solidified his intention to leave. He shouted to Tang Chen and the others, wanting Tang Chen to disengage from the battle as soon as possible. With Tang Chen's strength, even if he remained in a stalemate with Sword Douluo would not be able to stop him if he was determined to leave. But it was clear that Tang Chen was still unwilling to give up. He had emerged into the world again after decades, and in his first battle, instead of crushing his opponent, he was unable to secure a victory and had to run away. How would the people of the world view him? Therefore, not only did Tang Chen not retreat, but he even detonated his first 3 spirit rings. Tang Chen was very familiar with the Great Sumeru Hammer technique and the ring explosion secret skill. If he only detonated the first few spirit rings, the impact would not be too great. Of course, this meant he had to end the battle quickly. If he was dragged out any longer, the price he would have to pay would be high. Ning Fengji's support was continuous, and seeing that Sword Douluo could actually block the offensive of the former king of the land, Ning Fengji felt even more assured. Tang Chen was a peerless expert on par with Jian Dalu. If Sword Douluo could match Tang Chen, didn't that mean Sword Douluo could also contend with Jian Dalu head-on? In this way, even if the Spirit Hall invasion he had worried about for years actually happened, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would have the confidence to protect itself. Apart from him, a few other core members of the 7 treasure glazed tile school arrived to provide support to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Although the effect would be greatly diminished when they stacked their support, it was good as long as it had some effect, and it could win as much of a chance of victory as possible. Tang Chen, having detonated 3 spirit rings, still failed to take down Sword Douluo. Just as his expression became increasingly gloomy, and he was wondering whether he should detonate 2 more spirit rings for fun, the situation in another battle changed. Compared to Tang Chen's side, the situation for the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao was much more perilous. Their current strength was far inferior to Bone Douluo's, not to mention that Bone Douluo also had the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. They had already done their utmost to persist for this long. They were still counting on Tang Chen to resolve Sword Douluo quickly and then come over to easily handle Bone Douluo as well. Who knew that after waiting and waiting, the reinforcements they wanted to arrive were themselves trapped in a bitter battle. In order to help Sword Douluo share the pressure as soon as possible, Bone Douluo could not afford to drag things out. Under his bone dragon true body, Bone Douluo quickly caused Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's old injuries to flare up, seizing the opportunity to severely wound Tang Xiao once again. Seeing the sudden change in the battle situation on his grandson's side, even though Tang Chen was extremely unwilling, he knew he had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, before the 7 treasure glazed tile school was destroyed, half of the 4 remaining people of their Clear Sky sect would be lost again. Explode. Tang Chen detonated his 4th spirit ring, using the explosive power he gained to force Sword Douluo back, and then flew toward Bone Douluo. Uncle Ji Yu, retreat quickly. Fearing that Ji Yu Rong might still want to resist Tang Chen, Ning Fengji hurriedly reminded him. Sensing Tang Chen's attack, Bone Douluo did not hesitate at all and dodged at the fastest speed. He knew very well what Sword Douluo's current strength was. Even Sword Douluo had to fight with his life on the line. If he tried to resist head-on, at best he would be seriously injured, and at worst, he would die. HMPH. Tang Chen was indeed thinking of settling for the next best thing, at least eliminating Bone Douluo. But Ji Yu Rong was too self-aware and ran away without any hesitation, causing Tang Chen's fallback plan to fall through. Angry as he was, Tang Chen still grabbed Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, flew toward the direction where Tang San was, and picked up Tang San as he passed by. Satisfying, truly satisfying. Watching the few members of the Clear Sky sect fleeing, Ji Yu Rong laughed out loud. The 7 treasure glazed tile school could actually suppress the Clear Sky sect, and even a Clear Sky sect with Tang Chen sitting in command. This was something the ancestors of the 7 treasure glazed tile school would never have dared to dream of. Old sword man, you. Ji Yu Rong still wanted to praise Chen Xin, but to his surprise, Chen Xin's aura plummeted, and his whole person seemed to have shrunk by half. Chen Xin was not fat to begin with, but now he had become like skin and bones, which was terrifying to look at. Uncle Sword. Ning Fengji was shocked and hurriedly helped Sword Douluo with healing. But no matter how hard he tried, Sword Douluo's condition did not improve in the slightest. Fengji, don't waste your efforts. I know my own situation. After the battle with Tang Chen, I have consumed too much. It is not something you can heal. I can only rely on time to slowly recover. If Chen Xin were not a titled Douluo, the consumption from the previous battle alone would have been enough to exhaust him completely and send him to the Yellow Springs. He was not dead now, but he was severely injured in his origin chi. It would take a long time to recover to his peak state. The lost spirit power was fine, it was not difficult to make up for it. However, blood and bones were related to his own foundation and needed to be slowly nursed back to health. When he burned his mental force, it caused great damage to his sea of consciousness, making it extremely difficult to repair. Old sword man, I thought you had really stood up tall, but I didn't expect you could only stand up for such a short while. Although he knew Sword Douluo was in a very bad state, Bone Douluo still couldn't help but want to mock him a few words. HMPH, you wait until I recover a bit, then I'll let you see what my strength is really like. Alright, stop trying to be brave, go and nurse your injuries properly. The stronger Sword Douluo was on his last breath, while Bone Douluo, who was weaker, did not suffer any injuries. He carefully picked up Sword Douluo and returned with Ning Fengji and the others to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, where the city gate was in ruins. Inside the sect, all the disciples looked at them excitedly. Repelling the attack of the Clear Sky sect head-on was absolutely supreme glory for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and it was incredibly inspiring. The 4 members of the Clear Sky sect, who were fleeing in a sorry state again, had a completely opposite mindset to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Being repelled by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which had been suppressed under them for thousands of years, was a great humiliation for Tang Chen and the others. This was even more shameful than being defeated by Spirit Hall. What kind of strength did Spirit Hall have? What kind of strength did the 7 treasure glazed tile school have? On the contrary, Tang San had the most stable mindset. First, his feelings for the Clear Sky sect were not as deep as the other 3. And second, he had suffered too many blows, so he was somewhat immune to them. Great-grandfather, it was our carelessness today. If we could have helped you replenish some origin chi first, allowed you to fight with abandon, and if we could have let uncle and dad nurse their injuries before coming, we definitely wouldn't have needed to retreat today. Although it was a weak excuse, what Tang San said made some sense. Toward the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they were indeed a bit careless and overconfident. Little San, in that place you mentioned, is there really a divine object that can help me replenish some origin chi? Tang Chen said with a dark face. His hatred for the 7 treasure glazed tile school was already beyond measure. He needed to continue to let his own state recover somewhat so he could go all out to crush the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 173, Interested in fighting Tang Chen. Tiger King. Sect Master. Heaven Human Sect, Sect Master's Hall. Snake Lance Douluo was slightly surprised to see Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo summoned by Su Chen along with him. The 3 of them had all defected from Spirit Hall, and Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo had stayed in the Heaven Human Sect year after year. From the initial discomfort, to later restlessness, and then to resignation, until now, if they didn't think about it, they could barely even remember that they were once elders of Spirit Hall. Since Qian Runshui had them stay in the Heaven Human Sect, she had never summoned them again. As for Bibi Dong, she hadn't ordered them to return to Spirit Hall either. Of course, perhaps Bibi Dong didn't even know they were in the Heaven Human Sect. Sect Master, is there a mission? Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo had been in the Heaven Human Sect for a few years and hadn't executed any important missions. It was much more leisurely than when they were in Spirit Hall. Are you interested in testing your skills against a powerful expert? A powerful expert. Sect Master, who is it? Currently, the strength of the 3, including Snake Lance Douluo, was extraordinary. To be called a powerful expert by Su Chen, and for him to ask them to test their skills against, how many such people could there be? Among the 3, Snake Lance Douluo's spirit power was as high as level 98. Although Chrysanthemum Douluo was still at level 97, he was not far from level 98. Even Ghost Douluo, although he didn't have the fortuitous encounter of fusing with the celestial chrysanthemum like Chrysanthemum Douluo, had broken through to level 96 under the guidance of Chrysanthemum Douluo and by relying on the cultivation conditions of the Heaven Human Sect. Could it be that Qian Douluo had come? Or perhaps Bibi Dong, someone you all know? Upon learning that Tang Chen had reappeared in the world, the 3, including Snake Lance Douluo, were all shocked. Clear Sky Sect and Spirit Hall were deeply entangled. The 3 of them were not young and had all witnessed Tang Chen's demeanor in the past. If it were any other powerful expert, they might have looked on with disdain. But facing Tang Chen, even Snake Lance Douluo lacked confidence. Sect Master, I will go. Although he lacked sufficient confidence, Snake Lance Douluo was still the first to express his desire to test his skills against Tang Chen. With his spirit power reaching level 98, there were not many spirit masters on the Douluo continent who could spar with him. In the Heaven Human Sect, he had also sparred with other elders, including Poison Douluo, a powerful expert who had reached the Super Douluo realm. However, Dugu Bo's fighting style was extremely different from his. Every time he finished fighting Dugu Bo, Snake Lance Douluo felt uncomfortable all over and gained little. An opponent whose strength was still above his own was enough to make Snake Lance Douluo excited. Then we will go together. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo followed up. Their strength was still far from Tang Chen's level, but with their enhanced 2-phase stillness domain, they could still hold their own for a while. Coupled with Snake Lance Douluo, they still had a good chance of winning. Furthermore, having stayed in the Heaven Human Sect for so long, and having enjoyed cultivation resources far exceeding those of Spirit Hall. Even Ghost Douluo, who had initially been somewhat resistant to staying in the Heaven Human Sect, had pretty much pledged his loyalty. Since Spirit Hall didn't care or ask, they might as well consider themselves people of the Heaven Human Sect all along. Now that the Clear Sky Sect was making a comeback, fighting a battle against the Clear Sky Sect could be considered as finally repaying the cultivation of Spirit Hall. After the 3 left, Dugu Bo walked out from behind the hall. Sect Master, to deal with such a powerful enemy, you should have sent your subordinate. Douluo was also very interested in Tang Chen, the former king of the land. As someone who was once at the bottom of the titled Douluo, he had now made a comeback and stood tall. If he didn't fight such a powerful spirit master, how could he prove his strength? Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen, these two highest peaks among the spirit masters of the Douluo continent, should also make way. I have another task to entrust to you. As for Tang Chen, you will still have a chance to use him as a stepping stone. Poisoning him to death with your own hands to prove your poison skills is also perfectly fine. Since the sect master has a mission, your subordinate will naturally prioritize the sect master's mission. Fighting Tang Chen to prove his strength was secondary. Douluo made the priorities very clear. Who was the thigh to hug, and what should be put first? Douluo was very clear about it in his heart. Being majestic was only temporary, following the sect master was for a lifetime. Not to mention on the Douluo continent, even if they went to the god realm in the future, they would still have to follow the sect master's lead. Heaven Do City. Prince Shuixing stood on the city wall. Messages about the rebel army came one after another, and they were all bad news. The various rebel forces did not kill each other as he had hoped, instead, they quickly merged into one. The question of who was the boss failed to cause infighting among these treacherous rebels, and it was determined very smoothly instead. Tiger King. Where did a Tiger King pop up from? When he heard that the rebel leader was called the Tiger King, Prince Shuixing even speculated whether the Star Luo Empire's army had attacked. The most famous tiger-type spirit on the Douluo continent was the Evil Eyes White Tiger of the Star Luo Empire. And since the Star Luo Empire was being annihilated by the Heaven Do Empire, it was normal for them to hate the Heaven Do Empire to the bone, and they had sufficient reasons to do so. Only one point made Prince Shuixing feel hesitant. Did the Star Luo Empire have such strength? To be able to incite half of the Heaven Do Empire's regional officials to rebel in one fell swoop and stage a desperate comeback. Your Highness, the rebel army has arrived. Prince Shuixing instantly came to his senses and looked into the distance. On the distant horizon, dense black dots appeared. They were still very far away, but Prince Shuixing knew that those shadows surging like a tide were the rebel army. They have come so quickly. The situation had deteriorated too quickly. The Heaven Do Empire's rebel army moved from afar to near, without any delay, and swept all the way to Heaven Do City. Along the way, they did not encounter any arduous battles. Even the cities that had not rebelled were taken in one go without any obstacles. This speed of sweeping through the Heaven Do Empire really didn't look like a rebel army, it was simply like an imperial army mobilized to suppress bandits. No matter how much Prince Shuixing valued the rebel army, he couldn't have imagined that their speed would be so fast. Imperial brother, I am afraid this younger brother cannot hold Heaven Do City. Prince Shuixing was very clear about the defense situation of Heaven Do City. Even if the rebel army's strength was not strong, as long as they wore them down with human lives, given their numbers, they would likely break the city within a few days. And Emperor Shuiyi's troops, even if they traveled day and night, would need at least 5 days to return to Heaven Do City. Prince Shuixing had no confidence at all in whether he could hold out for 5 days. Compared to Emperor Shuiyi's reinforcing army, Prince Shuixing had higher expectations for reinforcements from the Heaven Human sect. If the Heaven Human sect's poison Douluo could come to Heaven Do City to support, holding out until the main army returned would definitely not be a problem. But the key was whether the Heaven Human sect would help with this favor. Order all soldiers in the city that His Majesty will return shortly. Hold Heaven Do City, and His Majesty will surely bestow heavy rewards upon his return. Shuixing stopped thinking about reinforcements. Anyway, he had sent Shui Beng away. Even if the Heaven Human sect refused to support, Shui Beng's life would at least be safe. Even if Heaven Do City fell, as long as Emperor Shuiyi led his army back, he could avenge him. In the distance, the black dots on the horizon grew from small to large, like a tide. Tiger King, Heaven Do City is right ahead. Chapter 174, Shooting Arrows at Shui Beng. The Heaven Do soldiers are delighted. Your Highness, that appears to be the Crown Prince. On the city wall, a general said to Prince Shuixing with a trembling voice. In fact, even before this general, Prince Shui Xing had already noticed the figure held in the hands of the rebel leader. When it came to understanding and closeness to Shui Bang, Prince Shui Xing was even above Emperor Shui Yi. During the years when Shui Bang pretended to be a dissolute playboy for fear of being killed by Shui Qing, Prince Shui Xing held multiple roles, including being Shui Bang's uncle, protector, and strategist. While still in the distance, seeing Shui Bang's figure, Prince Shui Xing's heart skipped a beat. Shui Bang was actually captured by the rebels. No wonder he hadn't brought reinforcements from the Heaven Human sect, he was likely captured before he even reached the Sunset Forest. But where did the rebels get the information about Shui Bang leaving the city? Arranging for Shui Bang to leave the city was entirely handled by Prince Shui Xing, so there was almost no possibility of information leakage. Now was not the time to think about these things. The fact that the dignified crown prince had been captured before the enemy army had even attacked the city would have a devastating impact on the morale of the troops. Defending the city was already extremely difficult, and this only made matters worse. Outside Heavendo City, the rebel leader, Hu Chengxing, raised his hand, and everyone immediately stopped. Imperial Uncle, save me. I am Shui Bang. Shui Bang was thrown to the ground and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, wanting to run towards Heavendo City. But he was firmly tied with a long rope. Hu Chengxing flicked his hand, and Shui Bang fell face first into the dirt. Shui Bang felt the pain and couldn't get up for a long while. Watching Shui Bang being treated like livestock without any dignity, Shui Xing's eyes were almost blazing with fire. Imperial Uncle, save me quickly. If Prince Shui Xing was angry because Shui Bang was being treated this way, then Shui Bang's loud cries for help made Prince Shui Xing angry at his lack of backbone. He was the crown prince, after all, did he have to abandon every shred of dignity? At a time like this, when the survival of the empire was at stake, one should remain composed even in the face of death. Perhaps that would actually inspire the defending soldiers. But Shui Bang's cowardly and incompetent display practically wrote the fact that he was a piece of trash on his face. Any soldier with a bit of spirit would not want to serve such a crown prince or see such a person become the future emperor. Like Emperor Shui Yi before, at this moment, Shui Bang also began to miss Shui Qing. Although Prince Shui Xing believed that the previous princes of Emperor Shui Yi were killed by Shui Qing, he was also very repulsed by Shui Qinghei's heartless behavior. But if it were Shui Qing who had been captured by the rebels today, Prince Shui Xing believed that Shui Qing would absolutely not be as incompetent as Shui Bang. Had I been wrong to protect Shui Bang for so many years? At this moment, Shui Xing even wished that Shui Bang had been completely wiped out by Shui Qing back then. Suddenly, a scream from Shui Bang came from outside the city. Shui Bang was not a fool, he knew how embarrassing his current performance was. When he was first captured by the rebels, he did indeed want to be tough and die with dignity. But after a few lashes from the rebels, Shui Bang, who had been pampered since childhood, quickly couldn't take it anymore. Some people think they will surely be able to hold out, but when fear truly arrives, they succumb after just a few strikes. Shui Bang was that kind of person. After the initial surrender, everything that followed was easier. Shui Bang even began to numb himself. He was the dignified crown prince of the Heavendo Empire, who would one day become the emperor of the entire Douluo continent. How could he die here? This wasn't cowardice, it was biding his time and enduring humiliation to achieve a greater goal. His imperial father only had him as a son left. He was doing this to prevent his father's hard-won empire from going to waste. It was entirely for the sake of the big picture. Having prepared his own psychological defense, Shui Bang no longer had any psychological burden about begging for mercy or shouting for help. Imperial Uncle, save me. I am my imperial father's only son, the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire. I order you to save me. Seeing that the defending soldiers were becoming restless, Prince Shui Xing gritted his teeth. Do not panic. The person under the city wall is not the crown prince. How could the crown prince of our Heavendo Empire be as cowardly as that person? It is merely a trick set by the rebels because they are worried they cannot take Heavendo City. Although Prince Shui Xing once had deep feelings for Shui Bang, he also knew that if Shui Bang died, no matter how reasonable Emperor Shui Yi was, he would inevitably vent his anger on him. He might even suspect that he had intentionally caused Shui Beng's death to clear the way for his own succession. But Prince Shui Xing could not worry about that now. It was a reality that Shui Beng had fallen into the hands of the enemy. If Heaven-Do City could not be defended, then everything would truly be lost. However, what the soldiers were thinking was actually quite different from what Prince Shui Xing expected. Seeing Shui Beng treated like a pig or a dog, these people were not worried or afraid, but rather somewhat excited. Shui Beng's reputation had long been rotten, and it actually became even worse after he became the crown prince. Even though Shui Beng had restrained himself a lot more after becoming the crown prince and no longer acted like a dissolute playboy in public in Heaven-Do City. But his terrible image had already remained in the hearts of the people of Heaven-Do City, and many people both hated and feared him. With Shui Beng in trouble, many people actually felt it was a great satisfaction. This was only the soldiers seeing this scene. If the commoners in the city saw Shui Beng in such a predicament, they would likely be clapping and cheering. Shui Xing, you actually don't want to save me. When my imperial father returns, he will definitely not let you off. I know, you just want to kill me so you can inherit my imperial father's throne, right? Soldiers in the city, do not listen to Shui Xing's orders. He is also a traitor, he is in cahoots with the rebels. It was he who tricked me into leaving the city, otherwise. He was worried that the rebels would see he was useless and simply kill him to offer a sacrifice to their flag. His anger was not feigned either. Prince Shui Xing's choice had indeed hurt his heart. The imperial uncle who had been best to him in the past actually did not care whether he lived or died. Since that was the case, he would go all out. He didn't even call him imperial uncle anymore and simply called Prince Shui Xing by his name. However, his incessant rambling could not continue, as an arrow shot towards him. The one who fired this arrow was none other than Prince Shui Xing. The rebels are spreading lies to confuse the masses. Fire arrows at them. Prince Shui Xing was worried that if he let Shui Beng continue to babble, Heaven-Do City would be in danger of collapsing without an attack. He was also worried that the soldiers would not dare to take action against the crown prince, so he fired the first arrow himself. He had clearly overthought it. Upon hearing Prince Shui Xing say that they could shoot arrows at Shui Beng, the soldiers responded with enthusiasm, and arrows rained down towards where Shui Beng was. Good, very good. Prince Shui Xing excitedly slapped the city wall. The soldiers were so loyal to the Heaven-Do Empire that even when the crown prince was captured by the rebels, they remained unmoved. With such soldiers, why worry about not being able to defend Heaven-Do City? Watching the soldiers fire arrow after arrow, Prince Shui Xing's confidence in defending Heaven-Do City increased significantly. He really is a piece of trash. No need to mess around anymore, attack the city directly. Hu Chengxing swung the rope, using Shui Beng as a meteor hammer, blocking all the incoming arrows, and then ordered the attack on the city. Chapter 175, The City Falls, Tang Chen's Pride Hurts. After the rebel army prepared to assault Heaven-Do City, Prince Shui Xing actually felt relieved. Even if the odds of winning a head-on confrontation were low, it was still better than letting Shui Beng continue to ramble, causing the soldiers to lose all their battle intent. The rebel army had arrived too quickly, and Heaven-Do City had been peaceful for too long. They had never expected an enemy to reach the city walls so soon, so their preparations were actually insufficient. Especially since Emperor Shui Yi had taken away half of the main army, as well as a large amount of provisions and military equipment. There were not many defensive supplies like thunder stones and rolling logs prepared, and at most, they could only repel 3 or 4 rebel attacks. But when they saw the rebels attack, Prince Shui Xing, and indeed all the soldiers, were dumbfounded. They saw a rebel force of about 1,000 men charging toward the city walls, holding round shields, and Prince Shui Xing had almost laughed out loud. Rebels were just rebels, they didn't even understand basic common sense. They didn't even bring ladders, were they planning to climb up with their bare hands? Moreover, with such small shields, never mind heavy weapons like thunder stones and rolling logs, even arrows could cause them massive casualties. But when these rebels approached, the shields in their hands flew up, forming an iron curtain above their heads. Arrows, falling like rain onto the iron curtain of shields, bounced off one after another without hitting a single person. Throw stones quickly. In the face of such a defense, arrows didn't even count as tickling them. Prince Shuixing could only hope that the giant stones would be effective in breaking this defense. He didn't even dare to count on the rolling logs. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of heavy objects colliding rang out. Yet those small shields were extraordinarily tough, as the large stones fell. Although the noise was constant and the iron curtain wavered, it remained firm. With all defensive measures proving ineffective, Prince Shuixing felt a wave of despair. The only thing that gave him a glimmer of hope was that these people hadn't brought scaling ladders. Even if they approached the city wall, it would be almost impossible to break through for a while. He had great confidence in the thickness and hardness of Heaven Do City's walls. But not long after the rebels approached the city wall, a heaven-shaking explosion accompanied by violent tremors arrived. Prince Shuixing felt the ground beneath his feet shake and was shielded by his guards as he retreated a great distance. When he finally steadied himself, still shaken, he saw that the section of the city wall being attacked by the rebels was covered in a layer of flying dust. Prince Shuixing's face turned deathly pale. The city wall, the wall of Heaven Do City, actually collapsed. From within the dust and smoke, shouts that pierced the clouds rang out. Immediately after, the rebels charged through the smoke and officially stepped foot into Heaven Do City. When the smoke settled slightly, Prince Shuixing finally saw that 2/3 of this city wall had collapsed. The huge stones that had composed the wall were now reduced to rubble, and even powder. The city has fallen, the city has fallen. Prince Shuixing, as if gone mad, cried and laughed while shouting the words, "The city has fallen." Your Highness. Several guards still wanted to protect Prince Shuixing and get him away from the city wall, whether finding a way to escape or going to the imperial palace to hold the final line of defense. It was better than going mad here. But Prince Shuixing no longer had any will to resist. We lost, there's no need to struggle, we lost from the very beginning. No wonder the Heaven Human sect remained indifferent. These rebels were supported by the Heaven Human sect. The spirit tools used by the rebels were different from those Su Chen had provided to the Heaven Do army. Shuixing had never seen them before. But he knew that ordinary weapons absolutely did not have the magical effects used by those rebels, nor would they have such strong defensive capabilities. Prince Shuixing felt that even from the beginning, Emperor Shui Yi's war against the Star Luo Empire had been within the Heaven Human sect's expectations, and they had even been pushing it forward step by step. If they couldn't even hold the walls of Heaven Do City for a moment, going to the Imperial Palace would just be waiting for death. It was definitely too late for Emperor Shui Yi to lead his army back to reinforce. Even if he returned now, in the face of rebels armed with superior spirit tool weaponry provided by the Heaven Human sect, the possibility of victory was slim. The Heaven Do Empire's problem was no longer just suffering a major blow to its vitality and missing the chance to destroy the Star Luo Empire. It was that it was highly likely to be destroyed, and whether it was the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, both would ultimately have worked in vain for someone else's benefit. Ha 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 tilde. Your Highness. Prince Shuixing broke free from his guard's support and leapt from the ruined city wall. His spirit was also the Shui family's swan spirit. If he had used his spirit, he definitely wouldn't have fallen to his death. But Shuixing was already in total despair and didn't use his spirit at all. He landed head first, smashing against the stones, and died for his country. The Heaven Do Empire was fighting furiously. Although Tang San and the others had not entered those large cities, they had seen many signs of chaos along the way. However, they had no heart to concern themselves with these things. Even if these signs of chaos were clearly different from his past life, Tang San had no time to attend to them. With even greater changes happening, what did the mere chaos of the Heaven Do Empire matter? At most, it meant Spirit Hall was preparing to make a move early. Even if he knew, he couldn't stop it, so it was better to pretend not to see it. This time, Tang San and the others had learned their lesson and did not rush off to the Heaven Human sect. Never mind Tang Xiao and Tang Chen, whose injuries had never healed and had become more severe time and time again. Even Tang Chen needed some time to let his first 4 spirit rings recover. Although these first 4 spirit rings did not have much impact on his combat ability, the lesson from the 7 treasure glazed tile school was right before their eyes, and even the former king of the land did not dare to be as full of confidence as before. Especially after hearing from Tang San that this Heaven Human sect was an affiliate sect of Spirit Hall and had a titled Douluo from Spirit Hall stationed there, they could be even less careless. Although Tang Chen believed that, apart from Qian Dalu, no one in Spirit Hall was a match for him in a single exchange. But since even a junior like Chen Xin could withstand his clear sky hammer, it was hard to say whether Spirit Hall had other titled Douluo like Chen Xin. Although Tang Chen and the others did not intend to go to the Heaven Human sect immediately, they had no choice. If they would not go to the mountain would come to them. Be careful. Snake Lance Douluo and the other 2 were coming aggressively and did not hide their presence at all. Before even seeing the figures of the 3, Tang Chen's expression had already changed. The times have truly changed. Is this still the Douluo continent? How is it that one after another, they all dare to come and provoke him? Great-grandfather, it's people from Spirit Hall. When the figures of Snake Lance Douluo and the other 2 appeared in the distance, Tang San, who had his purple demon eye open, warned. It's Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Snake Lance Douluo. To the Tang Chen of the past, these 3 people were just bottom-tier minor characters. He could have dealt with one with a single slap. Yet, the presence of these 3 was actually not weak at all. In fact, the presence of 2 of them was even above that of Sword Douluo when he wasn't using his explosive secret technique. Had Spirit Hall really become this strong? Ah Hao, Ah Shao, you are both injured, take Little San and leave first. I will come find you after I deal with these 3. Tang Chen did not dare to be arrogant. If Tang San and the others stayed, he really wasn't confident that he could protect them. Grandfather, go. Do you doubt my strength too? Tang Xiao's hesitation stung Tang Chen's heart of a powerhouse. He didn't believe it. Could it be that Spirit Hall's lackeys also possessed the suicidal secret technique of the sword wielder from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Chapter 176, Spirit Hall Spirit Masters have no shame, need help. You Spirit Hall bastards, die. After sending Tang Hao and the others away first, Tang Chen did not wait for Snake Lance Douluo and his group to approach before swinging his clear sky hammer at the 3 of them. I'll take him. Snake Lance Douluo, who possessed the highest spirit power and was the most eager to face off against an old-school powerhouse like Tang Chen, did not hesitate to step forward and meet Tang Chen head-on. Although he was the main combatant, out of respect for Tang Chen, Snake Lance Douluo did not try to go toe-to-toe with him in terms of brute strength or offensive capability. Tang Chen was a hammer user, while he was a spear user. There was no reason for him to abandon his own advantages to compete with Tang Chen in brute force. During his divine trial of the god of piercing, besides an increase in spirit power, Snake Lance Douluo's offensive power had also improved significantly. Compared to before, his spear techniques had become sharper by more than 1 level. Moreover, having spent these years sparring with Su Chen, it wasn't just Su Chen who gained something. Snake Lance Douluo had benefited just as much. Su Chen's spear techniques always opened his eyes, and he had even asked Su Chen for advice on certain spear-related questions. Although he hadn't systematically learned the 100 Battles spear art, by adopting others' strengths to cover his own weaknesses, his own spear techniques had improved by several levels. At the very least, if he were to face Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan now, relying solely on his spear techniques, he could quickly defeat him at the same rank. Facing Tang Chen's aggressive hammer strike, Snake Lance Douluo, well versed in the method of binding, used a technique of both deflection and counterattack to dissolve the tremendous force of the hammer into nothingness. HMPH, are the people of Spirit Hall only capable of playing these low-class tricks? The type of enemy Tang Chen liked to face most was the kind that went toe-to-toe with him. However, he had encountered other types of enemies as well. Relying on his own strength, whether they were speed types or technique types, he could break through them with raw power. Yet, facing Snake Lance Douluo's spear techniques, Tang Chen felt as if he were punching cotton. The borrow force to strike force technique that the disorder-splitting wind hammer method was famous for had little effect. Snake Lance Douluo's spear techniques were like a swamp. dissolving Tang Chen's power into nothingness while giving him absolutely no space to leverage his strength. How had Spirit Hall's style changed? That old geezer Dalu didn't rely on speed advantages to disgust people when he fought him back in the day. These Spirit Hall elders were really going downhill, they had no shame at all. It wasn't as if Tang Chen had never fought spear-wielding spirit masters. The Breaking Clan had once been an affiliate sect of their Clear Sky sect, and even in Tang Chen's eyes, the Breaking Clan's spear techniques had some merits. But Snake Lance Douluo's spear techniques were completely superior to those of the Breaking Clan, they were not even on the same level. When did Spirit Hall develop such powerful spear techniques? The Douluo continent was changing too fast. Whether it was the 7 treasure glazed tile school or Spirit Hall, Tang Chen felt as if he couldn't recognize them anymore. Unlike Tang Chen's feeling, Snake Lance Douluo was actually somewhat surprised. The pressure exerted on him by Tang Chen, the king of the land who stood on equal footing with Dalu, was not as great as he had imagined. Snake Lance Douluo only knew that the strength of Dalu and Tang Chen was formidable, making them almost legendary figures, but he himself had already embarked on a path of legend. Come, fight. After gaining a deeper understanding of his enemy and himself, Snake Lance Douluo became even more excited. If he could use the spear in his hand to knock a legendary figure like Tang Chen to the ground, it would absolutely be one of the great joys of his life. Snake Lance Douluo no longer hesitated, brandishing his spear and displaying a level of skill even higher than his usual standard. Chrysanthemum Guan, do we need to help him? Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were watching the battle from the sidelines. They had originally planned to coordinate with Snake Lance Douluo to attack, but now they were in no hurry. The two were surprised to discover that Snake Lance Douluo was actually able to contend with Tang Chen on his own, and not just by defending or dodging, he was even able to counterattack. Is he really Tang Chen? The strength gap is quite different from what we imagined. They were both people who had heard and seen stories of Dalu and Tang Chen, and just a few years ago, Snake Lance Douluo had been an elder whose strength and status were below theirs. In such a short time, an elder who ranked below them had actually grown to this extent. It should be him. I saw those who fled earlier, 2 of them were Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Besides, it's not like you haven't seen Tang Chen before back in the day. How could you mistake him? Chrysanthemum Douluo was surprised, but he was still much calmer than Ghost Douluo. His own growth rate was not slow either, and he also had a great chance of reaching the level of Tang Chen and Dalu, so his mindset was more stable. The 2 of them were not speaking very loudly, just communicating normally, but Tang Chen heard it clearly. The unintentional words of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, falling into Tang Chen's ears, felt even more stinging than Snake Lance Douluo's attacks. You 2 bastards, hiding on the side whispering, plotting those schemes, get over here and let me take care of you all at once. Tang Chen could not accept that he had gone from being invincible under the heavens to someone that anyone could trade a few blows with. Furthermore, he was worried that Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo would go after Tang Hao and the others, so while dealing with the swamp-like vortex of Snake Lance Douluo's binding spear techniques, he forcibly dragged Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo into the fray. Snake Lance, it's not that we aren't giving you a chance to fight him one-on-one. Facing a powerhouse of Tang Chen's strength, Snake Lance Douluo could hold his own. But for Ghost Douluo, if he were careless and took a hammer strike, it would at the very least result in a serious injury. Once dragged into the battle, he could only join forces with Chrysanthemum Douluo to protect himself. Besides, since they were already there, seeing Snake Lance Douluo showing off his might alone, Ghost Douluo felt somewhat unwilling to just watch. Back then, he and Chrysanthemum Douluo had been severely injured by Tang Hao alone despite the rank difference. Now, joining forces to beat up Tang Hao's grandfather could be considered revenge for back then. Old Ghost. Coming. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo had coordinated countless times. With their minds in sync, the yin-yang stasis domain instantly enveloped the area. HMPH. Tang Chen had clamored for them to join the battle, but when they actually struck, Tang Chen's pressure suddenly increased significantly. Although Chrysanthemum Douluo and the others' yin-yang stasis domain could not truly make Tang Chen stand still and take a beating, it forced him to endure immense pressure with every action. After the quality of Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit improved, the effects of their spirit fusion skill had also increased significantly. Not to mention that Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo's spirit power had also risen quite a bit. Even when used against a super Douluo like Tang Chen, it could play a significant role. With the assistance of the yin-yang stasis domain, Snake Lance Douluo's spear techniques shifted from being primarily focused on binding and restriction to becoming sharp and swift. As his style changed, Tang Chen suddenly found himself in dangerous situations. Rip. Snake Lance Douluo's purple-green snake lance tore through the clothes on Tang Chen's shoulder. Although he hadn't wounded Tang Chen yet, to Tang Chen, it was no different from being injured. He hadn't even seen his old rival Qian Daoliu yet, and he was being forced into a dangerous situation by a few low-class nobodies under his command. It was nothing short of a huge humiliation. He had defeated Qian Daoliu back in the day, and now, was it even difficult to see Qian Daoliu? No, his pride would not allow him to accept this reality. Roar. Chapter 177, The Taunting Ghost Douluo. Hu Chengxing, there are bursts of sounds coming from the east of Heaven Do City, like thunder, yet there are no thunderclouds in the sky. The rebel army had completely occupied Heaven Do City, and there were countless matters for Hu Chengxing to handle, keeping him extremely busy. What thunder? That is someone fighting. What? The person who came to report had a drastic change in expression. He had been on the city wall earlier, looking into the distance, and had seen nothing. If people were fighting, it certainly wasn't close to Heaven Do City. With such a great distance, for the sound to still reach Heaven Do City, how strong must both parties be? Hu Chengxing, could it be reinforcements invited by the Heaven Do Empire? Screw that. If they really came, that would be great. I could just use the opportunity to stretch my muscles. Hu Chengxing had once managed a decent-sized sect, so his ability to handle affairs was naturally not too bad. However, the difficulty of governing an empire was far greater than governing a sect, and yet this was Su Chen's order, so Hu Chengxing dared not slack off. He had heard the sounds from afar long ago, and his hands were itching. If not for having such a large mess to deal with, he would have gone personally to check the situation. To him, fighting with strong experts was far easier than dealing with complicated war affairs and state affairs. I don't know which bastards are fighting over there. Are they bored? If they dare to come over, let's see how I beat them up. The subordinate saw that Hu Chengxing was not panicked at all, and suddenly gained some confidence, even flattering him. Hu Chengxing's divine might is peerless, such petty people naturally dare not offend your tiger might. Get lost, don't waste my time. Actually, when Hu Chengxing blurted that out, he felt a bit of regret. The Heaven Human sect was not far from Heaven Do City, and among the two fighting, it was very likely that there were elders from the Heaven Human sect, and possibly those elders whose strength was above his own. If they found out he had cursed them, fighting him would be a small matter. If they took advantage of his absence to slander him before the sect master, preventing him from returning to the Heaven Human sect, that would be disastrous. Clear Sky Douluo, no, it should be the former Clear Sky Douluo, is just so-so. Ghost Douluo had the lowest strength, but his taunting attributes were maxed out, stimulating Tang Chen until he was panting like an ox, his eyes blood red. It turned out that Tang San and Tang Hao's symptoms were hereditary, inherited all the way from Tang Chen. Who knows if there were others in the Tang clan ancestors who also had Tang syndrome. I'm going to rip your head off. Clearly, Tang Hao and the others should have already gone far, and Tang Chen could have found an opportunity to disengage and leave. But he was unwilling to flee again and again, throwing his face as the Clear Sky Douluo into the mud, especially fleeing from the hands of Spirit Hall. Ghost Douluo's taunting was also an important reason why Tang Chen was reluctant to leave. If he didn't rip the head off this neither human nor ghost guy, Tang Chen really wouldn't be reconciled. Crack. Tang Chen's fifth spirit ring shattered directly. This was not the first spirit ring he had detonated. Tang Chen had a deep understanding of the ring explosion Dao. The 4 spirit rings he had detonated during the battle with Sword Douluo earlier had already recovered 2 in a short time. However, before this, to be able to withstand the yin-yang stasis domain and fight Snake Lance Douluo, he had already detonated another spirit ring. Now, continuing to detonate his fifth spirit ring was really unwise. Detonating a 10,000-year fifth spirit ring would have a much greater impact on Tang Chen than the previous few spirit rings. Even after the battle ended, it would have a significant impact on his physical condition. However, in his rage, Tang Chen could not care about much else. If his physical condition were even half of what it was before entering Slaughter City, Tang Chen would have been willing to detonate all 9 rings just to kill Ghost Douluo. HMPH. Snake Lance Douluo's expression did not change. His spear was truly like a giant python, tightly restricting Tang Chen's increasingly violent offensive. Tang Chen's attention was diverted significantly by Ghost Douluo, which actually eased much of the pressure on Snake Lance Douluo. However, Snake Lance Douluo also took care of Ghost Douluo a lot, but he could not block all of Tang Chen's offensives. It was inevitable that some would leak through. While maintaining the yin-yang stasis domain, Chrysanthemum Douluo unfurled his celestial chrysanthemum spirit, petals spreading out to block Tang Chen's attacks. These petals were so delicate, yet they could block all the power that leaked through from Tang Chen. Old Chrysanthemum, nice work. The effectiveness of Snake Lance Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo was also the reason why Ghost Douluo dared to be so unscrupulous towards Tang Chen. When unable to win, facing your grandson, I would have to flee in embarrassment. When able to win, facing you, the grandfather, I will still taunt you. The more life Chi Tang Chen had, the more satisfied Ghost Douluo felt. He still remembered the grudges and hatred with Tang Hao clearly. Since Tang Hao had run away, he would take it out on his grandfather. Tang Chen, for all your fame once being on par with the High Priest of Spirit Hall, is it possible you were just climbing the social ladder? You don't look like it at all. Did you use some trick back then? With your strength, you are worthy of being an enemy of the High Priest of Spirit Hall. If I were you, I would just dissolve the Clear Sky sect. It's embarrassing to keep it anyway. Ah, I will tear you apart. Explode for me. Tang Chen was about to go crazy with anger, saying he wasn't worthy of being on par with Qian Daoliu. He should know that back then, he was on equal footing with Qian Daoliu, and in the final battle, he could even barely win. If he wasn't much stronger than Qian Daoliu, why would Bo Sai Shi treat Qian Daoliu with disdain and place her high hopes on him? If he had known, he would have gone to see God Island first, invited Bo Sai Shi over, and brought her before Qian Daoliu to see what his expression would be. In his great rage, Tang Chen lost much of his rationality, and his 6th and 7th spirit rings exploded one after another. Detonating 7 spirit rings was a huge burden for the current Tang Chen. His already limited lifespan might be greatly reduced after this battle. Ghost Douluo shut his mouth this time. The explosive aura of Tang Chen was somewhat frightening. The Slaughter God domain, which had been resisting the yin-yang stasis domain, actually had a trend of suppressing the yin-yang stasis domain in turn. Gui Mei's attention was focused on Snake Lance Douluo to see if he could still hold on. Snake Lance Douluo said nothing, nor did he feel that Ghost Douluo shouldn't have said so much to provoke Tang Chen into a ring explosion. Fighting with strong experts is infinitely joyful. He also wanted to see what level of strength Tang Chen could reach after exploding with full force. His pressure had indeed increased a lot. But compared to when he fought Dugu Bo at the Heaven Human sect, there was still a gap. Get lost. Tang Chen's great Sumeru hammer enveloped the 4 directions. Didn't Snake Lance Douluo like to neutralize and strike, using softness to overcome hardness? Then he would simply use the ultimate strength to forcefully smash through all of Snake Lance Douluo's techniques. But just as this hammer fell, Snake Lance Douluo, who was enveloped within it, seemed to disappear. The next instant, a bright light rose from under the cover of the Clear Sky hammer, stabbing towards Tang Chen's chest. All previous techniques were merely a stopgap measure. Snake Lance Douluo's strongest move now was an attack with lightning speed. The extremely strong piercing power ignored everything, as if to nail Tang Chen onto the snake lance. So fast. Tang Chen's pupils shook violently. Snake Lance Douluo's spear thrust, completely different from his previous fighting style, exceeded Tang Chen's expectations. He was confident that if his great Sumeru hammer fell, it would definitely break Snake Lance Douluo's bones, but before that, his own heart would be pierced by Snake Lance Douluo's purple-blue snake lance. No, I cannot die yet. Even if he traded 1-for-1 with Qian Daoliu now, Tang Chen would feel it was too much of a loss. Let alone trading lives with Snake Lance Douluo. If he died, what would happen to the Clear Sky sect? What would happen to Tang Hao, Little San, and the others? Chapter 178. Running away becomes a habit, returning to the loyal Heaven Human sect. Tang Chen had shamefully run away once again. After being unable to control his own actions for decades, he had just regained his senses. Before he could display his might and remind the world of the prestige of the king of the land, he had fled again and again. Snake Lance Douluo and the others did not pursue him deep into the territory. Given Tang Chen's strength, if he only focused on escaping, it would be very difficult for them to catch up. Moreover, even if they pursued him, the three of them had different levels of strength. They would inevitably become separated, and there was a chance that Tang Chen would seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Su Chen had not ordered them to kill Tang Chen at all costs, so there was no need to take risks. Beating Tang Chen until he fled in such a sorry state was enough to shock outsiders. Upon receiving the plea for help from Prince Shui Xing, Emperor Shui Yi urgently led his great army back to the Heaven Dou Empire. He had only just invaded the Star Luo Empire, and the Star Luo imperial family was left with only their palace as their final bastion. Yet, at this very moment, he learned that a fire had started in his rear, and it was a prairie fire at that. If he returned even a little bit later, the Heaven Dou Empire would belong to someone else. Although he was only one final step away from completely annihilating the Star Luo Empire, Emperor Shui Yi still had to withdraw his troops. Even if he captured the entire Star Luo Empire, losing his own Heaven Dou Empire would definitely be a loss that outweighed the gain. The newly conquered Star Luo Empire was unstable, and its people felt little sense of belonging to him. If they learned that civil unrest had broken out in the Heaven Dou Empire, those Star Luo Empire nobles who had surrendered or submitted might immediately rise up in rebellion again. As long as he preserved the Heaven Dou Empire as his base, destroying the Star Luo Empire would only be a matter of time. Increase your speed, travel day and night. Anyone who dares to delay will be executed without mercy. Emperor Shui Yi issued orders to urge them on, time and time again. Although this hurried march was a huge drain on the physical and mental state of the Heaven Dou army, and even if they arrived back in time, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. But Emperor Shui Yi could not care about that anymore. If his homeland was lost, even if he could recapture it, the losses would be too great, and it would be a massive drain on the nation's strength. Your Majesty, a report from the front. Thick fog has risen in the cloud-piercing gorge on our return route. Do we need to take a detour? The cloud-piercing gorge was the fastest route for the army's return, but the terrain was dangerous. In normal wartime, it was at most used for the infiltration of small units. When they came from the Heaven Dou Empire to attack the Star Luo Empire, they had taken a different, much wider road. It is just mere fog. What is there to be afraid of? No detours allowed. We will go directly through the cloud-piercing gorge. Never mind the fog, even if there were truly enemies blocking the way, Emperor Shui Yi would force his way through. Furthermore, he had an army of tens of thousands of spirit tool users in his hands. It would be fine if the rebels did not come, but if they dared to, he would make them understand the consequences of betrayal. Of course, despite the urgency and his confidence, Shui Yi had not made zero preparations. In addition to the elite spirit tool troops guarding him, he ordered the rest of the spirit tool army to act as the vanguard and clear the path. These spirit tool troops were his most elite trump card. Even if there were rebel ambushes inside or outside the gorge, the vanguard spirit tool army could rely on their strength to forcibly smash open a path. Upon receiving Emperor Shui Yi's order, no one dared to question it, and the army filed into the cloud-piercing gorge. When they arrived at the cloud-piercing gorge, Shui Yi finally understood why the scouts had been so hesitant earlier. The fog in the gorge was too thick. A Heaven Dou soldier would enter the fog and walk a few steps forward, and those outside would completely lose sight of him. Shui Yi felt a chill in his heart, but at the same time, he felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, there was only one road through the cloud-piercing gorge. If they had been in an area with more complex terrain, marching in such dense fog would have made it highly likely for them to get lost. Entering the fog himself, Shui Yi could not help but feel a little nervous. Looking at the elite troops guarding his side, he felt slightly more at ease. Moreover, they kept moving forward, and he did not hear any commotion, which meant the army was advancing smoothly without encountering any obstacles. As long as they could pass through this patch of fog, the rest of the journey would be smooth sailing. However, as they went deeper into the gorge, Shui Yi's eyelids gradually grew heavy, and sleepiness wrapped around him unknowingly. Clearly, he had been at full alert earlier, but now his body had become quite limp. If there were a bed in front of him, he would immediately fall into a deep sleep. Something is wrong, Your Majesty, there may be enemies. There were also 2 spirit Douluo guards accompanying him. They were the true foundation of the Heaven Do imperial family and the people Emperor Shui Yi relied on the most. However, their warning had come too late. Just as they finished speaking, Shui Yi's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. The other guards followed suit, each of them acting as if they were dead drunk and falling straight asleep. It was not that the 2 spirit Douluo were slow to react, but that they had also been affected by the fog. Although they had sensed that something was wrong at the last moment, they were unable to resolve it themselves. They struggled to persist for a while longer, even thinking of leaping out of the gorge along the cliff walls. But as soon as they jumped, like birds without wings, they crashed down. After a long time, the fog gradually dispersed. From the other direction of the gorge, human voices could be heard. Tiger King has ordered, bring all these old Heaven Do dynasty troops back, imprison them separately, and do not make any mistakes. Yes, Hu Chengxing had also come in person, but he did not enter the gorge. The not-so-wide gorge was already crowded enough, moving everyone inside out was not an easy task and would take quite some time. Fortunately, the fog was the work of Douluo Bo, and its main feature was its duration, so there was definitely enough time. Tiger King, this is the pseudo-emperor Shui Yi. After more than half a day, the people searching for Shui Yi finally found him and brought him out. This person held Shui Yi as if presenting a treasure. This was a great achievement, capturing an emperor alive. Although it was just moving him out and didn't take much effort, it was certainly a contribution. Understood, take him down and imprison him. Hu Chengxing's reaction was indifferent. It was just an emperor, wasn't it? He wasn't some incredible figure, was he expected to be overjoyed? The way he acted as an emperor was purely with the mindset of a wage earner. Yes, the person who presented the treasure scratched his head. This was Shui Yi, right? Did this count as a contribution or not? Tiger King did not seem that happy. Had he done something wrong? After bringing back all the Heaven Do army that had been captured without any effort, Hu Chengxing hurriedly handled the complicated matters until they were mostly done, then immediately rushed back to his loyal Heaven Human sect. Sect Master, your subordinate has missed you to death. Before he was even seen, Hu Chengxing's voice reached the sect master's hall. Why have you returned? Su Chen asked. Hu Chengxing's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that his role as emperor was not something that would end in a few days. Your Majesty intended for him to keep doing it for a long time. It was indeed the right decision to return so quickly. If he had stupidly waited, who knew how long he would have had to wait? Chapter 179, Returning to the God Realm, the God King's game begins. Sect Master, the chaos in the Heaven Do Empire has basically been quelled, and everything is back on track. I have come specifically to report to you. Even if he had to serve as this emperor for a long time, Hu Chengxing also wanted to return to the Heaven Human sect often. Who said an emperor couldn't report for duty? As an emperor, he insisted on treating the sect master as an emperor above emperors. You actually have some talent for being an emperor. Since that's the case, then keep up the good work. Hu Chengxing wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to say anything? Why did he have to brag about his accomplishments regarding such matters? If he had performed more mediocrely, perhaps the sect master would have recalled him. Now it was too late, he had no idea when this stint as emperor would ever end. Sect Master, then what about the next steps for your subordinate? The next step, of course, is to go and wipe out the Star Luo Empire as well, bringing the entire Douluo continent under one rule. Emperor Shui Yi's campaign to conquer the Star Luo Empire had not been fully completed, it was just one final push away. However, the Star Luo Empire had already lost all its foundation and could not even be considered a spent force. With just a little more effort, it would collapse on its own. Yes, I will obey your command. After wiping out the Heaven Do Empire, he had to go and wipe out the Star Luo Empire. It seemed that being too capable wasn't necessarily a good thing. The sect master hadn't given him an accurate time frame for returning to the sect. He wondered if 3 years would be enough. After sending Hu Chengxing away, Su Chen felt the constant influx of benevolent and malevolent thoughts from all directions. Major events concerning the rise and fall of nations could indeed bring forth massive amounts of benevolence and malevolence. However, it seemed it still wasn't quite enough. Even with the Star Luo Empire waiting to be destroyed, and even though the accumulation of benevolence and malevolence was a long-term process, there was still a considerable gap before completing the divine trials of the Goddess of Kindness and the God of Evil. The difficulty of the Goddess of Kindness and the God of Evil's trials for Su Chen shouldn't have been this high originally. It was just that Su Chen's speed in performing acts of benevolence and malevolence was too fast, creating too many benevolent and malevolent thoughts, so they had artificially increased the difficulty a little. They had originally thought that Su Chen would travel the world and complete the divine trials through his own personal strength. Who knew that as soon as he started, he would stir up the winds and clouds of the entire Douluo continent, destroying a nation or establishing a nation at every turn. It was truly extraordinary. However, the more unexpected Su Chen's performance was, the happier the God of Evil and the Goddess of Kindness were. What could be more gratifying than the successor they chose performing too well? If they weren't worried about the Asura god and the God of Destruction turning against them, they would have loved to point out the performance of their successor, Su Chen, to them. A Tang San with mediocre aptitude, what are you fighting over? Is he as excellent as the person we have our eyes on? However, they were only thinking about it. Making a fortune in silence was the best choice. Once everything was settled, even if they laughed out loud, there wouldn't be any complications. Of course, they hadn't given up on helping the God of Destruction lure Tang San over. The more outstanding Su Chen performed, the more they worried that the God of Destruction would regret his decision. When Tang San went to obtain his spirit ring, they, as well as the Asura god, had made their moves. And the God of Destruction. The opportunity to watch the show has arrived. While he was excitedly preparing to peek at the God of Evil and the Goddess of Kindness teaming up to bully the Asura god, he also shared this spectacle with Su Chen. Over these years, the God of Destruction would occasionally tell Su Chen about some of the arrangements for Tang San, and Su Chen felt a bit of sympathy for this future God King Tang. Of all people to offend, he had to offend the God of Destruction. In the future, God King Tang would sit high in the God realm, overlooking the Douluo continent, frequently interfering in the lower realm, and training Huo Yuhao, a protagonist who was initially quite clear about love and hate, into a loyal dog under his seat, all while preparing to concoct some so-called century-long plan. Now it was all over. He would have to digest all the bitter fruits himself. Several God Kings serving him alone, even Huo Yuhao didn't have that kind of treatment. Of course, it was still a bit regrettable not to be able to witness God King Tang's weighing of interests and his choices regarding the God King position firsthand. Just listening to the God of Destruction's retelling wasn't satisfying enough. Senior God of Destruction, can you let me see Tang San's side too? He couldn't see this kind of game between God Kings himself, as it might even be happening outside the Douluo continent, but the God of Destruction surely had a way. Su Chen had guessed correctly. Good, I will let you see it with your own eyes. Being able to share the ugly behavior and wrong choices of a former enemy with someone else was truly a wonderful thing. The Goddess of Life, the wife whom the God of Destruction had left behind, was not someone he could share this joy with, but Su Chen, his little brother, was a very good candidate. The God of Destruction's method was very simple. He directly brought Su Chen's consciousness to the God realm. This was Su Chen's second time spirit traveling to the Castle of Destruction. The previous time was to meet the God of Evil and the Goddess of Kindness. When he was chosen as their successor, he had come and gone in a rush and hadn't had time to see anything. Senior God of Destruction, your methods are becoming increasingly miraculous. At first, the God of Destruction had been very cautious about letting his power directly enter the Douluo continent, but this time, he brought his consciousness directly to the God realm without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, Su Chen's sensation was much smoother than last time. It was equivalent to arriving at the Castle of Destruction from the Douluo continent in the blink of an eye, without the slightest feeling of stagnation or discomfort. Ha ha ha, my cultivation has indeed made some progress recently. Since the God of Destruction's rebirth, his strength had been constantly improving. As he continued to accumulate, the quantitative change leading to a qualitative change would only be a natural outcome. Senior God of Destruction, where is the choice that you said Tang San has to face? Come over and look. Originally, there was a supreme throne in the Castle of Destruction where the God of Destruction sat. Even before his rebirth, since the Goddess of Life did not like coming here, there was no exclusive throne set up for her. But now, beside the God of Destruction, there was surprisingly an extra seat. Senior God of Destruction, this wouldn't be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? You are about to inherit the God positions of the God of Evil and the Goddess of Kindness. By then, you will be holding two God King positions alone, which will even surpass an ordinary God King. Besides, we have known each other for many years, and we are teacher and student to each other. What's the big deal about sitting side by side? The God of Destruction was as generous as ever. It was almost as if he was about to say he would split the Castle of Destruction in half with Su Chen. Then, this junior will respectfully obey your command. Ah, that's right. Don't learn from Tang San's honey-mouthed, sword-hearted, and hypocritical ways. After Su Chen sat down, the God of Destruction waved his hand, and purple lightning flashed before them, bringing the scene of the Douluo Great Forest into view. The Goddess of Kindness and the God of Evil, and even including the Asura God, are all observing that dog thing Tang San, just like us. Su Chen asked, can you all perceive each other? The God of Destruction waved his hand proudly. The three of them should have some vague sensing of each other, but none of them have used their power. At most, they can perceive that there are others examining the same plane as themselves, but they don't know specifically who it is. And we, on the other hand, are completely overlooking from another height. I can perceive them, but they cannot detect me. Although his realm has not yet fully ascended above the God King level, the God of Destruction's various methods have improved significantly compared to the past. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his height is different from theirs. As expected of Senior God of Destruction, I admire you. Ha ha ha, just some minor tricks, not worth mentioning. Chapter 180, The God of Destruction Spicy Commentary. In the Douluo Great Forest, Tang Chen, Tang Xiao, and Tang Hao were protecting the last remaining young bloodline of the Clear Sky sect while he absorbed a spirit ring. Compared to when they went to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang Chen looked much older now. After he had originally broken free from the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King and restored his original appearance, he had maintained the appearance of a middle-aged man. But at this moment, his face was covered in wrinkles, and his hair had turned gray. During the years he was controlled by the nine-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, his body had become riddled with holes, and the remaining energy and origin chi he had were consumed in the successive battles before. He could no longer maintain his youthful state now. Or rather, struggling to maintain a younger appearance would be more trouble than it was worth, and would only make his physical condition worse. He had originally counted on being able to go to the ice and fire yin-yang well mentioned by Tang San to find some rare spirit medicine to make up for his deficit. But he couldn't even handle Snake Lance Douluo and the others. Going to the ice and fire yin-yang well would be no different than walking into a trap. After regrouping with Tang San and the others, they hid to recuperate for a while, and then brought Tang San, who had achieved a spirit power breakthrough, to absorb a spirit ring. Now, adding the four people of the Clear Sky sect together, only Tang San could be considered healthy. Tang San also held high expectations for this spirit ring absorption. He suspected that he had already been noticed by the Asura God, and perhaps once his strength improved a little more, he would be allowed to start the Asura god's legacy trial. He hoped that by absorbing this spirit ring, he would officially trigger the goddess of life's divine trial and occupy that position first. The goddess of life and the Asura god were both god kings, not first-level gods like the sea god. The Asura god shouldn't be the type to forcefully snatch it. He chose another life attribute spirit beast and absorbed its spirit ring. Once the spirit ring absorption was complete, that familiar dizzy sensation struck again. However, this time, he did not go to the life space wrapped in the power of destruction. What appeared in his consciousness was a blood-red expanse. Tang San was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. The aura contained in this blood-red color was all too familiar to him. This was clearly the power of the Asura god. Had he been beaten to the punch by the Asura god? Before Tang San could think, the figure of the Asura god appeared before him. Tang San. Tang San's thoughts raced, but on the surface, he acted confused and panicked. This senior, who are you? How did I get here? What is this place? Having lived 3 lifetimes, Tang San was a master of acting, so he didn't show any flaws. The Asura god's majestic gaze stared deeply at Tang San for a while. He did indeed think highly of Tang San and intended to make him his successor. However, Tang San's performance could only be described as unsatisfactory. Possessing memories of a past life and the talent of twin spirits, yet he kept hitting walls everywhere, and after a trip to Slaughter City, he repeatedly needed his help to escape death. If it were anyone else, let alone not having formally started his legacy, even if they were already his successor, the Asura god would have long since kicked away such an annoying fellow. However, he had invested quite a bit of energy into Tang San and was still willing to give him this chance. Especially after realizing that other deities were paying attention to Tang San and perhaps also intended to treat him as a successor, the Asura god was even less likely to give up. His things, even if thrown away as trash, could not be snatched away by others. Do you know who this seat is? Tang San felt immense pressure being stared at by the Asura god. Was this the feeling of a mortal facing a god king? Although in his past life, he had done this to Huo Yuhao, but that was to others. When it was his turn, it felt very uncomfortable. He had the feeling that he was being played in the palm of someone else's hand, feeling helpless and carrying a bit of humiliation. Junior does not know. The Asura god made a sound of acknowledgement. This seat is the Asura god of the god realm. The Slaughter City you visited is the legacy I left behind. Since you passed through the Hell Road and obtained the Slaughter God domain, you are qualified to inherit my God position. Sure enough, he knew that obtaining the Slaughter God domain would attract the attention of the Asura God. Tang San's brain worked at high speed at this moment. You were the Asura God. I heard from my great-grandfather that he inherited the God position of the Asura God. Are you the God King who bestowed the God position trial upon my great-grandfather? Tang San's performance at this moment was perfect. The shock, surprise, and being flattered were handled just right. Even when facing the Asura god, he did not intend to passively wait for arrangements. He had worked so hard for so long, and giving up the god position legacy of the god of destruction and the goddess of life was too unworthy. He must find a way to make the Asura god change his mind. Do you see how hypocritical this Tang San is? He clearly knows the Asura god, and knows why the Asura god wants to see him, yet he can still pretend like he's knowing it for the first time. In the Castle of Destruction, the god of destruction commented spicily. Compared to Tang San's performance, Su Chen admired the ability of the god of destruction more. Senior Destruction, the space where Tang San's consciousness is located is a unique space covered by the Asura god's power, right? You can forcibly spy on this, and not be discovered by the Asura god. The god of destruction had originally been nauseated by Tang San's performance and also felt a bit of schadenfreude. Hearing Su Chen's words, he laughed complacently. A mere trifle. Peeking at the Asura god is nothing. If he didn't even have these improvements, wouldn't he have died for nothing and wasted this opportunity? The god of destruction could accurately spy on the consciousness space where the Asura god and Tang San were, but the goddess of kindness and the god of evil could not observe it so intuitively. It was not that they couldn't do it, but that they couldn't observe them without disturbing the Asura god's attention. However, the god of evil was not in a hurry. He had already laid enough groundwork, and he believed Tang San would make the right decision. And even if Tang San chose to inherit the Asura god's god position by accident, he would know in advance. He did indeed want to take Tang San away from the Asura god within the rules, but if an accident happened, he would just snatch him directly. Following the rules had its way of playing, and not following the rules had its own way of playing. If he, the god of evil, didn't even dare to be unreasonable, then the title of God of Evil would be in vain. If he joined forces with the goddess of kindness, he wouldn't need to worry even if the Asura god flipped out. That's right, it is this seat. Are you willing to accept my divine trial legacy? Facing the Asura god's question, a look of surprise appeared on Tang San's face, which then turned into a struggle. Lord Asura god, since you chose my great-grandfather as your successor, how can I, as his great-grandson, compete with him? Tang San acted completely like a good child full of filial piety. He dared not refuse the Asura god directly, but he could use other legitimate reasons. Not being able to compete with his great-grandfather for the god position was the best reason. The Asura god's expression was displeased. Tang Chen has already failed the divine trial and is not worthy of being my successor. You only need to consider yourself. Lord Asura god, it is the supreme honor of this junior to be favored by you. But my great-grandfather has been in trouble for many years and finally escaped. Becoming your successor is his lifelong dream. Moreover, his physical condition is very poor, and he cannot last much longer. Only by becoming a god. Chapter 181, Tang San, I have offended all the god kings. Tang San spoke with tears in his eyes, completely acting out of a junior's filial piety toward his great-grandfather. Even with a god position placed before him, he could only give it up tearfully. He even knelt down to request the Asura god to give his great-grandfather another chance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his filial piety moved the heavens. If anyone else were here to see Tang San's performance, they would have to give a thumbs up and praise him. Filial. If Douluo continent had the story of Kong Rong yielding the pears, Tang San would be the second Kong Rong. His behavior was called Little San yielding the god position. Tang San believed that even if this performance of his couldn't move the Asura god, at the very least, it wouldn't make the Asura god think he was refusing the Asura god position because he didn't want it. In this way, the bottom line was that he wouldn't offend the Asura god, and instead, it might even make the Asura god look upon him with favor. But Tang San misjudged the Asura god. Tang San actually didn't understand the Asura god. In his previous life, after he obtained the god positions of the Asura god and the sea god and went to the god realm, the Asura god had already left the god realm and vanished without a trace. His understanding of the Asura god was very limited. However, such a god, who was not attached to power and possessed a wisdom eye for talent, should be relatively easy to talk to. But the Asura god was never the type of person who viewed rules as more important than the heavens, yet would think highly of someone just because of their character. One could even say he was extremely selfish. He didn't care about trampling on rules for the sake of benefits. No matter how much Tang San talked, in the Asura god's eyes, it only meant one thing: he did not want to inherit the Asura god position. As for the reason, he didn't believe the flowery words Tang San said at all. Especially since he had discovered that other gods were paying attention to Tang San. In the Asura god's view, this was clearly Tang San shopping around. Good heavens, his own position as the dignified Asura god was actually being spurned. And he even said something about Tang Chen not being able to lose the Asura god position, requesting him to have mercy on Tang Chen and give him another chance. What did he think the Asura god position was? Did he think it was something that could be privately gifted, something he could give to whoever he wanted? The Asura god could decide who to give the god position to, but Tang San could not. He couldn't even make suggestions or beg. Tang San had been the Asura god for too long, and subconsciously he treated the Asura god position as his own. Moreover, Tang San also felt that his great-grandfather's talent was truly excellent. if it weren't for the Rakshasa god causing trouble, completing the divine trial and becoming the Asura god would basically be a certainty. Added to the fact that he didn't know the Asura god well, and didn't know that the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were also watching him, and the Asura god had also noticed it. Tang San, who was currently in the state of a filial son and virtuous grandson, suddenly felt a palpitation, and his back felt a little cold. He carefully looked up and saw the Asura god's strange expression. Castle of Destruction. The god of destruction said with disdain. Although I look down on this Asura god, this guy is also a cunning person. Tang San's performance might work on others, but he wants to fool the Asura god. HMPH. The god of destruction was happy to see the two generations of Asura gods, the Asura god and Tang San, turn into enemies. The god of destruction could imagine how much life Chi the Asura god would have. Putting oneself in his shoes, if it were himself, the god of destruction would probably explode immediately. Of course, this refers to his former self. Su Chen shook his head. By refusing the legacy of the Asura god, Tang San had cut off his last path. When he found out what this refusal meant, who knows how wonderful his expression would be. It would surely be countless times more wonderful than his previous masterful performance. Are you really willing to yield the god position to your great-grandfather? The Asura god asked. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was filled with wild joy. Listening to the Asura god's words, it seemed he had been moved. Perhaps he could not only decline the god position without offending the Asura god, but also keep the Asura god position in the Tang family. 3 god positions in one family, and all of them were god kings, who could compare to that? Thanks to the care of Lord Asura God, for the sake of my great-grandfather, Tang San is willing to lose the opportunity to become a god. There was no longer any expression on the Asura god's face. Since that is the case, then this seat will give him a chance. I hope you will not regret it. When the Asura god said this, a cold glint had already appeared in his eyes. He had taken a fancy to Tang San and prepared to cultivate him as a successor. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his kindness to Tang San was as deep as the sea. And Tang San did not cherish it, and even played these kinds of tricks. It could only be described as ungrateful. This junior has no regrets. Many thanks to Lord Asura God for fulfilling my wish. Tang San bowed to the ground once again, almost prostrating himself. When he opened his eyes again, the figure of the Asura god was no longer in front of him, and even the blood-red color had disappeared. Haha, Tang San has indeed made the correct decision. The moment the Asura god's divine thought withdrew, the god of evil knew that Tang San had already made his choice. Now the nominal title was in hand, and the rules were on his side. Tang San was just thinking about whether he had missed the opportunity to enter the legacy space of the goddess of life, when that feeling of dizziness struck again. Good. If he hadn't successfully persuaded the Asura god, he would have missed the opportunity to simultaneously possess the dual god-king god positions. His consciousness drifted, and Tang San entered the legacy space of the goddess of life again. Although the divine thought of the Asura god had left, he did not give up his attention on Tang San. He wanted to see which god it was that could make Tang San give up the Asura god position. Upon discovering that Tang San's consciousness had still not returned, he immediately followed, wanting to observe. However, with the joint concealment of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, the Asura god could not follow Tang San's consciousness into the legacy space of the goddess of life, but he did perceive the aura of destruction outside that space. Destruction. The Asura god actually had some guesses before. In the god realm, only a god king would have the guts to go against him. Among the other 4 god kings, only the god of destruction had this possibility. And now, he had just proven his guess. Refusing his own legacy because of the legacy of the god of destruction was a great humiliation to the Asura god. Both the ungrateful Tang San and the meddling god of destruction were noted down by the Asura god. Hey, very good. Seeing that I am prepared to pass down the god position, you don't take this seat seriously anymore, right? Still want to become a god. If Tang San can become a god, I am unworthy of being the Asura god. The Asura god did not directly descend a thunderbolt to strike Tang San to death. he wanted to let Tang San know how serious the consequences of rejecting him were. It was not only the Rakshasa god who could play dirty tricks on the legacy of a god king, he, the Asura god, could also do so. Unknowingly, Tang San had offended his last and greatest backer to death. After Tang San's consciousness returned from the legacy space of the goddess of life, a look of wild joy was on his face. He had not yet officially started the divine trial, but he had already received accurate information. Once his strength improved a little more, he could simultaneously start the legacy divine trials of the god of destruction and the goddess of life. The god of evil wanted to give Tang San to the god of destruction. Of course, he wouldn't help him start the divine trial himself. That legacy space was all fake. He couldn't really let Tang San inherit the god position of some god of tyranny or god of wild grass, could he? Wouldn't destruction fight him to the death? Chapter 182, Little San, your great-grandfather exploded. Little San, how was it? Tang Hao knew that every time Tang San absorbed a spirit ring, he would go to the inheritance space of the gods. Seeing Tang San open his eyes, he asked hurriedly. If Tang San could become a god sooner, the resurgence of the Clear Sky sect would be a matter of course. The spirit ring absorption went smoothly. I've troubled you, Dad. Tang San was much more cautious than before. Although he had fooled the Asura god this time, who knew if he would continue to pay attention to him? If he discovered that he had rejected him one moment and sought the goddess of life's legacy the next, that would be disastrous. The Asura god was not a saint. Who knew what he would do then? Hearing Tang San's non-answer, Tang Hao, though puzzled, did not dwell on it too much. Anyway, he could tell from Tang San's expression that everything went smoothly. Just then, the two heard Tang Xiao's urgent voice from not far away. Grandfather, what happened to you? Tang Hao and Tang San looked towards where Tang Chen was. Before they could even see Tang Chen, they felt his unparalleled aura. This grandfather is. Although they had witnessed Tang Chen's power back in Slaughter City, and later during the battle against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang Chen had even used the Clear Sky Hammer. However, while Tang Chen's previous aura was powerful, it always revealed a feeling of being like a fire burning dry wood, intense but lacking staying power. But now, the aura Tang Chen suddenly displayed was vast and mighty, without the slightest sign of running out of steam, just like an endless river, surging and turbulent. Tang Hao was still a bit worried. When dealing with Sword Douluo and the lackeys of Spirit Hall, his grandfather hadn't erupted this fiercely, so why was he erupting now? Could it be that he sensed a powerful enemy approaching? After initial astonishment, a look of surprise and joy appeared on Tang San's face. The Asura god had promised to give his great-grandfather a chance. Could it be coming so soon? If Tang Chen became the Asura god now, let alone being constrained everywhere, who in the entire Douluo continent could stop them? The mere spirit hall could be destroyed with a flip of a hand. Even if Tang Chen didn't become the Asura god immediately, as long as he could recover to his peak state, their level of safety would also improve significantly. Divine trial, my divine trial has returned. Tang Chen, wrapped in bloody energy, said with a trembling voice. Ever since he was parasitized by the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, Tang Chen's 9th divine trial had been declared a failure, with no possibility of recovery. But just now, his failed 9th divine trial had restarted and had even entered the final stage directly. Heaven has pity on me. I, Tang Chen, was harmed by villains and missed out on the god position, but today, it has all returned. Tang Hao and Tang San also came to Tang Chen's side, and Tang San asked, Great-grandfather, how do you feel? Good, very good. I lack nothing now. Previously, Tang Chen had always felt a sense of weakness, as if death were chasing him, and he always felt that his days were numbered. But now, he felt he could live for another 10,000 years. That's good. Congratulations, great-grandfather. But when Tang San finished speaking, he noticed that the bloody energy became even more intense, and Tang Chen's whole body swelled up a bit. Tang San's heart skipped a beat. When he obtained the Asura god position in his previous life, it wasn't like this. Was it because he had Xiao Wu as his sheath back then, so it was different, or had some other problem occurred? Ugh. Tang San and the others could no longer see Tang Chen's figure within the red energy, but they heard his painful groans. "Grandfather, how are you?" Tang Hao and Tang Xiao asked anxiously, and Tang San's heart sank. The divine trial had indeed gone wrong. That shouldn't be. With his great-grandfather's strength and talent, he should have been able to successfully receive the legacy. Could it be that his body was too depleted and couldn't handle the influx of power? Pain, it hurts. Inside the red energy, Tang Chen had turned from groaning to roaring. Just by listening to his voice, one could perceive how much pain he was enduring. The red energy became much thinner at this moment, and the three of them, seeing Tang Chen's figure again, had their pupils quake. Grandfather. At this moment, Tang Chen looked just like a big, inflated balloon, swelling severely. His height had doubled, not to mention his width, he was almost a spherical person. This is bad. His great-grandfather's Asura god divine trial had definitely gone wrong, and it wasn't a small problem. Tang San couldn't help but feel some regret. If he hadn't been greedy and wanted to keep the Asura god position within the Tang clan, his great-grandfather wouldn't have ended up like this. Although Tang Chen couldn't burst forth recklessly before because of his physical condition, he was still a top-tier combatant. But if he were crippled, what should they do? "Lord Asura God, please show mercy. My great-grandfather's body is weak and cannot withstand the god position. He is willing to give it up and become your guardian, guarding your legacy forever until the most suitable successor is chosen for you." Tang San still wanted to make a final effort. He was powerless himself, but the Asura god could certainly help Tang Chen out of danger. The Asura god was so easy to talk to and so benevolent, surely he could help his great-grandfather, right? He didn't ask for Tang Chen to become a god, just for him to be a guardian of the god position would be enough. In the god realm, the Asura god looked down at Tang San and the others coldly. Hadn't Tang San requested that he give Tang Chen a chance to become the Asura god? Then Asura would give him that chance, but if Tang Chen couldn't grasp it, that was his own problem. The Asura god's chance was not so easy to grasp. If he wanted to give the god position to someone, even if that person were a piece of trash, he could prop them up and save them even if they were dead. But if one was unwilling, no matter how high the talent or how strong the strength, one shouldn't even think about passing. Evil and good were also watching this side, worried that the Asura god, in a fit of rage, would directly kill Tang San. Seeing that the Asura god was not dealing with Tang San, but an old man, they paid no more attention. They only needed to ensure that Tang San was given to the god of destruction, as for whose relative his great-grandfather was, who cared? ... It hurts. Tang Chen shouted again, and his body expanded once more. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were both very confused by Tang San's behavior of praying to the god. At first, Tang Hao had high hopes for Tang San, thinking he really had a way to help. As it turned out, Tang San knelt there crying for a long while, even kowtowing until his head was red, but Tang Chen's condition didn't improve in the slightest, instead getting worse and worse, basically useless. Just as Tang Hao wanted to step forward to check on Tang Chen's condition, Tang Chen's hands directly exploded. The momentum of this explosion was much more violent than when Tang Hao had detonated his spirit bone to escape from the siege of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. The earth was almost trembling, surrounding tall trees fell in rows, and many spirit beasts fled in all directions. Tang Hao, who had just walked up to him, was blown away, and Tang San, who was a little further away, was also sent flying immediately. With both arms shattered, Tang Chen was like a big balloon that had been cut open, instantly leaking air. In a matter of seconds, Tang Chen went from his previous giant, inflated state to skin and bones, lying in the large crater caused by the explosion of his hands. Chapter 183, Since you want to be filial, here is a crippled great-grandfather for you to properly honor. What happened over there? Who cares what happened? Sister Xiao Wu definitely won't let us go and see. The Titan Giant Ape and Sky Azure Bull Python hadn't gone to other areas of the Star Do Great Forest in the past few years. Every time they wanted to wander elsewhere, they would be stopped by Xiao Wu. No, I want to go and see. Xiao Wu, sitting on a rock, was also startled awake by the loud noise. When Tang San first sent her to the Douluo Great Forest, he said he would come to pick her up very soon. Who knew that several years had passed, and Tang San still hadn't come to pick her up? Not to mention picking her up to leave, he hadn't even come to see her once. This time, when Tang San came to the Douluo Great Forest to obtain a spirit ring, he didn't come to see Xiao Wu first either. Over these years, Xiao Wu was like a stone statue waiting for her husband, almost taking root on that big rock. Of course, she was very worried about Tang San, suspecting that something might have happened to him, which was why he hadn't come to pick her up yet. She had thought about going out to find Tang San more than once, but because of Tang San's instructions, she dared not act alone. This could be considered a contradiction in her underlying logic. Her longing and worry for Tang San, and her adherence to Tang San's instructions, weighed equally in her heart. Thus, Xiao Wu was moved to act time and again, only to give up time and again, waiting in this self-contradictory state. However, as time went on, the idea of going out alone to find Tang San gradually gained the upper hand. At most, she would wait another year or two, and she would definitely go find Tang San. What? Did I hear that right? Sister Xiao Wu said we can go check out the situation. Nonsense, how could both of us hear it wrong? Tang San's instructions restricted Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's obedience too. Tang San's will restricted the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Having received permission to go out and look around, the two big guys were very happy. Sister Xiao Wu, why did you change your mind? Are you not going to listen to the orders of that human boy who has forgotten all about you? The Titan Giant Ape had absolutely no good feelings for Tang San. It hadn't had any before, and now it had even less. Before, it didn't like Tang San because it felt he had snatched Sister Xiao Wu away. Now it liked him even less because Tang San didn't keep his word, abandoning Sister Xiao Wu here and ignoring her, which clearly meant he had forgotten about her. What did you say? Brother San would never forget me. You can just stay here by yourself. Don't, Sister Xiao Wu, I was wrong. The Titan Giant Ape apologized, looking aggrieved. The Sky Azure Bull Python changed the subject. Sister Xiao Wu, you haven't liked to move around these years, why are you planning to go and check out the situation over there now? Although it was very strange for an explosion to occur in the Douluo Great Forest, other things had happened over the years, yet Xiao Wu had always insisted on following Tang San's requirements, not moving a single step toward the periphery. I feel that Brother San has already come to the Douluo Great Forest to pick me up. What? That human boy is here. Xiao Wu had transformed into a human and hadn't truly sensed Tang San's aura approaching. She said this entirely based on intuition. Although intuition wasn't exactly reliable, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Xiao Wu had to go find Tang San. Having not seen him for so many years, she missed Brother San too much. Dad, are you all right? As the dust and grass clippings kicked up by the explosion settled, Tang San, his whole body aching, climbed up and ran toward the place where Tang Hao had been blown away. No trace of joy from the success of his scheme could be seen on his face anymore, and the excitement of the two God King positions waiting for him ahead had also vanished. Tang Chen failing to inherit the Asura God position was a huge blow to him. Not only was the Asura God position no longer destined for the Tang clan, but his already scarce reliance and backing had suffered another blow. Little San, I am fine, go quickly and see how great-grandfather is. Tang Hao said he was fine, but he certainly didn't look like it. There were many wounds on his body, including internal injuries caused by the impact and external injuries torn by sharp forces. His current condition could be described as miserable. However, what he was most worried about was great-grandfather's condition. He himself was already half-crippled, relying entirely on Tang Chen to protect little San and look after Tang San as he grew up. If something happened to Tang Chen as well, and they encountered an attack from the spirit hall, it would be hard to even escape. I'm going right now. Confirming that Tang Hao wasn't going to die yet, Tang San used his ghost shadow perplexing step to head toward the center of the explosion. Standing outside the deep crater, Tang San saw the figure in the center of the pit. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario hadn't happened. Tang Chen was quite intact. If you didn't look at his blown-off arms, he was even more intact than Tang Hao. Except for the 2 wounds where his arms had been, there wasn't even a scratch on his body. Tang Chen was the most direct victim of the impact when his arms exploded, but he still had the power of the Asura god in his body at the time, which countered the explosion and protected him. But Tang San, standing outside the pit and looking at the center with his purple demon eye, had a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Even if Tang Chen was still alive, could a king of the land without hands still be considered the king of the land? If Tang Chen's spirit was a beast spirit, he might still retain a certain degree of combat power. But Tang Chen used the clear sky hammer. He didn't even have hands, he couldn't possibly hold the hammer with his feet to fight, could he? Could he even hold it? Not to mention that apart from missing his hands, Tang Chen's body looked like a layer of skin wrapped around withered bones. Although there were no wounds other than where his arms had been, he was no different from someone who had been dead for many years. Yet, Tang San could still feel Tang Chen's faint vitality and his minuscule breathing. Tang San's heart turned icy cold. What he needed was an Asura god great-grandfather, or at the very least, a super Douluo great-grandfather. But a crippled great-grandfather who had lost his arms, looked like rotten wood, and resembled a dried corpse could only drag him down and couldn't provide him with any help. Tang San even had a sinful expectation in his heart. If Tang Chen just died like this, it would be better than lingering on in this state. Tang Chen's survival was not a pure coincidence. Tang San's filial piety had deeply moved the Asura god. You want to be filial, don't you? You can even give up the god position to your great-grandfather, right? Then, he would let Tang Chen fail the inheritance but still survive, leaving Tang San with a Tang Chen who was as useless as could be, so he could properly honor him. The Asura god wanted to see if Tang San could continue to be filial after a long time of tending to the sick. Grandfather, how are you? A shrill voice, sounding like a madman, rang out, and a figure leapt into the large pit. Before the explosion, Tang Xiao had been farther from Tang Chen than Tang Hao, but closer than Tang San. Therefore, although he had also suffered quite a few injuries, he was finally much better off compared to Tang Hao. But Tang Xiao's heart was no different from being dead. The clear sky sect was as good as dead in his hands. His greatest hope was to rest and recuperate under Tang Chen's leadership, hoping for a comeback. But Tang Chen had suddenly exploded. This was heaven wanting to destroy his clear sky sect. Why was the treacherous heaven so unfair, repeatedly making his clear sky sect suffer disasters? Well done. In the castle of destruction, the god of destruction clapped and cheered. He didn't like the Asura god, feeling that the Asura god was calculating, scheming, and abusing the law for personal gain, a pure villain. But when this villain used his villainous methods on Tang San, the god of destruction thought, who said this villain was useless? This villain was extremely useful. Su Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. Having offended the god of destruction and the Asura god, could Tang San's life still be any good? Many thanks, senior god of destruction. If Tang San has any more such encounters, you must definitely tell me. Rest assured, I am not a god who watches the fun alone. Chapter 184, No Infighting, the Biased Goddess of Kindness and God of Evil. After sending Su Chen's consciousness back, a smile still lingered on the face of the god of destruction. This smile on the god of destruction remained until the arrival of the Asura god. Then, he smiled even more happily. Destruction, get out here. The Asura god had come knocking, naturally because of the matter regarding Tang San. Although his attitude toward Tang San had changed, not only was he no longer treating him as the best candidate for his legacy, but he also wanted to ensure Tang San could never become a god. This did not mean that the Asura god had no issue with the god of destruction snatching his successor. If he let someone snatch his successor and didn't even dare to let out a peep, even if he left the god realm, the legend of the Asura god being a coward would likely spread throughout the god realm. However, anger aside, the Asura god only stood outside the castle of destruction shouting for the god of destruction to come out, rather than attacking directly. The palaces and fortresses of the gods in the god realm provided them with tremendous bonuses. Fighting others within one's own palace naturally offered an inherent advantage. The Asura god was not arrogant enough to barge into the castle of destruction to fight. That wouldn't be coming to demand an explanation, but rather coming to get slapped in the face. As for whether the god of destruction would come out. If the god of destruction acted like a coward and dared not come out, that would be exactly what the Asura god wanted. If a so-called successor caused the god of destruction to lose face, the Asura god felt the trade-off was not a loss. The god of destruction, of course, would not hide in his own castle and refuse to come out. As soon as the Asura god arrived outside the castle of destruction and his voice rang out, the gates of the castle of destruction opened. Asura, shouting and yelling outside my castle of destruction, are you looking for a beating? Hey, looking for a beating. Just you, god of destruction. Among the 5 god kings of the god realm, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were close friends, while the god of destruction and the goddess of life were husband and wife. Only the Asura god was a lone wolf. If the god of destruction and the goddess of life were together, the Asura god might have hesitated and considered whether to make a move. However, it had recently been rumored in the god realm that the relationship between the god of destruction and the goddess of life had problems and seemed to have broken down. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, let alone lived together. The Asura god knew a bit more. At the very least, he knew these rumors were not entirely false, and it did seem like the god of destruction and the goddess of life had cut off contact. Since that was the case, he had nothing to worry about. You conspired to steal my successor, destruction. You should pay the price for the good deed you've done, shouldn't you? Steal your successor. Wait, do not fight. The divine force of the god of destruction and the Asura god surged forth like a tide, and the entire god realm could feel the overwhelming pressure of their divine force. The god of evil and the goddess of kindness immediately knew what had happened. Snatching Tang San from the Asura god was a promise they had made to the god of destruction. Now that the matter was basically complete, it seemed a slight mishap had occurred, causing the Asura god to lock his target onto the god of destruction. Although the Asura god had targeted the right person, the god of evil dared not just stand by and watch. How could he leave such a handle on a request he had agreed to? What if the god of destruction used this as an excuse to go back on his word? Asura, why have you run over here to provoke destruction? Can't you speak properly if you have something to say? As soon as the god of evil spoke, he implicitly laid the blame on the Asura god. Hey, do I need to repeat what this guy destruction has done? The Asura god did not believe that the god of evil hadn't heard him, given how loud his voice had been just a moment ago. No matter what, he had to demand an explanation today. Ahem tilde. The god of evil and the god of destruction exchanged a glance, with the god of evil giving the god of destruction a look to reassure him. Since the Asura god had come to cause trouble, he would suppress it no matter what, ensuring the god of destruction wouldn't find any excuse to go back on their agreement. However, that was not what the god of destruction intended. It was good that the Asura god had come to cause trouble, otherwise, if he had to find an excuse to attack on his own, he would be somewhat in the wrong. Asura, let me say a fair word. It's just a successor, isn't it? The divine trial hasn't even started yet, why care about such a small matter? You can take your time choosing another one later. The god of evil spoke like a seasoned mediator, seemingly standing on a position of fairness and impartiality. The Asura god was so angry his nose was crooked. What did he mean by such a small matter? His own successor had been snatched, yet it sounded as if he were the one who had done something wrong. The goddess of kindness was a bit thinner-skinned than the god of evil, but after seeing the god of evil give her a signal, she followed up with, "Evil is right, Asura. Being a god requires a broader perspective, especially as a god king. Don't let the other first-class and second-class gods laugh at you. So, because destruction snatched my successor, it means I'm not broad-minded enough." Aside from his anger, the Asura god was also very confused. What was going on with the god of evil and the goddess of kindness? Why were they helping the god of destruction speak at every turn? This couldn't be explained by just maintaining the order of the god realm. or avoiding a war between god kings that would damage the god realm. When did their friendship with the god of destruction become this good? In the past, the goddess of kindness and the god of evil were closer to him. This sudden change seemed abnormal no matter how one looked at it. Was this a deliberate attempt to target him, the Asura god? But how could one mouth compare to three? The god of destruction actually rarely spoke, and even when he did, it was mostly to fuel the fire and provoke. The main players were the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. With the two of them saying, being a god requires a broader perspective, and, it's a trivial matter, they made it seem as if the Asura god had committed a huge mistake. Yet, the god of destruction stood on the side with a bright smile. In the eyes of the Asura god, wasn't this a blatant provocation? If he could endure this, how could he continue to hold his position as the Asura god? Enough. Destruction, can you only hide behind others? You dare to do it but not admit it. Are you such a coward? The Asura god stopped tangling with the goddess of kindness and the god of evil. If he continued to talk to them, his own error would become as big as the dragon gods. He decided to cut to the chase and directly cause trouble for the god of destruction. Asura. Just as the god of evil was about to continue drawing the Asura god's attention to himself, the god of destruction interrupted him. Do you want to fight me? Watching the Asura god become the minority, unable to parry the words of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness, the god of destruction truly felt great. But given the personality of the god of destruction, this satisfaction was not as intense as taking action himself. That's right. Do you not dare? The Asura god wanted to provoke the god of destruction, and the performance of the god of destruction matched his expectations. Fine, then as you wish. The god of evil and the goddess of kindness exchanged a glance and did not say anything more about no infighting. The two of them had dealt with the god of destruction many times recently and were aware of his improvement. The current god of destruction, although not yet having fully reached another realm, had strength that could no longer be spoken of in the same breath as the past. If the Asura god wanted to fight the god of destruction, the one to suffer would only be the Asura god. The two of them stopped trying to persuade him, but the last of the 5 god kings also arrived at this moment. Hold your hand. Chapter 185, Goddess of Life. Go back and plant trees. The other 4 god kings were involved either overtly or covertly, only the Goddess of Life truly knew nothing. However, there was one thing she was clear about: the god of destruction and the Asura god were about to fight. The Goddess of Life's first reaction was not worry, but joy. As expected, I knew it. Without me constantly soothing and advising him, the god of destruction would surely cause a huge mess. He had suddenly become cold and distant toward her. He simply couldn't function without her, right? How long had it been, and he was already about to go to war with the Asura god. If more time passed, what would the god of destruction become? The safety of the god realm still required her, the goddess of life, to contribute her efforts. God of destruction, what is going on? Why are you creating such a scene with the Asura god? Is there nothing that can be discussed properly? Why resort to war? The goddess of life did not immediately stand entirely on the side of the Asura god to accuse the god of destruction. Although she was very dissatisfied with the god of destruction's change and distance, and had heard the rumors in the god realm, she felt ashamed and felt that she had lost face. However, in front of outsiders, she had to demonstrate her tolerance, magnanimity, and impartiality. It has nothing to do with you. This is a matter between me and Asura. The expression on the goddess of life's face froze. She had gone this far to resolve the conflict between the god of destruction and the Asura god, setting aside all previous grievances, yet who knew the god of destruction wouldn't appreciate it at all. It wasn't just the few god kings who were watching this place now. With such a huge commotion, other deities in the god realm were also observing, only they dared not come over directly. The god of destruction's lack of courtesy toward the goddess of life was, for her, equivalent to being slapped in public. Fine, very well, god of destruction. To think you would refuse to give me face in front of everyone. As for the god of destruction, he also felt a bit disgusted. Did his conflict with the Asura god require the goddess of life to come out and play the good person? Furthermore, listening to the tone of the goddess of life, there was a faint implication of admonishment and blame toward him. This was honestly worse than the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. Although it was a relationship of interests, at least their stance made the god of destruction feel comfortable. I am concerned about you, do you not understand at all? By rashly starting a war between god kings, have you considered the consequences? The goddess of life was clearly angered. While barely maintaining her consistent persona, her tone couldn't help but become a bit sharper. She had repeatedly given the god of destruction a way out, yet he simply wouldn't cherish it. Was there a more unreasonable husband in the world than him? And was there a more reasonable wife than her? Originally, there could have been a hearty battle, but the goddess of life running over had made the god of destruction's bad mood even worse. Hey, if you are that bored, go back to your forest of life and plant trees. Which eye of yours saw that it was I who proposed starting a war? The god of evil and the goddess of kindness also said, it is indeed not the god of destruction. It was the Asura god who ran to the castle of destruction to provoke him, and it was also Asura who proposed Toshpar, with the god of destruction. The goddess of kindness felt that the goddess of life was being somewhat unappreciative. The god of destruction worked hard to plan for your future. It would be one thing if you just enjoyed the fruits of his labor, but you are actually causing trouble. Furthermore, even without mentioning these things, as a wife, you haven't figured anything out yet, but you are already accusing your own husband. That is somewhat unreasonable, isn't it? The god of destruction's merciless words made the goddess of life both angry and furious. And the god of evil and the goddess of kindness's testimony for the god of destruction made the goddess of life feel both aggrieved and ashamed. So, she, the one trying to mediate, had become the villain on both sides. Life, the battle between me and the god of destruction does not need your mediation. Aside from a battle, there is no other possibility for us to resolve our conflict. The Asura god, one of the parties involved and also the opposing side to the god of destruction, likewise felt no gratitude for the goddess of life's mediation, only feeling that the goddess of life was wasting time. Fine, fine, fine. None of you care about the safety of the god realm. Go ahead and fight, I won't interfere anymore. The goddess of life said indignantly. Was she doing this for herself? Why did no one understand her good intentions? Then let you all fight. If you suffer injuries that are hard to recover from, don't come looking for her help. Without the goddess of life interfering, the god of destruction and Asura could finally get their wish. Do not fight here. The god of destruction was also willing to have a battle with the Asura god. Although the god of evil and the goddess of kindness were no longer stopping them, they were not doing nothing. This was just outside the castle of destruction. If the castle were destroyed and the destructive intent inside leaked out, it wouldn't have a huge impact on them, the god kings, but for other deities in the god realm, it wouldn't be so easy to resist. After selecting a battle area for them, the god of evil and the goddess of kindness stood on the periphery, preparing to intercept the aftermath of the two god kings' battle to avoid causing losses to the god realm. You were the first person who dared to snatch something from me, the Asura god. Since you want it, then I will give it to you, provided that you can take my Asura demon sword. The Asura god had long been impatient. The Asura demon sword erupted with boundless bloody light. The god king level domain was like the descent of a hellish prison. Asura judgment. The Asura demon sword transformed into 10,000 blood swords, carrying the might to annihilate everything, and struck toward the god of destruction. The Asura god used full strength the moment they moved, without any probing or holding back. The goddess of kindness and the god of evil watched with rapt attention. They were not trying to observe the Asura god's power, but rather wanted to see how the current god of destruction would deal with the Asura god's all-out effort, and to what extent his strength had truly improved. Although the deities in the distance did not approach, they were eagerly looking forward to the battle between the god kings. This was a war of god kings. Many deities who had achieved divinity later in life had never seen such a thing in their lives. Hey, is it difficult to take your Asura demon sword? Even facing such a terrifying attack from the Asura god, the god of destruction remained as calm as ever. Furthermore, the god of destruction did not even use his scepter of destruction, only the destructive divine lightning raged out, laying down a pool of lightning in front of him. Arrogant. The Asura god became increasingly angry. The god of destruction fighting him without even using the scepter of destruction was a huge mockery to him. He wanted to see if the god of destruction could still laugh after being heavily injured by his strike in such an arrogant state. In a battle at the God-King realm, whether or not one has a super-divine artifact to assist makes a world of difference. The god of destruction's divine lightning is not right. The god of evil did not look at the Asura god's ultimate move that swept across the world. His attention was instead focused on the pool of lightning outside the god of destruction's body. That pool of lightning was calm and restrained. One could not see the violent destruction that the god of destruction displayed when using destructive divine lightning in the past. Just from this pool of lightning, the god of evil could feel the kind of improvement the god of destruction had made. The god of destruction was now able to handle weighty matters as if they were light, completely controlling the origin power he had possessed since birth, and would no longer be affected by it. This distance from transcending the origin was already not far. The goddess of life watched this scene in even greater astonishment. At this moment, the god of destruction was so unfamiliar in the eyes of the goddess of life. Previously, the change in the god of destruction's attitude toward the goddess of life, whether it was coldness or indifference, the goddess of life felt it was only temporary. But at this moment, for the first time, the goddess of life had the feeling that the god of destruction might leave her forever. Chapter 186, A Power Surpassing the Power of Destruction. The vast and mighty Asura sword rain, upon falling into the lightning pool, unexpectedly began to dissolve rapidly. Moreover, it wasn't just the forms of these Asura sword clones that were dissolving, even the fierce divine force of the Asura god contained within them was being dissolved as well. This kind of dissolution was not dispersion, nor was it transformation, it was a direct reduction into nothingness, vanishing entirely. This move by the god of destruction left the god of evil and the goddess of kindness greatly astonished. Is this a more profound power of destruction? It can even destroy divine force of the same rank as the Asura god, the goddess of kindness asked. No, this is not the power of destruction. The god of evil looked serious. No matter how deep the power of destruction goes, it cannot possibly reach this level. Things eliminated by the power of destruction often continue to exist in another form. Even if they become extremely small, or even transform into something else under the destruction, they ultimately still exist. But the power the god of destruction wielded this time caused the Asura god's divine force to disappear completely, having already transcended his former power of destruction. The speed of the god of destruction's progress exceeded the expectations of the god of evil and the goddess of kindness. In their estimation, even if the god of destruction could defeat the Asura god, it shouldn't be so effortless. Having his full power strike casually broken by the god of destruction, the Asura god was both shocked and angry. He had come to demand an explanation, carrying the anger of having his successor snatched away, but ended up being easily handled by the god of destruction in front of all the gods. Where would he save face? Thousands of Asura demon swords had vanished into the lightning pool, leaving only the main body of the Asura demon sword held in the Asura god's hand. I want to see exactly what new thing you have comprehended. The Asura god felt both anger and jealousy toward the brand new ability displayed by the god of destruction. The reason he wanted to pass on the Asura god position, besides being fed up with the boredom of the god realm, was also because he felt there was no possibility of further improvement if he remained in the god realm. Yet this guy, destruction, quietly and without a word, had actually walked ahead of everyone else. By what right? The more unwilling he was, the more the Asura god could not just stop there. He gripped the Asura sword and walked step by step toward the god of destruction, who was surrounded by the lightning pool. As he moved, the murderous Asura domain also pressed down toward the god of destruction. This domain of yours can only bully the weak. Using it to deal with me is just wishful thinking. Letting the Asura domain blow and batter him, the god of destruction remained unmoved, not affected in the slightest. The Asura god, who was gathering his power, paused for a moment. The god of destruction treating his Asura domain like a gentle spring breeze was even harder for him to accept than when he had neutralized his offensive earlier. At least when facing his Asura judgment, the god of destruction had used the newly comprehended lightning pool, but now he hadn't even moved. Since it is useless, why not put it away? Just as the Asura god refused to believe it and wanted to continue trying with the Asura domain, lightning flashed in the eyes of the god of destruction. A streak of pitch-black lightning streaked across the sky of the god realm, and the domain that the Asura god had meticulously maintained dissolved instantly, like thin snow under the scorching sun. It was this strange power of dissolution again. The Asura god's face went pale. With his Asura domain broken, he suffered significant backlash. But he continued walking toward the god of destruction. Since the domain was useless and attacks with divine force were also useless, he would use a physical attack directly. He didn't believe that the god of destruction could also dissolve his Asura demon sword, or even his physical body, along with it. When the Asura god's power gathered to its peak, he also arrived outside the lightning pool. Do you want to enter my lightning pool and experience it yourself? Making all of the Asura god's efforts futile with a mere wave of his hand, the god of destruction felt deeply satisfied. The depression brought about by being besieged, betrayed, and failing in his previous life was largely released in this battle of crushing the Asura god. Of course, the depression hadn't disappeared, it had just been transferred. HMPH, I will enter. What can you do about it? The last trace of the Asura god's hesitation vanished under the words of the god of destruction. He held his long sword horizontally and walked straight into the lightning pool. Upon entering the lightning pool and experiencing the lightning here firsthand, the Asura god deeply felt just how exaggerated the power of dissolution contained within it was. His divine force of the Asura god was being worn away at an extremely exaggerated speed. It wasn't just his divine force being worn away, even the laws contained within the divine force seemed to have a tendency to become blurred. But even so, the Asura god still did not choose to retreat, but continued to advance. As long as he escaped this lightning pool, as long as his Asura demon sword reached in front of the god of destruction. Your persistence is moving, but unfortunately, it is destined to be futile. The god of destruction, who was wielding this brand new power in battle for the first time, found his control over it gradually improving. After understanding the Asura god's intention, he reached into the lightning pool. The originally quietly floating lightning pool suddenly became manic, rushing toward the Asura god like a hanging waterfall. The quiet lightning pool was already that terrifying, let alone the current situation. The Asura god's form even became somewhat blurred, and his heart wavered. But he still did not retreat. What he had to do now was no longer to defeat the god of destruction, but for the sake of his own face, even if he had to pay a great price, his Asura demon sword had to pierce through the lightning pool. Asura, stop now. Do not cause yourself any more losses. The god of evil advised from the outside. The Asura god could be defeated, and he could be taught a lesson, but if he were to perish here, it would not be worth the loss, and it would do the god realm no good. Shut up, I must break this lightning pool today. The Asura god roared. The Asura demon sword in his hand thrust out violently, vowing to pierce through this lightning pool that had turned into a waterfall. Just a little further, just a little bit more. The Asura god felt that his Asura demon sword was only one last inch away from piercing out of the lightning pool. Yet this mere inch of distance was like a chasm to the Asura god at this moment. And the divine force within his body had already dropped to a dangerous level. The divine light of the Asura demon sword in his hand became much dimmer, and signs of wear even appeared on his body. It is a pity, this is already your limit. The god of destruction reached his hand into the lightning pool and flicked the tip of the Asura demon sword. This notoriously fearsome super-divine artifact thus fell from the Asura god's hand. The hanging waterfall also vanished, leaving only the Asura god staring blankly at the Asura demon sword that had fallen to the ground. He, the Asura god, actually couldn't even hold onto his own sword. Asura, victory and defeat are common matters in military affairs. Losing to destruction is not shameful. If it were us, we wouldn't be much better than you. At this moment, the goddess of kindness changed her previous stance of suppressing the Asura god and instead began to comfort him. The Asura god had been hit hard this time, but he couldn't be hit too hard. If nothing else, even if the Asura god wanted to become depressed, at the very least he had to wait until he passed down his god position. Hey, the Asura god smiled with dull eyes. I have lost. Bending down to pick up the Asura demon sword in near humiliation, the Asura god walked away without a word. Chapter 187, How can a person be this unlucky? Bibi Dong attacks. The god realm was lively, but the Star-Do Great Forest was not peaceful either. Tang Xiao leapt out of the massive crater, carrying the armless, skeleton-like Tang Chen, while Tang San walked over supporting Tang Hao. The 4 remaining remnants of the Clear Sky sect were either wounded or crippled. It was a scene of utter misery and despair. Grandfather, grandfather. If not for the fact that Tang Chen was still breathing, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao would have almost assumed he had been dead for a long time. Ah Hao, what exactly happened to grandfather? Although Tang Xiao was asking Tang Hao, his eyes were fixed on Tang San. From the moment Tang Chen began to swell, Tang San had acted as if he knew everything, yet Tang Chen's condition had plummeted, resulting in this state. Looking back now, it seemed that the Clear Sky sect's string of bad luck had started the moment Tang Hao and Tang San returned to the sect. Although they had retrieved Tang Chen, all the elders of the Clear Sky sect had died. The sect's disciples had mysteriously died at the hands of Tang Yuehua, and now, the retrieved Tang Chen was crippled as well. Tang Xiao really wanted to ask Tang Hao and Tang San, are you two possessed by the god of plague? Big brother. Tang Hao wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to begin. In truth, he felt that he bore the majority of the responsibility for the Clear Sky sect falling to its current state. Just then, the ground trembled. Tang Xiao's expression changed. Not good, a powerful spirit beast is approaching. Tang Xiao could even guess that the approaching powerful spirit beast was likely attracted by the previous explosion. If they had been in their prime, even if several 100,000-year spirit beasts had come, they wouldn't necessarily have been able to defeat them easily, but at the very least, their safety would have been guaranteed. But in their current state, if even 100,000-year spirit beast arrived, they would be in big trouble. Uncle, don't panic, my friends are here. Friends. Tang Xiao looked at Tang San suspiciously, still not relaxing in the slightest. He really dared not put much trust in what Tang San said anymore. He had suffered too many losses. Having been dragged into such a state, he should have learned his lesson by now. When he saw that the approaching entities were the powerful Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, Tang Xiao immediately clutched the withered Tang Chen and darted far away. Friends, he scoffed. Why didn't you say your wife was coming? Tang Xiao had completely lost trust in Tang San's words. Xiao Wu. Tang San didn't mind Tang Xiao's reaction and instead walked toward the Titan Giant Ape. Brother San. Xiao Wu's eyes filled with tears as she leapt down from the Titan Giant Ape's shoulder and threw herself into Tang San's arms. Brother, why did you only come now? Do you know how hard I've been waiting for you? Xiao Wu began to wail, venting all the grievances of the past few years of waiting. He had promised he would come to pick her up soon. He was a liar. It's my fault, Xiao Wu. I missed you too, so very much. Seeing Xiao Wu after such a long time, Tang San's heart became much calmer. Although he had been busy running around all these years, it had all been for nothing, and he really hadn't had much time to think about Xiao Wu. Many times, he had even subconsciously forgotten his past promises. Brother, I don't want to be separated from you this time. Wherever you go, I want to follow you. In the distance, Tang Xiao, holding Tang Chen, watched this scene with surprise. His strength hadn't recovered to the titled Douluo realm, but his perception was still at the titled Douluo level, and he immediately saw that Xiao Wu was not human. He looked at Tang Hao with a complex expression. Ah Hao, oh Ah Hao, your son really follows in your footsteps. Thinking of Ah Yin, whom he had met together with Tang Hao back then, and then seeing the human-formed Xiao Wu, a strong sense of déjà vu appeared in Tang Xiao's heart. Sister Xiao Wu, isn't it better to stay in the Star-Do Great Forest with us? What's so good about this human brat? Once Tang San arrived, Xiao Wu changed completely, leaving the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python feeling sour. The conflict between spirit beasts and humans was so great, so why was she throwing herself at this human who hadn't come to look for her for so many years? Ming, don't talk nonsense. If you are rude to Brother San again, I will be angry. The Titan Giant Ape swallowed his words. He snorted a few times, his gaze toward Tang San remaining unfriendly. Brother San, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you come to pick me up? Although Xiao Wu defended Tang San in front of the Titan giant ape, she still felt very aggrieved in her heart that Tang San had not kept his promise. You probably wouldn't be able to imagine what I've been through all these years. Tang San's expression was bitter. The hardships he had faced all these years were even worse than in his previous life. In his previous life, he had at least been able to cultivate properly and hadn't been running around like a stray dog. While Tang San and Xiao Wu were reuniting here, another group was approaching. Bibi Dong had missed out on Xiao Wu, the transformed spirit beast, a few years ago, and now she could only come to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast. This time, she had brought Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, the replacements for the vanished Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo, along with 2 other elders and a squad of Supreme Pontiff Palace Knights. She was determined to successfully hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast this time. The smoothness of Qian Runshui's divine trial alarmed her, and Bibi Dong felt immense pressure. The Rakshasa god was not helpful. And too stingy, so she had to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring herself. As it turned out, before they even entered the Star Do Great Forest, they heard a violent explosion coming from within. After all, the Star Do Great Forest still held many mysteries and unknowns for spirit masters. The Spirit Hall team became slightly agitated due to this explosion. Bibi Dong therefore changed her route, deciding to go to the site of the explosion first to see what had happened. This detour brought her a huge surprise. A 100,000-year spirit beast, and not just one, the Titan giant ape and the Sky Azure bull python had actually run out from the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. Not to mention Xiao Wu, the transformed spirit beast. A look of wild joy appeared on Bibi Dong's face. After being unlucky for so long, her luck had finally turned. Although Bibi Dong's level of bad luck over the years couldn't compare to Tang San's, having Qian Runshui, a young lord who opposed her at every turn, had caused her plenty of trouble. She felt that these 300,000-year spirit beasts were heaven's compensation to her. Especially when seeing that Tang Hao was crippled and that his realm had fallen below that of a titled Douluo, wasn't this an opportunity handed to her to wash away her shame? Careful, Spirit Hall is attacking. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao issued warnings one after another. Both of their hearts were in their throats. Bibi Dong found them and felt pleasantly surprised, but seeing Bibi Dong was a shock for them. Bad luck, how could a person be this unlucky? The last people Tang Hao and the others wanted to encounter right now were the people from Spirit Hall. They couldn't even deal with the 7 treasure glazed tile school right now, let alone Spirit Hall. Humans, this is not a place you should come to. The Titan giant ape and the Sky Azure bull python looked at Bibi Dong and her group grimly, tacitly standing in front of Xiao Wu to protect her. They both knew that the transformed Xiao Wu was absolutely the best choice for a spirit master to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring. Tang San was somewhat numb. He had told Xiao Wu and the others not to leave the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, and everything had been fine for so many years, but just as he and Xiao Wu had reunited, Bibi Dong had to show up. How could a person be this unlucky?